The man realized with dawning clarity that the Congo heads weren't using Brother Songu as a pawn, they had a much more direct objective. But just then, he stopped, a crucial detail he had overlooked finally surfacing in his mind. He recalled that it was his accuser who had brought the supposed criminal into their midst in the first place. This meant the accuser knew better than anyone the dire implications of the situation. He mused that when such a problem arose, there was only one method of resolution, even if it involved challenging the head himself. He challenged the head directly, stating that he needed to face the consequences just like anyone else. An onlooker snickered, wondering aloud if the head was about to cry and if this meant the Congo brothers would seize control of the sect. He tried to stifle his amusement with a cough, but a small snort escaped. Laughter then erupted as he declared the situation hilarious and mocked the Congo brothers for having heads that were apparently not just for decoration. One of the brothers warned the boss to be careful with his sharp tongue, suggesting it could be violently removed at any moment. The boss gave a fake apology, brushing off the threat as he continued his taunt. He finished his thought by telling them they looked utterly ridiculous while trying so hard. One of the Congo brothers challenged him to a fight, noting that he didn't seem to have any regrets holding him back. They added pointedly that he had no family to worry about either. A hulking man with a sinister grin and glowing eyes loomed forward menacingly. Two warriors clashed in mid-air as a powerful kick sent a shockwave through the space between them. An observer gasped in disbelief, questioning if such a powerful kick could have truly come from a human being. Another onlooker cried out, finding the next moment utterly impossible to believe. The devastating kick had been blocked. It was one of the Congo brothers, though Thaddeus hadn't used his full power, the man had stopped the kick with a single hand. This incredible feat proved that their reputations as disciple candidates were not just empty rumors. The Congo brother quoted an old idiom, mocking his opponent's attack as loud thunder that produced only tiny drops of rain. He continued his taunt, asking why his opponent's kicks were so lacking compared to his eloquent boasting. He then uttered another proverb. He explained its meaning, suggesting that a dog that barks doesn't bite, and all his opponent's talk was a front. He then directly questioned if all this talking was because his opponent was secretly scared to fight them now. A bystander noted that this was a confrontation between the sect leader and the heads, and that any interference would be a death sentence. He was certain of only one thing: one of the combatants was about to die. A commanding voice suddenly cut through the tension, declaring that enough was enough. One of the brothers reacted with fury, but was told not to be in a rush, as they would come for his head later. The newcomer retorted that they shouldn't be in a rush either, revealing something that stopped them in their tracks. He calmly asked if this evidence was sufficient to resolve the misunderstanding about him, leaving them stunned. He then began his explanation, stating that the truth was not difficult to grasp. He told a story of preparing a room for a new guest and being excited to cook, only to discover there was no silverware. Though it was a shame he couldn't cook, he understood that silverware could be used as weapons in this dangerous world. So, just in case, he had set up a small measure of insurance for himself. He continued, saying that right at that moment, some drunkards had accidentally stumbled into his room. Because they were too intoxicated to reason with, he had kindly helped them sober up by putting them to sleep. However, he ominously stated that this was where the real problem began. Not long after he had incapacitated the men and left the room, someone else arrived. This mysterious person had then dealt with the drunkards, an act he had initially mistaken for kindness. He then cut his explanation short, pointedly asking if they still wished to continue with their accusations. A horrifying realization dawned on his opponents: this man had known everything from the very start. One of them quickly tried to apologize for the misunderstanding to prevent a rift, but the man cut him off, telling him he was directing his apology to the wrong person. He firmly instructed them to apologize to the sect leader. The Congo brother seethed in silent fury, enraged at being outmaneuvered by someone who was barely an adult. Clearing his throat with great reluctance, he offered a strained and insincere apology to the sect leader. The sect leader exploded with laughter, dismissing the incident as a simple mistake and joking that he had come close to killing them. He cheerfully told Brother Songgu that it was time to go, deciding to let the whole misunderstanding be forgotten. As they departed, a Congo brother shot the young man a look, silently vowing that he would pay for this. The scene shifted to a tranquil, low-angle view of apartment buildings bathed in the warm light of the sun. On a rooftop at sunset, a young man sat alone, his attention completely absorbed by his phone. A voice from behind him asked what he was looking at so intently. Startled, the young man recognized Brother Songgu and quickly dismissed what he was doing as nothing important. He then admitted it was his family photo, the only one he had left, and sheepishly asked what his brother thought of it. The camera focused on Sungu's intense red eyes as he gazed at the screen. He observed that the people in the picture looked peaceful and happy. The young man explained that his father had passed away shortly after he was born, and his memories of his mother had faded. He recounted her last words to him on a rainy day, a promise that she would return when the rain stopped. His voice trailed off as he revealed that was the last time he ever saw her. He tried to laugh it off as an embarrassing story, but Sungu's quiet confession that he was jealous silenced him. The young man stared, completely taken aback by Sungu's strange admission. Songgu clarified that he was jealous because the other man at least possessed memories of a family he could hold on to. When asked if he had a family photo of his own, the question seemed to stir a painful memory. A fleeting image of a crying girl being held by an unknown person flashed through his mind. He admitted that he had never even had his picture taken once in his life, let alone a family one. His friend joked that he must be from the 80s, recalling an old rumor that derankers were forbidden from having photos taken. Songgu confessed he didn't know the rules, but shared his dream of taking a photo with his siblings after their struggles were over. Hearing this, the friend enthusiastically proposed that since they were both loners, they should forge their own bond. He suggested they become sworn brothers and take a photo together, even offering a lifetime supply of tanghulu as a bonus. Songgu cast a skeptical sideways glance at his overly eager companion. He pointed out that he had never said he liked dalgona candy, prompting his friend to playfully call him cold. The friend urged him to go with the flow, and after a bit of light-hearted banter, Songgu reluctantly agreed to consider the candy. The setting changed dramatically to an imposing statue with a fierce red mask, which glowed with an eerie green light. Nearby, a steady hand used a small blade to meticulously carve a wooden head. The camera zoomed in on the bearded carver's mouth, which was set in a grim line. The demand to apologize to the sect leader echoed in his mind, a fresh and bitter memory. His hand tightened its grip around the handle of his carving tool, knuckles white. The man seethed, vowing to kill them all and destroy their connections, but was interrupted by someone bursting into the room. A subordinate frantically announced that Pietro had made an appearance, a piece of news that clearly shocked his superior. The boss impatiently demanded the full report, and the subordinate nervously began to explain the situation. Meanwhile, the sect leader remarked that everyone seemed to be spoiling for a fight, but their primary goal remained catching Pietro. He had received Pietro's message, a challenge to meet at the main gate of Comone Hell. The leader admitted he had no idea what Pietro was thinking. He found it baffling that Pietro would provoke everyone while being hunted, but ultimately decided his motive was irrelevant. He knew Pietro was finished once caught, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something about the situation was off. He suspected the Congo brothers, who were also hunting Pietro, would use the chaos as a cover to eliminate him as well. Songgu immediately offered his help in capturing Pietro, but the sect leader reassured him. He told Songgu he would not be placed in danger, because he personally intended to be the one to kill Pietro. Elsewhere, a sinister voice expressed delight, noting it had been a while since they'd had this kind of excitement. The person wondered aloud with giddy anticipation how many people would show up for the ensuing chaos. With manic energy, they declared it was time to get the crazy party started. Back at the confrontation, a Congo brother reminded the sect leader of their sect's strict rule against brothers killing each other without just cause. The sect leader calmly confirmed that he was fully aware of the law. He acknowledged that the punishment for breaking this rule was immediate execution. The Congo brother then made a shocking accusation, declaring that head Kim Sungu was guilty of this crime. As he was about to be sentenced, an urgent voice cried out for them to wait. The sect leader desperately pleaded with Brother Sungu to speak up and deny the charge before it was too late. A new scene faded into view, carrying with it the weight of history. Outside the tense standoff, a subordinate desperately tried to prevent another from entering, frantically reporting that it was not the right time to go in. The man calmly observed the subordinate's frantic state, privately wondering why he was so nervous. The observer noted that the other man had no idea what was truly happening, comparing the palpable killing intent in the room to that of a bygone era. He began to recount a time decades ago, a period of hellish anarchy when countless assassin sects like Nabu and the Phantom Winds fought for power. This chaotic age was finally ended by the arrival of the Hongo brothers, who led thousands from all sects and achieved something even more surprising. In a different time, two other men decided their work for the day was finished. A glowing green chain ball crashed into the earth, a testament to their power. One of them calmly suggested it was time for them to descend. Back in the narration, the storyteller revealed the Hongo brothers' incredible feat. The two of them had single-handedly unified all the sects. A powerful figure declared that the time for everything to come together had finally arrived. He vowed they would take back the title of Disciple of Glory, which they had merely let that kid borrow. A man with a thick mustache and glowing red eyes stared forward, his expression a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. He swore that they would definitively break Pietro's neck, which was now right in front of them. Meanwhile, Simon nervously questioned his brother, asking if meeting secretly in the Shadowman's lodge was truly a safe idea. His brother, however, dismissed the concern with a calm smile, reminding Simon of a famous saying and noting the location screamed of Pietro's style. He elaborated on the saying, explaining that sometimes the things closest to us are the most difficult to recognize. He reasoned that the sect leaders, with their wounded pride, would not resort to using the same surveillance tactics against him again. Despite this logic, he admitted that the entire situation felt very strange, a feeling he believed his brother wouldn't understand. He clarified that the strangeness came from the surreal experience of sitting across from and facing himself. Simon playfully teased him, asking if he was scared and joking about the old doppelganger myth where one of them was fated to die. The man with a white streak in his dark hair closed his eyes and allowed a small, knowing smile to grace his lips. He told Simon to go home if he was just going to spout nonsense, but Simon delightedly pointed out the smile, claiming it as acknowledgement of his jokes after 50 long years. After the light-hearted moment, Simon's tone turned serious as he mentioned something he had always wanted to ask. He finally voiced his question, asking why his brother had ordered him to declare war against the Shadow Men. He found it incredibly strange for someone with such a massive bounty to essentially broadcast their location to the world. His brother confirmed Simon's unspoken theory, acknowledging that his intuition about the reason was correct. He revealed his true intention: he wished to cause a diversion. The plan was to shift the enemy's focus by luring them with a fake attack to an entirely different location. He explained Simon's role was to disguise himself as his old self and gather all the Shadow Men into a single place. While everyone was distracted, he himself would infiltrate the now empty Kowloon Hell to search for Raphael's weakness. A look of profound understanding dawned on Simon's face. He expressed his admiration, acknowledging that his brother Pietro had truly thought of everything. As Simon prepared to depart, Pietro warned him to be careful, reminding him that the Congo brothers were far from ordinary humans and a single mistake could be fatal. Simon scoffed at the warning, confidently assuring his brother he wouldn't be killed and vowing never to lose again. The scene shifted to a bustling city street, alive with glowing signs and towering buildings. Pietro reflected on his plan, noting that while it had gone smoothly so far, one crucial piece of the puzzle remained unresolved. He pondered the central question that plagued him: just where was Raphael's weakness hidden? He reasoned that such a vital point would typically be in an obvious location with strict guarding, yet Kowloon Hell had no such place. Frustration mounted as he wondered where on earth it could possibly be. He shifted his perspective, trying to think like Raphael and considering whether the weakness would be somewhere far away or deceptively close. A flash of insight lit up his eye as a crucial memory surfaced. His own words to Simon echoed in his mind, that the things closest to us are often the hardest to recognize. He finally understood that the weakness must be hidden in the safest place of all, one that wouldn't even need heavy guarding. His mind zeroed in on the single most secure location in all of Kowloon Hell. It had to be the place that the strongest person there would react to most sensitively, a place he would protect even at the cost of his own life. In that moment, he knew with absolute certainty where Raphael's weakness was located. The answer was Thaddeus' family home. He recalled how the property had seemed completely devoid of any security measures when he had seen it before. As he wondered if it was truly there and how it was hidden, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an unexpected voice. Thaddeus had appeared, asking Brother Sungu what he was doing there. He directly questioned what Sungu was planning to do at his mother's house. When Sungu remained silent, Thaddeus pressed him again, demanding an answer. Sungu panicked internally, realizing Thaddeus' oversensitive reaction made him look suspicious, and he desperately searched for a plausible excuse. He quickly fabricated a story, claiming he had noticed a broken tile in the entryway that reminded him of a similar one at his childhood home. He feigned concern, suggesting it could be dangerous for Thaddeus' mother if her foot got caught when she returned. The young man stared back at him, his face a mask of neutrality that betrayed nothing. Sungu tried to make a quick exit, but Thaddeus called out to him. Thaddeus insisted that since Sungu was already there, he should take a look around the house, politely brushing off Sungu's attempt to refuse. He added that his mother would be upset if Sungu just left, leaving Sungu no choice but to reluctantly agree. Internally, Sungu felt a wave of relief, thankful that the situation was unfolding more smoothly than had anticipated. Upon entering the house, he was immediately struck by the sight before him. Thaddeus gestured grandly, formally welcoming Brother Sungu to his mother's home. Sungu was genuinely shocked, remarking to himself how an empty house could be so impeccably maintained, confirming this was indeed Raphael's place. Thaddeus then revealed that Sungu was the very first person to be invited inside. He explained that up until that very moment, his house had never welcomed a single guest. Sungu reflected that the so-called Kowloon god seemed far too innocent for his reputation. His attention was then drawn to a specific, ornate piece of furniture. It was a mother-of-pearl wardrobe, which Thaddeus explained was a lifelong treasure his father had gifted to his mother. However, Thaddeus admitted with a somber tone that he could not bring himself to open it. He confessed that he had no memory of his mother's touch or voice, and the only trace of her left in the world was her scent, preserved within the wardrobe. He explained his deep-seated fear that every time he missed her and opened it, a little more of her lingering scent might disappear forever. Hearing this, Sungu felt a pang of guilt and offered a sincere apology. He admitted to himself that his suspicions about the young man had been completely unfounded. Suddenly, a frantic shout from outside pierced the quiet moment, announcing that Pietro had finally appeared, immediately recapturing Sungu's attention. Sungu instantly declared they had to go and catch him, but Thaddeus moved to stop him. As Sungu insisted on joining the pursuit, Thaddeus urgently warned him that Pietro was an extremely dangerous man. He firmly instructed Brother Sungu to stay put for his own safety, vowing to catch Pietro himself. Far away, Simon, disguised as Pietro, mockingly mused about the so-called diversion he was creating. He laughed to himself, quipping that his grand entrance felt less like a diversion and more like diving headfirst into an ocean. He expressed his disappointment, noting that the Shadow Men were nothing special and that the infamous Congo brothers were nowhere to be seen. He began to think that perhaps the rumors about his adversaries had been greatly exaggerated. An unseen force violently cut his thoughts short. A powerful figure smashed through a solid wall, making a devastatingly explosive entrance. The attacker declared that the heavens must be on their side for them to have found their target so quickly. Simon stood frozen, utterly shocked by the sudden and overwhelming ambush. His assailant calmly acknowledged him, his voice dripping with condescension. He praised Simon, whom he believed to be Pietro, stating that the rumors of his legendary skill were clearly true. He expressed his admiration that his opponent had managed to instinctively block a preemptive attack that was completely invisible. A silent, desperate plea formed in Simon's mind as he begged his real brother to hurry. He understood in an instant that these attackers were not just average Joes, they were on an entirely different level. One of the assailants feigned an aching back, theatrically chiding Simon for attacking an old man with no respect. He then menacingly declared that it was time for this grandpa to teach him some much-needed discipline. His partner added a chilling promise, stating that they would humbly and methodically rip him to shreds. From a distance, another observer watched the unfolding chaos with utter confusion. He questioned what in the world disciple Pietro was possibly doing in a place like this. The Congo brothers finally stood before their target, identifying him as Pietro, the disciple from honor. One brother noted with mild curiosity that he didn't know Pietro used a long sword, but quickly decided it was of no consequence. He confidently declared that the legendary tiger's teeth were now broken. Meanwhile, Simon reminded himself that his mission wasn't to win, but to buy time as a decoy so his brother could find Raphael's weakness. A dreadful thought crossed his mind as he questioned if stalling against such monsters was even possible. With a thunderous impact that shattered the ground, he was violently kicked high into the air. Stunned by their incredible power, Simon realized the rumors hadn't done them justice. A single clean hit from the leaders who unified the continent would surely kill him. The attacker expressed his surprise at the old man's agile movements, but then callously dismissed him as a toothless tiger. He jeered that the tiger was nothing more than a cat and prepared to deliver the final blow. But in a shocking turn of events, Simon retaliated with blinding speed. The Congo brother froze, his confident smirk vanishing in an instant of pure disbelief. He stared at the fresh wound on his body, wondering how he had been cut by a broken sword. Simon warned him that it wasn't the time to be distracted, or he would lose what teeth he had left. The brother found the taunt amusing, but then his eyes widened as a sudden realization struck him. A smug, knowing grin slowly spread across the warrior's face. He mockingly suggested that even if he had no teeth, he could still easily rip his opponent to shreds with his gums. It then dawned on his partner that the attack hadn't come from the broken blade, but from the sheath itself. The second brother, a large bald man, stood his ground as another one of Simon's swift attacks harmlessly whizzed past him. Simon taunted the Congo brothers, asking where their initial eagerness had gone and feigning disappointment that they were now scared. One of them calmly acknowledged that they had indeed underestimated their foe. He conceded that even a toothless tiger was still, in fact, a tiger. He then stated that it was only human nature to repay one's debts. With chilling certainty, he promised that they would now be going all out. A flicker of alarm crossed Simon's face. In an instant, a devastating slash of energy crashed into the ground, obliterating the concrete. The Congo brother stood ominously over the point of impact, looking down on his opponent. Simon understood with a jolt of fear that they were now moving even faster than before. He knew that if such an attack were to land, his body would be smashed to pieces just like his sword had been. However, he steeled his resolve, knowing that would only happen if he allowed himself to get hit. He focused his senses, successfully reading their frantic movements. All that was left was to relentlessly slice them with his makeshift weapon. He landed strike after strike perfectly, yet he was utterly confused as to why they showed no fear of injury. In fact, it was the complete opposite of what he had expected. He horrifyingly realized that since the sheath's wounds were shallow, his opponents knew they were in no real danger and were actually getting stronger. One of the brothers bellowed at him to try landing 1,000 strikes. He then roared that if they caught him even once, his bones would shatter into dust. Simon admitted they were the craziest foes he had ever faced, but insisted that sheer insanity wouldn't be enough to catch him. The brother replied with a wicked smile, revealing that he had a special technique just for that purpose. Simon's eyes darted around in confusion as a dark shadow suddenly began to materialize from the ground. The bald brother, his eyes glowing a sinister red, was suddenly ensnared by a massive, shadowy chain that erupted from beneath him. Simon cursed inwardly, realizing he had walked right into their trap. The older, gray-haired brother stared with wide, triumphant eyes at their ensnared prey. He laughed maniacally, proclaiming that no matter how skilled Simon was, killing them with a mere sheath was an impossible fantasy. Simon grunted, finally understanding the true reason behind their reckless charges. They had intentionally drawn his focus to one place, creating an opening to unleash their ultimate attack when his guard was down. In that moment of despair, he sent a silent message to his brother, believing his role as Pietro was about to come to a violent end. But then, an electrifying new presence filled the air. The Congo brothers were berated for coming out of retirement, told that they had hammered the last nail in their own coffin. They sarcastically thanked the newcomer, the real Pietro, for contributing to their rise as disciples. Pietro shot back that he should be the one thanking them, drawing their attention to a new development. He sarcastically commented on their leader's compassion for a poor, toothless old tiger like himself. He then revealed that they had unwittingly provided him with a new set of canines as he brandished a kitchen knife. One brother laughed boisterously, dismissing the small knife as being just as useless as the sheath. Pietro calmly invited him to watch and see what would happen now that he held a proper blade. A sudden, palpable tension filled the air, making the brothers pause. Pietro took a deep, centering breath, and it was as if the very air, matter, and respiration around them had ceased to exist. All fell silent, except for the man who was known as the Sword Saint. The brothers cursed themselves for their foolishness as a dreadful realization washed over them. They finally understood that from the very beginning, Pietro had never been aiming for their necks. With a powerful cry, Pietro unleashed a celestial attack of immense power. The brothers could only scream his name in a final moment of terror and rage. Far away, Simon was on the phone, hoping things were going well for his brother while worrying his disguise as Pietro would soon be discovered. He paused for a moment, reflecting on the fight he had just barely survived. He concluded with absolute certainty that his opponents had been the real deal. Suddenly, a new voice called out Pietro's name in the ruined street. Thaddeus had arrived, only to be told by the shadow men that Pietro was old news and had been left for dead nearby. A shadow man observed that Thaddeus was a step behind, asking if he also wanted a piece of the beaten man. He laughed and told Thaddeus to wipe his drool, but then grew quiet as he noticed a strange expression on the sect leader's face. Thaddeus posed a strange question, asking if the shadow man thought the situation was somehow unfair. He then clarified with a disarming smile that he wasn't there for Pietro, so they had no need to worry. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the city at dusk, nestled against a backdrop of distant mountains. An unseen observer surveyed the collapsed building, noting the lack of clues. He mused that the level of skill displayed was enough to make anyone tremble, concluding it must have been the real Pietro. However, his sharp eyes noticed a peculiar detail that made him reconsider. He analyzed the wound on the Congo brothers, realizing the shallow cut wasn't made by a knife and questioning why a master would hold back. This led him to the undeniable conclusion that the attacker's motive was not to kill. He was left to wonder about Pietro's true identity and his mysterious purpose for coming to Kowloon Hell. Meanwhile, the real Pietro continued his secret mission in another part of the city. He had deduced that Thaddeus, the strongest man in Kowloon Hell, had one place he would protect above all else. His investigation had led him to this very house. From all the evidence, he believed the possibility of finding Raphael's weakness within these walls was extremely high. His intense red eyes zeroed in on his objective. In another time, Thaddeus' private thoughts revealed his fear of opening a particular wardrobe, scared that the lingering scent of someone he missed would fade away. Now, Pietro stood before that same wardrobe, knowing Raphael's weakness might be just beyond the doors. Despite his logical deductions, a deep sense of hesitation prevented him from opening the simple, unlocked wardrobe. He called Simon, updating him that the investigation was proceeding smoothly thanks to the diversion and asking for a report. Simon evasively said he would explain in person, and warned his brother to take a safer back route to their meeting spot. Their rendezvous point was the bustling city casino. Dressed in a long black coat, Simon navigated a filthy alleyway toward his destination. Unseen, the thoughtful observer with glasses on his forehead stroked his chin, a plan forming in his mind. He replayed the events, questioning why Pietro had been so brazen and obvious instead of operating from the shadows. He put himself in his target's shoes, theorizing there had to be a logical reason for such a conspicuous display. A hypothesis formed: Pietro had used a decoy to draw attention while the real one searched for something crucial. As he connected the dots, a firm suspicion began to solidify in his mind. He stepped out from the shadows, directly confronting the man in the long coat whom he now believed to be the decoy. The observer greeted Simon casually, asking if he was back already. Simon, still on his call, apologized for making the man wait and then asked who he had been speaking to. The observer claimed it was just an old acquaintance, casually encouraging Simon to finish his conversation. He then slyly remarked that any friend of Simon's must also be a friend of his. Simon, completely oblivious to the impending trap, agreed without a second thought. He innocently passed his brightly lit smartphone over to the other man. The observer asked if it was okay for him to say hello to Simon's friend as well. On the other end of the line, Pietro was suddenly met with dead silence, causing him to shout his brother's name in growing panic. On the other end of the line, Pietro anxiously questioned who his brother, whom he called Songu, was talking to. The mysterious observer casually dismissed the question, claiming it was just an old acquaintance he hadn't spoken with in some time. Simon, completely oblivious, encouraged the man to talk comfortably with his friend. He then naively reasoned that any friend of the observer must also be his friend. Unsuspecting, Simon's hand passed his brightly lit smartphone to the other man. The observer then asked if he could also say hello, feigning a polite introduction. Suddenly, the man's tone turned cold as he ordered Simon to shut his mouth. He mockingly questioned if Simon was flustered because his phone was taken, or if there was a deeper reason for his panic. The observer then revealed his crucial deduction, confirming that he knew Simon, brother Songu, was connected to the real Pietro. He taunted Simon for his silence, remarking that it didn't matter, as this was the very outcome he had been waiting for. The observer condescendingly reminded Simon that he was trapped in a swamp of his own making, urging him to finish his delivery order. Pietro, still listening, was thrown into confusion by the talk of deliveries and purchases. Simon stammered, caught completely off guard by the sudden turn of events. In a different location, a worker impatiently asked if a customer was going to buy the tiles or not, confusing a nearby gang member about an order for stone tiles. The man on the phone quickly explained he was ordering tiles for the broken entrance and abruptly ended the call, asking his associate if they had caught Pietro. His associate disappointedly confirmed they had failed to capture Pietro, acknowledging that their target was simply that skilled. Another member suggested they should leave, but was reminded that they still needed to make preparations. A moment of tense silence passed between the group. Meanwhile, Raphael, glasses pushed up on his head, stared forward with a worried expression, sweat beading on his forehead. He seethed internally, baffled that the Congo brothers had failed to catch an old man who was practically a corpse. He mused on Pietro's desperation, realizing just how badly the old man wanted to find his weakness. However, Raphael resolved that he could not allow the old man to succeed in his plans. He decided it was time to once again summon the devil. The thought was driven by the grim reality that time was running out for Raoult Hell. Back in the alley, the observer suddenly called out to Thaddeus. Thaddeus whipped his head to the side, his face a mask of surprise and concern. He asked if Simon was all right, noticing a mark and questioning what had happened. Simon downplayed the injury on his hand, brushing it off as nothing important. Thaddeus, however, felt a pang of guilt and sincerely apologized to his brother. Shifting the topic, Simon asked if there was a good doctor nearby, concerned that the cut might leave a scar. Thaddeus immediately recommended a famous doctor near his own house, urging Simon to go before it was too late. He pointed out that with deep cuts, time was of the essence. Changing his demeanor once more, Simon nonchalantly thanked him, then asked if Thaddeus was truly angry. Thaddeus was taken aback, wondering how Simon could have possibly known about his anger. Simon smirked, explaining that it was impossible not to know. He pointed out that Thaddeus was radiating so much fury that he seemed like a completely different person. Thaddeus let out a hollow laugh, admitting his surprise and revealing he had just visited the Congo brothers. Simon's interest was piqued, and he pressed Thaddeus to share what he had heard from them. Elsewhere, Raphael was on a call, shocked to hear that their time was running out. The person on the other end, one of the Congo brothers, chided Raphael for not being informed by his boss that the demolition date for Kowloon Hell was imminent. Raphael expressed his disbelief, certain that his boss was supposed to be holding back the government. The Congo brother explained that government pressure had become too strong, and to stop it, Raphael needed to provide appropriate compensation. This compensation, of course, hinged on the capture of Pietro, which they had yet to accomplish. He then coldly suggested that once Pietro was dealt with, perhaps it was time for Raphael to step out from the shadow of the devil. Raphael processed this, realizing the Congo brothers were interfering with his deal and trying to understand their motives. He couldn't comprehend their actions, suggesting that if it was about their mother's mementos, they should be seeking another way. The Congo brother cryptically stated his actions were because of him. He clarified that he meant the one known as the Devil of Kowloon, who could return at any time and from whom the place truly needed protection. He offered to tell Raphael his full story, a confession he felt compelled to make. He began to recount the tale of the man who turned his home into a war zone and became the target of his deepest hatred, starting about a decade ago. He described how Kowloon had long been an abandoned ruin outside of government control. It was a place where displaced refugees had naturally gathered, forming a community where they all lived together in peace. He reminisced about a happy childhood, where he and his mother enjoyed simple pleasures together. He recalled the sweet taste of tanhulu from his mother and the warm smiles of the villagers, believing that happiness would last forever. But he gravely noted that this blissful existence lasted only until that day. He painted a grim picture of a lone figure standing before a massive, derelict apartment building stained with blood. This was the day his mother disappeared without a trace. He remembered waiting endlessly for her return, but she never came back. Still, he managed to persevere, thanks to the village uncles who looked after him, like the dumpling shop owner who promised him a treat. He described the day a stranger entered the dumpling house, a man no one had ever seen before. The owner cautiously greeted the newcomer, who was the first sign of the encroaching darkness. The stranger, who they would come to call that man, claimed he had heard the dumplings there were exceptionally good. The memory was shattered by the sound of a desperate scream for help. He swore he would never forget the moment his home turned into a living hell, the profile of the devil burned into his mind. The invader declared that Kowloon now belonged to him, but the villagers initially united to resist. The adults of the village gathered their strength, shouting defiantly for the devil to get out of their home. This resistance, however, only made things worse, leading to an unbelievable scene of violence. The boy witnessed a form of martial arts so terrifying that it inspired both fear and a twisted sense of respect. The tragedy didn't end there, the man did something truly monstrous, leaving all the villagers crippled. The boy realized he too would die if he didn't do something, resolving to become stronger to reclaim his home. He was driven by the hope that his mother might one day return, a goal for which he would do anything. He theorized that the corpse-like devil hadn't always been so powerful and that a secret must exist. His suspicion fell upon the secret book the man always carried with him. Convinced the book held the key, he searched desperately for it, believing its martial arts would grant him the power he needed. His search was interrupted when the man himself appeared, questioning what the boy was doing in his study. The man coldly asked if the boy was looking for his secret martial arts book and if he desired to learn its techniques. The boy, terrified but determined, confessed his desire to become strong like him to protect his home, intending to steal the martial art for himself. He pleaded to be taken as a disciple, mentioning his father had told him of the man's strength, which caused the man to question him. The man cruelly stated that the boy didn't have a father, a fact that shocked the child. The man towered over him, his presence overwhelmingly menacing. He sneered at the boy's ambition, daring him to try and learn the martial art. He declared that a thieving, talentless brat like him would never be able to master it. With a final, chilling threat to kill him if he ever returned, he cast the boy out. Having succeeded in stealing the book, the boy dedicated every waking moment to mastering the devil's martial art, pushing through broken bones and exhaustion. He endured it all for the singular goal of becoming stronger. Finally, after years of relentless training, the day came for him to exact his revenge on the man who had destroyed Kowloon. But when he returned, the man was gone, and in his place was only a single document. Upon reading the paper, he collapsed to his knees, discovering it was an official order for the demolition of Kowloon City. He questioned the government's motives, wondering why they now wanted this wasteland they had long abandoned. It was then he understood the devil's true plan, to sell the developed Kowloon hell back to the government for a profit. The crushing realization hit him that everything was already over and his resistance had been futile. Just as he had lost all reason to live, a thread of hope appeared in the form of a new figure. This man offered him the chance to reclaim Kowloon hell, boasting of government connections that could make it happen. When questioned about trust, the man philosophized that desperation breeds belief, and he could see that desperation clearly. He mused on the depth of that trust, but quickly added that his help came with conditions. The man outlined a grand plan and explained that all he required in return was the boy's strength. The boy, who had never truly wanted to be a disciple, only power, considered the offer. Believing it was the only way to get his home back, he agreed to give the man his strength. The story concluded, and the scene returned to the present, with the two brothers sitting silently on a ledge under the night sky. Thaddeus now understood everything, the urgency, the limited time, and the desperate need to capture Pietro. Simon looked down toward the city lights, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. He calmly told his brother not to worry too much anymore. With chilling confidence, Simon announced that he had figured out exactly where Pietro would appear, declaring that the end was truly near. The 10th chapter began, shifting the focus to the frigid landscapes of Russia. A lone figure seethed with anger, whispering the name Kong Jihung like a bitter curse. He then processed the shocking revelation that his nemesis was currently engaged in battle with the formidable Lucas. A wave of frustration washed over him as he considered the implications of this unexpected clash. The sheer audacity of the confrontation left him momentarily stunned, muttering about the insanity of it all. Meanwhile, on a desolate battlefield, two combatants stood on fractured earth beneath a chaotic sky torn open by dark portals. Before them, an enormous, multi-eyed demon loomed, its horned head thrown back in a terrifying snarl. A wave of its ominous mana washed over the hero, a chilling announcement of the power he now faced. He found himself wondering about the agonizing pain one must endure to wield such a monstrous transformation. His mind flashed to a fragmented memory of a face dissolving into a storm of purple energy and scattered particles. From that chaotic memory, a grotesque, bioorganic sword took shape, its demonic hilt pulsing with malevolent power. The voice of a past mentor echoed in his thoughts, reminding him that the simple act of listening could provide immense comfort. This philosophy, therefore, became the very foundation for his newfound purpose. He resolved in that moment to become a vessel for all suffering, to be the one who would listen to every cry in the world. Putting this resolve into action, he unleashed a concentrated beam of purple energy that blasted through the head of a stone-like monster. Another creature with glowing red eyes recoiled in terror as a similar beam pierced its skull without resistance. His power, infused with ancient, glowing script, sliced effortlessly through the hide of yet another demonic beast. Taking to the sky, the winged warrior soared through the chaos, leaving a brilliant trail of purple light in his wake. In the distance, a monstrous behemoth with a sea of glowing red eyes stared him down, its gaze filled with pure malice. Undeterred, the glowing figure fearlessly confronted the hulking, shadowy beast head-on. He launched a swift energy blast that crossed the distance in an instant, striking the monster's head with blinding speed. The hero began to reflect on the time just after he had obtained these incredible abilities. He remembered how he had become constantly bombarded by sounds from every corner of the globe. At first, all he could perceive were the desperate cries of those in pain, suffering from famine, illness, and other calamities. The piercing shouts of agony from those who desperately hoped for a savior echoed endlessly in his mind. This torment was visualized as an ethereal face made of his own energy, weeping tears of black sorrow for the world's pain. But thankfully, as he continued his crusade, he began to hear other, more comforting sounds as well. These new sounds were the ones that embodied hope, support, and the faintest whispers of happiness. He could finally hear the echoes of gratitude and the thankful invocations of those whose lives he had saved. Even in that very moment, locked in a desperate struggle for survival, he could still hear their voices, their hope giving him the strength to carry on. Renewed, he unleashed a devastating attack that erupted in a massive spray of gore and brilliant purple energy. His power manifested as a barrage of light beams that effortlessly pierced through an armored monster's defenses. The chaotic energy of his attack culminated in the ethereal image of a single, ominous red eye glaring from within the blast. But then, the tide of battle suddenly turned as a dark, monstrous being brutally impaled him, pinning him to the ground. Stunned and in agony, his mind reeled as he questioned how this could have possibly happened. The shock of the blow left him breathless as his thoughts struggled to form a coherent response. Defeated, he was forced to wonder if this violent path was truly the only method to achieve his goals. A stray thought surfaced that sometimes, a person's most profound belief is shown in a moment of unified resolve, like four fists clenching as one, each glowing with an intense purple aura. The entire ordeal felt like a cruel trial designed to test the very limits of his being. The warrior became the eye of a storm, a vortex of swirling purple magic gathering around his wounded body. Blood streamed down his face, a stark contrast to his eyes which began to glow with an unwavering purple light. His expression contorted in an agony beyond comprehension as the immense power fully engulfed him. He unleashed this raw power, tearing a shadowy opponent to shreds with jagged shards of violent energy. A torrent of fragmented thoughts flooded his mind, questioning the name he carried and the body he inhabited, which felt wasted and only able to survive due to another sacrifice. Taking a ragged breath, he had a brief moment of clarity where he desperately questioned his own actions. The pain was an undeniable, searing agony, but despite it all, he knew he had to keep fighting. In that moment, he accepted the truth that he must hold a healthy fear for the enemy before him. Suddenly, a strange and comforting warmth spread through him, overriding the intense pain. He was bewildered by the fleeting sensation, wondering what it could possibly mean. His mind drifted to the abstract concepts of respect and faith, clinging to them as anchors in the storm. But a wave of nihilism quickly washed over him as he cursed it all, questioning the purpose of his struggle. Finally, his all-consuming rage focused on a single target, as he silently screamed Lucas' name. A horrific vision appeared in his mind of a headless body kneeling, from which a dark, cross-shaped energy rose. The vision then shifted to a crowd of emaciated figures, each bearing a glowing cross on their forehead as they wept in unison. Back in reality, a hollow, broken laugh escaped the warrior's lips. He spat a curse into the dirt, overwhelmed by the sheer frustration of the battle. With grudging respect, he had to admit his opponent was annoyingly powerful. Yet, he knew that even this Arctic monster was nothing compared to the American bastard he truly hunted. He understood that if he could not defeat this enemy here and now, he stood no chance against his ultimate foe. His resolve hardened as he focused on his one true goal, whispering the name Kong Jihung. He then made a solemn vow that he, and he alone, would be the one to end the man's life. Fueled by this oath, he drove his glowing fist into the earth, shattering the ground in an eruption of red and black energy. Elsewhere, a figure cloaked in purple channeled his immense power, feeding it into the jaws of a massive, monstrous skull. In another raging battle, a fist wreathed in violet light smashed directly into the face of a skeletal shadow beast. The destructive scale of the conflict was clear as a powerful energy blast detonated atop a towering skyscraper. The scene then cut to a quiet aftermath, where a man with long black hair stared down at a slain monster in a pool of blood. A voice suddenly cut through the silence behind him, softly asking if he was his son. He confessed that he had truly hoped they would not end up as enemies. He demanded to know what was happening, questioning the motive for getting close to him and asking if Pietro had sent him, only to be told he was wrong. The man was left momentarily speechless, asking for clarification. Songu simply stated that he had misunderstood the entire situation. He then insisted there was no way he could be Pietro's ally. He followed this with the shocking declaration that he was, in fact, Pietro. The warrior looked on in disbelief, questioning how his brother Songu could possibly claim to be the man known as Pietro. He reminded Songu how desperately he had been searching for his target and found the current claim absurd. After all, his information indicated that Pietro was supposed to be an old man. Songu admitted that it was a complicated story, but reaffirmed that he was the very Pietro his brother had been hunting. A dark realization dawned on the warrior as he processed this revelation, deciding that this was the story Songu was committing to. With his mind made up, he saw no further need for conversation, concluding that it didn't matter if his brother was Pietro or some agent head trained. He declared with cold certainty that he had no choice but to kill him. In his mind, he recalled the countless simulations he had run, searching for a way to counter Thaddeus' attacks, and how he had finally found an answer. The key was to ensure his opponent was never able to land a single decisive hit. A flicker of shock crossed his opponent's face. He marveled internally at how his attack had been so easily redirected. Realizing the dire situation, he knew he couldn't even touch a hair on his head and decided to create distance for a counteroffensive. The young man with black hair surged forward, his expression a mask of pure determination. His opponent in the blue shirt was viciously slammed into the red floor, which cracked under the immense impact. It became clear that in the face of speed that defied all logic, any perceived gap in raw strength was merely an illusion. An onlooker wondered if disciple Thaddeus' reflexes were even humanly possible. He then questioned what in the world was actually happening on the battlefield. He couldn't comprehend how, after being hit more times than he could count, his brother remained standing. Baffled, he wondered why the man looked completely and utterly fine. Thaddeus broke the silence, asking his opponent what was wrong and if he was trying to mock him. He then accused his foe, stating that his attacks lacked any genuine conviction. He pointed out that these were not blows delivered with the intent to kill, but were instead deliberately weakened, and he demanded to know Thaddeus' true motive. The man confessed that no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand any of it. He admitted to considering the possibility that Pietro might send a spy to infiltrate his circle. But he insisted that his brother, Songu, had always felt different. He remembered the Songu he had come to know during their time together. He had believed him to be the only person in the Kowloon hell who was truly on his side. He had seen him as a real brother. The man's face was a portrait of anguish, his eyes squeezed shut against the pain of betrayal. Pietro callously told him that he had a terrible eye for judging people. He revealed that asking to be taken in as a disciple, hanging around him constantly, and even entering his mother's precious house had all been calculated moves. Every action he took had a singular, hidden purpose. It was all part of his elaborate plan to uncover Raphael's greatest weakness. The betrayed warrior then asked one final question of the man he once called brother, seeking to know if his approach was planned from the very beginning. He desperately asked if there was ever a single, sincere moment during the time they spent together. He pushed for an answer, needing to know if there was ever any truth to their bond. He wondered if there was even one genuine second between them. An observer was struck by a sudden blow, realizing with horror that he had been completely unable to react. He understood that his opponent was on a completely different level than anyone he had faced before, yet he found the nature of the attack itself to be strange. A young man named Jaiwan rushed to his senior Simon's side, asking frantically if he was okay as Simon, his vision blurred from the attack, insisted he needed to help his brother. Simon observed that his brother had just started fighting Thaddeus. He quickly corrected himself, realizing that he couldn't even call the current situation a proper fight. It was nothing more than a completely one-sided bombardment. A narrator explained that primal strength is usually what ultimately determines the victor in a conflict. It is the raw power that typically decides who has the upper hand in any fight. But a question was posed about what might happen if that fundamental strength was somehow nullified. Pietro wondered to himself why he would waste time prolonging the inevitable. The young man screamed out Kim Soon-guk's name in a desperate, horrified shout. His senior turned to him, calling out to him to wait. He admonished the young man, questioning the sanity of provoking such a dangerous opponent. He warned him that such a reckless action could easily get him killed. But then, a sudden thought struck the senior as he wondered if his brother was trying to see that, leaving the younger man utterly confused by the cryptic remark. Pietro noted with grim analysis that his opponent's attacks were now completely different, each one laced with a murderous intent meant to truly kill him. He was astounded by physical abilities that transcended human limits, recalling how a kick aimed at his lower body had somehow ended up at his face before he could even process the movement. The speed of the attack was so immense that the blow had already landed before he even came to his senses. Despite his experience from tens of thousands of fights giving him countless strategies, he found his opponent to be something else entirely. This enemy was completely and utterly unpredictable. Amidst a series of fiery explosions, a warrior wielding a massive blade soared through the chaotic air. The warrior grimly concluded that he was left with no other choice. An ally cried out a warning, telling him that going that way was a dead end and that he needed to retreat to a more spacious area to survive. The ally then trailed off, confused and questioning his brother's strange decision. The warrior addressed his opponent by his two names, acknowledging that he understood his circumstances. However, he firmly stated that he, too, had something precious that he needed to protect. He declared that it was time to end their conflict, stating with absolute confidence that his opponent could not defeat him. Pietro conceded that his opponent's physical abilities and reflexes were indeed astounding and had surpassed human capabilities. However, he then revealed that his opponent possessed a single, critical weakness. The warrior repeated the words back, questioning what this supposed critical weakness could be. He scoffed at the notion, accusing Pietro of resorting to mind games because he couldn't win with skill and boasting that nothing would work on him. Pietro calmly replied that whether it would work or not was yet to be seen. He menacingly stated that they would find out for sure the moment he turned it on. A red-haired youth looked up in awe at a silhouetted figure standing in the blinding glare of a powerful spotlight. His opponent cried out in pain and shock as the intense light suddenly flooded his vision. The warrior knew that his opponent's incredible reflexes, as fast as they were, could not be faster than the speed of light. He understood that in the brief instant that his foe was blinded by the intense glare, all of his opponent's formidable skills would be rendered completely useless. An observer named Simon quickly explained the tactic, revealing that his brother was using a shadowless surgical light to overstimulate his foe's retinas in the dark room. He elaborated that the light was designed to illuminate from multiple directions, making it intensely strong and preventing any shadows, which would completely neutralize his opponent's great reflexes. Simon calculated that his foe would be effectively blinded for approximately 10 seconds. He concluded that those 10 seconds would be more than enough time to secure a decisive victory. The younger man cheered with excitement, praising his senior's amazing plan and urging him to kill his opponent. But another observer stoically remarked that it was impossible. When questioned for dampening the mood, he clarified that while he didn't believe Pietro would lose so easily, there was a larger issue at play. The true problem, he explained, was that his opponent was none other than the Thaddeus. He pondered if Thaddeus was blind like Alipede, but quickly dismissed the idea, certain that the Thaddeus he knew would have already prepared for such a tactic. The brilliant, multi-lensed surgical lamp shone down from the ceiling, flooding the room with its harsh, clinical light. In a blur of black and white motion, the two combatants exchanged a flurry of high-speed blows. The younger ally watched with confidence, believing that at this rate, his brother was sure to win. But suddenly, he felt a wave of unease, sensing that something was terribly wrong. The warrior realized with dawning horror that despite being blinded just a moment ago, his opponent was somehow managing to block every single one of his attacks. The pessimistic observer's theory was proven correct, as he had known all along that Thaddeus would have anticipated the light and secured an escape route beforehand. The warrior found his opponent to be utterly exhausting, wondering just how and when he could have possibly prepared for this trap. Pietro's voice cut through the chaos, reminding the warrior of what he had told him earlier. He coolly repeated his prior assertion that nothing would work on him. The observer instantly deduced Pietro's counter-strategy. He had anticipated the light and preemptively closed one eye to protect it from the flash. Pietro casually asked if it had already been 10 seconds since the light turned on. With a chilling calm, he declared that it was now his turn to attack. He promised to demonstrate exactly what happens when he is the one who is given a 10-second advantage. Pietro reiterated that he had warned his opponent previously. He calmly stated that no matter what was attempted, nothing would work on him. He then casually questioned if 10 seconds had already elapsed. With a chilling certainty, he announced that it was now his turn to retaliate. He promised to demonstrate precisely what happens when he is the one granted a 10-second advantage. His deadly moniker, Killer Pieri, hung in the tense air. A figure launched himself through the air, soaring above the roiling dust of a massive impact. Thaddeus slid violently across the floor, barely bracing himself against the onslaught with a single hand. The intense, multi-lensed surgical light continued to flood the room from above. Thaddeus pondered how a human could possibly perceive and block a shadowless light that moved faster than they could. He reeled in disbelief at what had just happened. Then, a shocking possibility began to dawn on him. He acknowledged that his right eye was still throbbing, admitting that the situation could have been incredibly dangerous for him. He explained, however, that even a concealed switch activation could not hide certain telltale signs from his perception. He revealed his ability to discern everything, from the subtle twitch of the brachioradialis to the contraction of the pronator quadratus muscle. He declared with absolute certainty that he could see it all. The observer, Simon, pieced it together. Before the light even flashed, Pietro had seen the muscles in Thaddeus' arm engage the button and instantly shielded his left eye. Simon conceded that in his own way, Thaddeus was also a true monster. Thaddeus offhandedly considered the passage of 10 seconds. He noted that the time limit was far too restrictive, as they did not have the luxury to draw out the fight. The younger brother panicked, seeing the direness of the situation and desperately wondering what he should do. He frantically tried to figure out how to bypass his opponent's inhuman reflexes to confirm a terrible suspicion. Thaddeus then directly challenged the man before him, questioning if he was truly Pietro. He sternly demanded an end to the deception, telling him to reveal the real Pietro's location if he wanted to live. Pietro countered, suggesting that if Thaddeus truly wanted to discover the truth, he would have to put his entire heart and soul into their battle. Thaddeus sighed in frustration, stating that he was not in the mood for any jokes. His eyes widened as several small, peg-like objects suddenly appeared before him. He began to question what kind of attack this could possibly be. In the blink of an eye, he realized his opponent had completely vanished from sight. Pietro's voice echoed through the space, proposing one final game of hide-and-seek. He issued a challenge, stating that if Thaddeus could catch him, he would win, though he heavily implied it was an impossible task. Thaddeus repeated his earlier sentiment, insisting he had no patience for such games. The younger observer watched in awe, amazed that Thaddeus could perceive every single twitch of his opponent's body. He reflected on the highest level of Zen in martial arts, a state of ultimate calm where one could feel the flow of all energy. A sudden, shocking realization struck the observer. He admitted he was left speechless, having been so certain he had managed to trick him. A white-haired man stood poised in a dynamic stance, enveloped by a vortex of swirling blue energy. The younger brother cried out in confusion, unable to comprehend how his brother had blocked an attack despite having his eyesight completely taken away. A memory surfaced of two men clashing in a ruined street, one of them throwing a series of white cloths. In the memory, the attacker expressed his disappointment, having expected more from a supposed disciple. He declared his interest had waned and decided it was time to end their bout. He then warned Kim Sung-gu that he was about to get serious. He delivered a chilling promise that his next attack would be the final thing his opponent ever witnessed. Back in the present, the younger ally felt a surge of panic, convinced that if his brother was hit now, he wouldn't survive, and felt an urge to intervene. Thaddeus settled into a fearsome stance, his eyes glowing red as he was wreathed in roaring blue flames. Simon gravely noted that the Kowloon technique was an attack that was impossible to either dodge or block. The focus tightened on two fists, one veiny and battle-worn, the other appearing normal, just moments before their cataclysmic impact. Thaddeus stomped his foot down, shattering the ground beneath him with a wave of raw blue energy. He unleashed his signature technique, the 100 instant blows. The younger brother screamed for Pietro, frantically questioning Simon as he was certain that a direct hit from Thaddeus' technique would be fatal. The two combatants stood as silhouettes on a flooded street while debris was violently hurled into a turbulent, dark sky. The younger brother watched in terror, his voice trembling as he hoped his brother could avoid the hit. A look of pure shock crossed Thaddeus' face, as he found the result to be utterly impossible. He could not believe that his opponent had successfully blocked the 100 instant blows. A close-up on Pietro's unwavering eye revealed a powerful blue energy radiating from him. Thaddeus tried to rationalize what he saw, telling himself that he must have made some kind of mistake. He then questioned Pietro's motive, asking if he planned to simply continue blocking and observing his attacks. Pietro offered no reply, his focus remaining unbroken. Thaddeus admitted his own mind was still clouded, and though curious about Pietro's endurance, he decided to conclude the fight with his next move. He boasted that no one had ever survived the attack he was about to use. The younger ally was frantic with worry, fearing Pietro was in mortal danger and yelling for Simon to rescue him immediately. Simon, however, noticed Pietro's intense focus on something else entirely, suspecting a different strategy was at play. Thaddeus delivered what he intended to be his final words to the man he thought was Kim Sung-gu. He declared his intent to truly kill him, suggesting he should start begging to be spared. He repeated his demand with a sinister calm, urging his opponent to just beg. His patience finally snapped as he roared at him to beg for his life. Pietro calmly deflected the taunt, asking if this offer of mercy was the full extent of the power Thaddeus attributed to Pietro. He then issued a challenge of his own, inviting Thaddeus to try and block his next move. He explained that a person's fingertips could, at times, become sharper than 100 swords, capable of finding the smallest vulnerability. He then unleashed his own special technique, the bending needle air punch. This attack was known as the world's sharpest needle. It was a technique designed to pierce through any defense and strike an opponent's body without a trace of hesitation. Thaddeus' expression contorted in absolute shock at the result. He desperately questioned why his seemingly perfect technique had utterly failed. Pietro calmly advised him not to be so shocked by the outcome. He coolly warned that what had just happened was only the beginning. Thaddeus shouted in disbelief, demanding to know how it was possible. A flashback showed a man with glasses unleashing a ferocious attack with a glowing blue blade. The massive arc of blue energy carved a devastating gash into the side of a large building. Back in the present, a wounded Thaddeus staggered, conceding that while no human should be able to react to his attack, he couldn't grasp how Pietro had both negated it and counterattacked. Pietro agreed with his opponent's assessment, confirming that no one could block his attack through reaction alone. He elaborated that an attack requiring a reaction speed near zero was impossible for even him to block completely. Thaddeus, desperate for an answer, again demanded to know how he had accomplished it. Pietro explained that there was only one way to prepare for an attack that demanded an instantaneous response. He revealed that the key was to become negative, meaning he had to predict the attack and initiate his counter before it was even launched. Thaddeus was utterly incredulous, declaring that it made no sense for him to have predicted that specific move. He insisted the technique was impossible to predict, and to his surprise, Pietro agreed with him. Pietro clarified that if it had been their first time fighting, he would have surely been defeated, but he was already intimately familiar with the technique. He explained that he needed to witness that specific attack to confirm a long-held suspicion about his opponent's fighting style. The chilling reason for his foreknowledge, he revealed, was because they were the very same techniques his own brother used. Thaddeus was confused, retorting that they were the techniques of the Kowloon devil, a fact that Pietro immediately confirmed. He continued, specifying that the Kowloon devil, the very same man who abused Thaddeus and burned his hometown to ash, was none other than the legendary figure from honor known as Thaddeus. He delivered the final, devastating truth, revealing that this man was also Thaddeus' own father. Pietro acknowledged the truth in his opponent's words, agreeing that his technique was indeed impossible to predict and block. He conceded that had it been their first battle, he would have undoubtedly been defeated by those very skills. He then delivered the final, devastating blow. They were the exact same techniques his own brother, Thaddeus' father, had used. The revelation struck Thaddeus with the force of a physical blow, and blood trickled from his lips as he processed the impossible truth. He could only choke out a single word, denying the claim with every fiber of his being. He screamed that it was all lies, refusing to believe the demon who had destroyed everything could have been his own father. Pietro calmly stated that while he understood the disbelief, there was something Thaddeus needed to see. Thaddeus's eyes widened as his opponent held out a small, folded object. He recognized it with confusion as a letter, wondering what its purpose could be. Pietro urged him to read the contents held within its pages. He explained that the letter contained the full truth about the Kowloon devil, the very man Thaddeus despised with all his soul. The scene shifted to a memory of a cold, snowy night, flakes falling gently over city rooftops and power lines. The letter began with a simple, heartfelt salutation addressed to his brother, Pietro. The writer, Johann, asked after his brother's well-being, remarking on the long silence and the truth in the old saying about no news being good news. He then confessed a somber truth: he was sick and had been told he might die, a harsh reality check for a man who always boasted he would live a long life. He mused that men like them were perhaps fortunate to die quietly and be forgotten, but he confessed to having one final wish. His deepest desire was to see his family one last time, believing their presence would make his passing painless. Pietro's memory of his reply was firm, warning his brother that while he understood the sentiment, acting on it would place his wife and son in grave danger. He had urged Johann to abandon such foolish thoughts and focus only on surviving for even one more day. A later letter from Johann arrived filled with ecstatic disbelief, for he had finally received a letter from his wife. But his joy was short-lived, replaced by a growing worry as an ominous feeling crept in when he received no further reply. Pietro, knowing it was pointless to stop him, had simply advised his determined brother to make sure he hid his family well. Johann recounted pushing himself for a month, driven by a gut feeling that his sense of foreboding was tragically accurate. He had prayed endlessly, but the traces of his wife he eventually discovered were not in the form he had so desperately hoped for. Overwhelmed by regret, he believed that if only he had arrived sooner, if only he had known, his wife Yen Lucien might have been saved. He lamented that she would not have been killed in such a brutal fashion. As his grief-stricken mind cleared, he realized his own time was running short. In that moment, however, he found a new purpose and made his way to a local dumpling house owner. The terrified owner stammered, asking what business the intimidating stranger could possibly have with him. Johann coolly inquired if the owner refused to sell dumplings to strangers, before adding that he had heard good things. He commented that the dumplings there were rumored to be exceptionally good. The letter revealed the horrific truth: the bastards had been making dumplings from human flesh and selling narcotics, a secret his wife had uncovered. He confessed that he could not forgive the men who had murdered her for discovering their vile operation. A chilling scream pierced the air as Johann exacted his revenge, and a young boy cried out the name Libio. Johann was horrified to realize this was the reunion with his son he had dreamed of, cursing the merciless heavens for this cruel twist of fate. He quickly resolved that this was for the best, understanding that if the boy knew his father's identity, he would only be in more danger. With a heavy heart, he accepted that this tragic separation was the only path forward. He knew he had to cleanse this town of its immeasurably deep abyss of evil. He had discovered their plans to not only traffic organs but to turn his own young son into a drug addict. His most urgent mission became saving Libio from that place as soon as possible. He prayed that Libio would not live a life as turbulent as his own, hoping he would live long and unnoticed instead of burning bright and fast. Yet, as his own death loomed, he questioned how the child would survive and concluded he had no choice but to teach him self-preservation. The innocent and young Libio needed a way to survive in a harsh world without him. Suddenly, the boy who would become Thaddeus confronted him, demanding to know who he was and why he was in his study. Johann feigned surprise, asking if the boy sought his secret martial arts book and wanted to learn his techniques. The boy eagerly confirmed it, declaring his wish to become a strong person like him and that his father had told him of his strength, causing Johann to pause. In that instant, Johann realized the only way for the boy to survive was to have no father, and he wondered how the child knew about him. He understood with grim certainty that the only path to survival was for the boy to become stronger. He cruelly mocked the boy, questioning if someone like him could ever learn his martial art before daring him to try. He then declared that a thieving, trashy child like him was hopelessly talentless and would never succeed. He ordered the boy to leave and never return, threatening death upon his next visit, all while stifling a pained cough. In his letter, he confessed his deep desire to hold his son's hand and hug him, but knew such an act was born of his own selfishness. He silently pleaded for his beloved son to stay far away from him for his own protection. Despite his harsh facade, he watched from the shadows as the boy grew stronger with each passing day. As he observed his son's progress, it became impossible not to recognize the boy's true nature. He saw that his child had been born as a flower after all, and a breathtakingly beautiful one at that. But their fragile peace was shattered when the government, deeming the now clean Kowloon a liability, issued a demolition notice. The demolition workers found themselves unable to advance, shouting in confusion and asking why their path was blocked. One of them screamed in sheer terror, warning the others that a devil stood in their way. Johann stood alone as a bulwark, warning them to get lost and threatening to disembowel anyone who dared step onto his turf again. The terrified workers scrambled to run away as he stood firm, the effort causing him to grunt in pain. He knew he had endured for years, but he sensed his final days were approaching, and there was one last thing he needed to do. A government official presented a peace treaty, addressing him as the Kowloon Devil and informing him that this was their final warning. Johann's terms were simple: he ordered them to never look towards Kowloon Hell again, and in return, he would no longer threaten their lives. A powerful man with long white hair observed the proceedings with a quiet intensity. The imposing figure stared forward, his aged, bearded face a mask of focus and authority. The official addressed a hooded man, seeking confirmation that he was indeed the Kowloon Devil. The hooded observer watched silently as a uniformed man slammed his fist on a table in anger while another stood by. The official noted the man's formal tone and questioned if he was the legendary devil of the battlefield, just as the hooded agent confirmed his target was in sight. The agent declared his mission would now commence, and he would neutralize the target. Johann grimly acknowledged their dirty tactics, accepting the fight and preparing to unleash his true power upon them. A deep, resonant hum began to emanate from him as he gathered his energy. The universe itself seemed to shudder as his power continued to swell for one final, cataclysmic attack. The letter continued with Johann's final thoughts, addressed to his dear brother. He asked Pietro if he could trouble him with one last favor. His request was that if Pietro ever met his son, he would pass along a final message. He wanted his son to not fear the harsh winds of life or the stings of adversity, for he would become the very fertilizer that nourished his growth. He implored his son to use his sacrifice as a foundation to stay and grow as a beautiful flower. His final words in the letter were a simple, profound declaration of love for his son. The memory then flashed back to a joyous celebration, as their brothers in arms cheered loudly. One of them had excitedly announced the birth of a boy, congratulating Johann on becoming a father and Simon on becoming an uncle. Another friend had enthusiastically called out to Pietro, sharing the wonderful news that they now had a nephew. One of them eagerly claimed the right to spar with the boy when he grew up, playfully warding off any rivals for the honor. Pietro's stern voice cut through the cheer, telling Johann he already knew what he was thinking, so a scolding was unnecessary. He had questioned why Johann would start a family when he had seen firsthand the suffering it caused, reminding him that men like them couldn't have families. Johann replied that his brother knew very well that even if it meant giving up everything else, there was one thing he wanted above all. He confessed that his singular, driving ambition in life had always been to have a family. Pietro had soberly reminded him that he could never visit them, because if their identities were exposed, his wife and son would be in mortal danger. Johann had acknowledged the painful truth but admitted his only thought was of getting just one photograph, even if he died the very next day. He pleaded that he only wanted a single picture with his wife and son, though Pietro insisted that taking photos was forbidden. Pietro had repeated his warning, but Johann, frustrated, snapped at him to stop nagging, as he was well aware of the rules. It was then that Pietro had offered a clever solution, suggesting it would be possible if he wasn't photographed as the disciple Thaddeus. Disguised as a civilian, Johann apologized to his wife Lucian, explaining this was the only way, and she had lovingly accepted. She told him she understood completely, because it was this dedicated and caring side of him that she loved so deeply. A cheerful photographer had teased the couple for their awkwardness, asking if it was their first photo as he guided them into position. Johann reflected that he was a person who was never supposed to have a family or be captured in photos, yet he still yearned for something. As the photographer called out to signal the shot, Johann hoped to leave behind this one memento, which he knew would be his first and his last. All he had ever wanted was to create tangible proof of their existence as a family. He looked at Pietro with utter disbelief, asking if he was truly expected to accept all of this. The young man questioned if he was supposed to believe that this entire incredible story was the truth. He struggled with the staggering revelation that the infamous Kowloon devil had been his father. This led him to wonder who his father was protecting Kowloon from, realizing a crucial piece of the puzzle was still missing. Pietro challenged his nephew, asking if he had never once felt that something was profoundly off. He began to explain the strange feeling that every major event in Kowloon seemed to have been meticulously planned. As if an unseen puppet master had scripted the entire thing from the very beginning. Thaddeus recoiled from the implication, shouting that it made no sense and had to be a lie. He desperately clung to the government's promise, insisting they told him there was a way to restore Kowloon Hell to him. In a flash of insight, his eyes widened as a horrifying connection formed in his mind. He recalled Raphael's smooth assurance that he could revert Kowloon Hell to its former state through his government contacts. The unbearable thought struck him that Raphael might have orchestrated everything from the start, a possibility he couldn't accept. His mind raced in denial, unable to comprehend why Raphael, a man he had trusted, would betray him so completely. Pietro calmly broke the silence, proposing that they go and personally confirm what Raphael's true intentions were. A sharp gasp escaped Thaddeus as the weight of the suggestion hit him. But then, he abruptly changed his mind, deciding there was no longer any need to find out. The scene shifted to a dark street where Pietro and another man helped a wounded Simon hurry through the night. Pietro noted that the unsettling noise they were tracking grew louder, confirming they were headed in the right direction. Thaddeus, however, suddenly resisted, pleading with them not to go that way. His worst fears were realized as he screamed in anguish, recognizing the location as his mother's house. A heavy, stunned silence fell over the group as they processed his horror. Thaddeus stared, his face a mask of shock, at the smoke billowing from the doorway of his childhood home. He desperately tried to deny what he saw, questioning if the charred remains were truly his mother's cherished wardrobe. His denial continued, weakly hoping that this nightmare wasn't real. The sheer shock of the moment rendered him speechless. He remembered how he could barely bring himself to open that wardrobe, terrified that the last traces of his mother's scent might disappear forever. Overcome with grief, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto a pile of his mother's clothes. A wave of guttural, agonized cries tore from his throat. He screamed out for his mother, his voice choked with the unbearable pain of his loss. Pietro discovered a hidden tunnel behind the destroyed wardrobe, wondering why anyone would desecrate a place so sacred to Thaddeus. The grim discovery hung heavily in the air, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. A terrible thought occurred to Thaddeus, as he wondered if this was Raphael's true motive for seeking him out. He pieced it together, realizing Raphael had been looking for a pawn who would desperately protect a specific location. It became chillingly clear that to Raphael, his mother's home was nothing more than the most strategic place for his plans. Thaddeus roared Raphael's name, a sound filled with rage and profound betrayal. A new resolve hardened his expression as he decided he needed to confirm this for himself. He declared his intention to see what was inside the tunnel and uncover whatever Raphael was hiding. Pietro led the way with a flashlight, guiding the injured Simon and a determined Thaddeus down the dark, hidden staircase. He stopped short, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before them. Pietro could not fathom how someone could have done something so thorough. He speculated that this was a contingency plan, designed to destroy everything if it couldn't be protected, leaving no trace behind. His attention was then drawn to a distinct logo on a piece of equipment. A pre-recorded message suddenly played, urgently warning someone named Senior that Raphael had sent mercenaries and that they needed to escape to a waiting boat at the port. Enraged, Simon demanded they go and destroy their enemies immediately, vowing that he would fight to the end and slaughter them all. Pietro calmly pointed out that Simon was downplaying his injury, and continuing to fight would be extremely difficult for him. He then added that their wounded companion was not even the biggest problem they faced. He turned to Thaddeus, telling him to get up and that while he understood his pain, they had to move. Pietro warned that Raphael was using all of his resources to capture them, and their delay was endangering not only them, but everyone in Kowloon Hell. He then leaned in, explaining that if Thaddeus truly wanted revenge, their most critical task was to step back, reassess the dire situation, and meticulously plan for the future. Thaddeus remained silent for a long moment, processing his uncle's words. Pietro's scarred hand reached out and firmly clasped Thaddeus's, a gesture of silent support and understanding. Thaddeus finally nodded in agreement, deciding that retreating was the right course of action. Yet he still wondered who could have possibly committed such an unforgivable act of destruction. Pietro theorized that the only ones capable of such a feat within Kowloon were the infamous Congo brothers. He reasoned that the twins had always disliked Thaddeus, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to act on Raphael's orders. He reminded them that the Congo brothers were not ordinary opponents. Their monstrous power was matched only by their cruel and sadistic personalities. Pietro warned that if they were to cross paths with them, it would be a fight for their lives. Just as he was remarking that they would eventually have to overcome that obstacle, his words caught in his throat. His expression shifted to one of pure shock at what lay just ahead. Simon confirmed that his eyes weren't deceiving him, that the gruesome sight was indeed real. Lying before them were the mangled bodies of the Congo brothers, they were dead. Pietro was baffled, questioning who in the world could have defeated those monstrous brothers, and with such apparent ease. He observed that they had been twisted and squeezed to death as if they were nothing but wet rags. The chilling question remained, who was powerful enough to have done this? Elsewhere, a serious man with distinctive cross-shaped earrings stared forward with grim purpose. Suddenly, a piercing broadcast echoed through the area. An authoritative voice issued a mission to all listening units: capture Pietro, who was currently escaping toward the port. Pietro was stunned, knowing that no one should have the authority to control the Shadow Men. He quickly deduced that with Nathaniel gone, only one person on Earth possessed the power to kill the Congo brothers so brutally. A new urgency filled him as he yelled for them to get to the port immediately. The scene cut to a quiet harbor at night, where several small fishing boats were docked. Their contact frantically waved them over, shouting for them to get on the boat so they could leave at once. Pietro carefully helped the injured Simon board, while also cautioning Thaddeus to watch his step. Just as he was about to board, Thaddeus froze in place. Simon, thinking his brother was worried about his injury, reassured him he was fine and urged Thaddeus to get on the boat. Thaddeus then revealed the true reason for his hesitation, admitting he had left his mother's mementos behind. Pietro reacted with exasperation, telling him his life was more important and that the mementos were worthless if he was dead. Thaddeus stood silently, his expression showing his unwillingness to leave them behind. With a sigh of resignation, Pietro relented, telling him to go but to be quick about it. The boatman grumbled about the frustrating delay, giving Thaddeus a 10-minute deadline before he would leave on his own boat, promising to follow behind. With a weapon tucked into his pants, Thaddeus turned and sprinted back up the metal ramp. An operative relayed to his boss that Simon and another man had boarded, and they would be departing shortly. In another part of the city, a man in a white shirt unleashed a punch of devastating force. A close-up shot lingered on a menacing red mask hanging from a building, glowing faintly in the dark. Within a dimly lit hall, two large, imposing statues clad in similar masks stood like silent sentinels. A figure stood in a doorway with his arms outstretched, his body casting a long, intimidating shadow across the floor. He addressed Thaddeus as he entered, coolly remarking on his late arrival. The man then informed him that he had just received a new directive from the boss. He explained that their target, presumed to be Pietro, had escaped on a boat, and he ordered Thaddeus to follow him to begin the pursuit. Thaddeus replied with a simple, affirmative nod, appearing to comply. He then let out a small, almost imperceptible sigh, a hint of his true intentions. He revealed that he couldn't join the mission because something had come up involving his brother, though he couldn't share the details. Thaddeus then moved to block the man's path, telling him firmly that he would not be able to take another step and should just go home. He issued a cold ultimatum, giving the man precisely 3 seconds to lower his raised leg. The countdown commenced with the number 3. The second number, 2, followed immediately after. The final second ticked away as he reached the number 1. A hooded figure's hand shot out with blinding speed, a blur of motion in the dim light. That same hand made contact, gripping its target with bone-crushing force. A warrior executed a powerful, spinning kick that erupted in a visible blast of raw energy. The man stood ready for battle, facing a small, glowing figure that was crouched in a low fighting stance. A new mission directive was being formally issued. The target was identified as a legendary survivor of Hell, the Devil of the Battlefield, also known as a one-man Special Warfare Command. The explicit order was given to Disciple Philip, the legendary rank commander, to kill the traitor. A voice crackled over the comms, confirming that both Simon and Xianggu were on the boat and instructing the entire team to depart at the right time for an all-out mission. The primary directive was issued: to capture a man named Pietro who was escaping to the port, detain him on site, and report back immediately, as the boss would handle him personally. The man receiving the orders seethed internally, angered that a mere mercenary would dare give him such commands. The voice on the comms reiterated with cold authority that this was a mission for every single operative. The commander was startled by Thaddeus' sudden presence, cursing in surprise before yelling at him to leave immediately and questioning his overly dramatic behavior. Thaddeus cut him off, revealing he had discovered the identity of the Congo brothers' killer, someone he never considered besides Nathaniel. The commander's eyes widened as he demanded to know who this mysterious individual was. He was told the killer was a soldier previously listed as killed in action, a legend once known as the battlefield's devil, whose personal records had been completely erased. Thaddeus admitted his own disbelief, explaining that this supposedly dead soldier had somehow been resurrected. The tale began, detailing how the man was once a supremely skilled operative in a covert special task force. His operational expertise was legendary, covering everything from harsh mountain warfare to stealthy maritime infiltrations. He was lauded as the perfect soldier, a master of every conceivable form of military combat, especially in close-quarters battle. However, one day, his celebrated career came to an abrupt and violent end. He was caught in an unknown explosion during a high-stakes mission and was officially declared killed in action. The story was then corrected, clarifying that it was more accurate to say he was only deemed dead, as he was slowly forgotten by all until a squad commander suddenly ordered his men to halt. A patrol leader spotted an unidentified person moving south and gave the order to kill him on sight if he wasn't an ally. One of the soldiers felt something was amiss, questioning why the approaching figure was being so incredibly careless, even for a friendly. A gasp of horrified recognition escaped another soldier as he realized who was walking toward them. It was the battlefield's devil, who had miraculously reappeared, shocking the men who were certain he was dead. Panic erupted as one soldier screamed for backup, while another tried to maintain composure, pointing out that the devil was unarmed. The order was given to shoot, with one soldier shouting at the lone figure, mocking his foolishness for showing up to a firefight empty-handed. He taunted his target, declaring that hiding was pointless and vowing to send the so-called devil right back to his grave. A dense shroud of smoke suddenly filled the air, obscuring everything from view. The aftermath of the volley left the area choked with thick smoke and flying debris. One of the soldiers cried out in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. He wondered in pure shock when their target had managed to tear off a car door and use it to block their bullets. Another soldier reasoned that there was no way such a flimsy shield could have stopped every single round. The devil calmly informed them that the probability of their 7.62 mm rounds piercing the door was only 4%, as they were ineffective against anything but unarmored targets. He continued his clinical analysis, explaining that the low angle increased the chance of a ricochet, and since he remained unharmed, their own probability of survival had now dropped to 0%, cementing the growing rumor that he had returned from the dead after making a contract with a demon. A final, agonized scream echoed as the soldiers met their end. The man who had reappeared on the world's stage no longer seemed entirely human after his ordeal, and soon after, he abandoned his former squad. He then founded his own elite special task force, naming it Leviathan Raven, often shortened to LR. Leading this unit as a mercenary in various national conflicts, he annihilated enemy forces wherever he went, and LR quickly became infamous, though a strange rumor always followed in their wake. The rumor claimed that no one on any battlefield had ever seen the members of the LR Special Task Force in person, which seemed strange until one considered the truth. The unbelievable reality was that the squad consisted of only a single person. This was the legend of the battlefield's devil, the one-man Special Warfare Command who had returned from Hell, a legendary rank commander whose disciple code name was Philip. Back in the present, Philip confronted Thaddeus, declaring him a suspect for meeting Pietro and stating his intent to eliminate him. He then coolly added that after Thaddeus was dead, he would proceed to capture Pietro himself. Thaddeus responded with a smirk, remarking on the amusing coincidence that he had the exact same idea. He echoed Philip's threat, announcing his own intention to kill him first. Thaddeus then finished his vow, declaring that afterward, he would be the one to go and capture Raphael. An immense shockwave suddenly erupted from their clash. Philip reeled in astonishment, wondering how a mere human body could produce such a deafening, powerful sound. He questioned why Thaddeus had suddenly grown so much weaker, reminding him that he should understand the futility of his position. Philip derided the previous attack, calling it completely pointless. He pressed his opponent, asking just how long he thought he could keep up the hopeless fight. Thaddeus scoffed at the question of how long. He gave his answer with chilling certainty: he would keep fighting until Philip was dead. Turning the insult back on his foe, Thaddeus insisted that Philip's efforts were the only pointless thing here, claiming he would never be touched or defeated. Philip calmly countered that there was one fundamental truth Thaddeus failed to grasp. He declared that for a true soldier, the word never simply did not exist in their reality. Thaddeus dismissed this as naive, boasting that his foresight allowed him to see everything and that some things were called impossible for a reason. A seed of doubt was planted in Thaddeus's mind. Despite Philip being unable to land a blow, his confidence remained unerringly absolute. Philip prepared to prove his point, believing that if a task was truly impossible, then he would just have to force it into the realm of possibility. Thaddeus reacted with shock as Philip threw stun grenades at his feet. He immediately understood the tactic was to blind him and neutralize his reflexes, yet he remained unworried. Thaddeus smugly believed such a straightforward strategy would have no effect on him. A massive, concussive blast erupted, filling the hall with a deafening roar. Through a rising cloud of smoke, a boot slammed firmly onto the floor. Philip's voice cut through the haze, confidently asking if he was right. Thaddeus gloated that the attempt was pointless, as his enhanced vision made dodging a simple matter for him. His boast died in his throat as his expression twisted into one of pure, unadulterated shock. Reflected in his wide, disbelieving eye was the image of their violent clash, where Philip had finally broken through his defense. Philip drove his fist forward, grimly reminding Thaddeus to never say the word never. Thaddeus stumbled back, utterly bewildered, demanding to know how he was hit when he saw the attack coming and had reacted accordingly. Philip revealed the simple, brutal truth: he couldn't dodge it because he couldn't truly see it. A confused Thaddeus demanded to know what on earth he was talking about. Philip began his lecture, explaining that a stun grenade's explosion produces an average sound level of 170 decibels. He continued, stating that a sound that loud destroys the auditory cells within the human cochlea, leading to temporary or even permanent hearing loss. He concluded that stun grenades were, in fact, military weapons designed to incapacitate both a target's sight and their hearing. Thaddeus conceded that Philip was incredible, deducing that he must be Raphael's right-hand man. With this realization, his resolve hardened. He knew he absolutely could not let Philip get to them. He offered Philip his thanks for the painful lesson he had just learned. As a show of gratitude, Thaddeus promised to kill him using every last bit of his strength. Thaddeus grimaced, recalling the severe rib injury he sustained fighting Kim Seongu and knowing he would die if this next attack failed. Philip noted that he had known about the injury all along and calmly calculated that the probability of his opponent surviving with such a wound was a meager 11%. Thaddeus laughed defiantly at the odds, then asked Philip to calculate a different probability. He channeled his power, stomping his foot down so hard that the floor beneath him shattered. He then challenged Philip to calculate the probability of surviving this next attack, a technique Philip recognized with a grim expression. Thaddeus gathered all his remaining energy, knowing he had to end the entire fight right here and now. Philip calmly identified the incoming technique as the legendary 100 instant blows. He remembered with perfect clarity that he had already faced this exact attack once before and had emerged victorious. With unshakable resolve, he questioned who said he couldn't defeat it a second time. Thaddeus' confident expression dissolved into one of utter disbelief as he questioned what was happening. A devastating punch, glowing with red impact energy, landed squarely on Thaddeus' head. The sheer force of the blow sent Thaddeus flying backward as if he were hit by an explosion. Philip clinically listed the contributing factors: a loss of balance from the cochlear shock combined with a drastic decrease in mobility from the pre-existing injury. Recalculating with these new variables, he updated his assessment of Thaddeus's chances of survival. The new probability was now an absolute 0%. Philip, clad in green, seized his stunned opponent and violently smashed him into the ground, ending the battle. Standing over the defeated Thaddeus, he calmly declared that his mission was now accomplished. Elsewhere, another operative checked his watch, noting that 10 minutes had passed and assuming his targets had already departed. A calm voice from behind him suddenly ordered him to halt. The voice then asked the operative if he was the one looking for him. A silhouetted man stepped out from a brightly lit, ornate doorway, his figure slowly coming into focus. The operative wondered who this mysterious person was, as the man offered a polite greeting and confirmed he was indeed the one they were searching for. He finally introduced himself with a calm smile, stating that his name was Pietro. Pietro calmly inquired if the operative was the one who had been searching for him. The operative paused, his expression shifting as he stared at the man before him. The mysterious man offered a pleasant greeting, confirming he was indeed the person they were looking for. He then formally introduced himself with a composed smile, stating his name was Pietro. Elsewhere, a newcomer arrived at the scene of the previous battle, demanding to know why Philip had interfered. He insisted that this was his fight and ordered Philip to go back, his attention immediately shifting to Thaddeus' grave condition. He made a grim diagnosis, observing that all of Thaddeus' ribs seemed to be broken, which could lead to a punctured lung and fatal complications. This assessment led him to the stark conclusion that he had only about 1 hour of golden time to save him. He knew his objective was a boat capable of emergency treatment, but the countless mercenaries outside were only one part of the problem. He realized the true obstacle was the man standing before him, who was clearly far from an average opponent. He briefly wondered if Pietro was the reason Kowloon had refused to cooperate with Glory, before turning his attention back to his fallen comrade, telling him to stay out of it. He then urged Thaddeus to hold on to life and make his way to Korea. He revealed his chilling motivation, stating they needed him alive so they could lawfully execute him. The execution, he specified, would be carried out under the full authority of military law. The hooded figure, concealed behind a traditional mask, cracked his knuckles with grim purpose. He told Philip that if he was so busy, he could leave, then declared he was setting a timer. Its purpose, he announced, was to measure exactly how long it would take to kill him. Philip calmly replied that there was no need for such a thing. He coolly informed his challenger that he would never get the chance to find out. In a separate skirmish, a combatant in a yellow vest was sent flying by a brutal kick to the head. At another location, a man desperately hurled a heavy object toward his own masked enemy. Meanwhile, a different hooded figure clad in tactical gear assumed a ready fighting posture. Back with Pietro, the masked man correctly interpreted his opponent's words as a refusal to let them escape easily. He now understood with absolute certainty the sheer power he was facing after their initial exchange. He knew his bones would have shattered if he hadn't blocked the last attack, confirming his suspicion that Pietro was the one who had killed the Congo brothers. Pietro taunted him, asking if he was giving up already, which forced the masked man to conclude that his only option was to aim for vital points. The masked figure in the green cloak then lunged forward with astonishing velocity. His sole focus was to strike his adversary's most vulnerable points. He initiated a fierce blitzkrieg, a flurry of rapid-fire strikes. Yet it was the green-clad fighter who was overwhelmed, pummeled by a relentless barrage of high-speed blows. He found himself unable to handle Pietro's assault, especially the attacks that were unpredictable. He noted with alarm the way his enemy expertly flanked him and executed debilitating lower attacks. The fighter's incredible perceptiveness made him wonder if he was truly Pietro, as he seemed to know everything, including his greatest weakness. He quickly deduced what that weakness was: his own mask. The mask severely limited his peripheral vision, creating a blind spot that Pietro was ruthlessly exploiting with every single blow. Despite the onslaught, he noticed a crucial detail about his opponent's fighting style. Pietro remarked on the masked fighter's obvious impatience. In retaliation, the large green-clad warrior launched a powerful kick, sending his smaller opponent reeling backward. The masked man seized the moment to question if his opponent's haste was a result of an injury. He directly confronted him, asking if he was wounded. The green-clad operative remarked that for an injured old man with little time left, Pietro's movements were surprisingly sharp. He then clinically stated that after 4 minutes and 27 seconds, he had confirmed the injury and calculated Pietro's probability of survival at just 18%. Pietro offered a sarcastic thanks for the kind explanation. He then boldly declared that from that moment on, he would work to increase that probability. The operative dismissed his confidence as pointless, stating that he couldn't win even if he hid. He elaborated that the longer the battle continued, the lower his chances would fall. He criticized the soldier's rigid and inflexible nature, asking if it wasn't tiring to live that way. The operative scanned the darkened surroundings, trying to pinpoint his hidden foe. Suddenly, the hooded figure of Pietro threw a gleaming knife that embedded itself into a nearby rock formation. The operative mocked the seemingly missed throw, sarcastically asking if his survival probability was still 18%. He confidently replied that it was not, because it was now decreasing rapidly since he had precisely located Pietro's position. He lunged forward to end the fight, only to be met with a shocking turn of events. Pietro's voice echoed out, questioning the secrets of his opponent's physique and wondering if his head and neck were equally durable. He ominously questioned if they were sturdy enough for what was about to happen. A close-up showed 2 hands locked together in a powerful, crushing grip. The sound of a devastating impact suddenly cracked through the air. The operative realized in an instant that the knife throw had been a brilliant feint to set up this very attack. He understood that while standard military knives are non-reflective for stealth, the one Pietro threw was intentionally different. It reflected everything like a mirror, a clever tool Pietro used to find his hidden location, proving his mastery of all combat forms. Pietro declared that his extensive knowledge meant that he could see everything. He proclaimed with absolute certainty that he could anticipate all of his opponent's attacks. A figure clad in blue armor brought a foot down with incredible force, shattering the very ground beneath them. With that, Pietro concluded that his opponent's probability of survival was now an absolute 0%. The bruised operative clenched his jaw as a glowing fist sped toward his face. He acknowledged internally that the last attack had been a dangerously close call and knew if Pietro wasn't injured, he would have been in mortal danger. This dire realization solidified his resolve. He determined that to secure victory, he had no choice but to erase all variables from the equation. The operative struggled against his pinned leg, unable to put any strength into his body to free himself. Just then, Pietro pointed out that there was another variable that he had yet to account for. The name of a desperate, last-ditch technique, the bending needle air punch, flashed into view. The operative sighed, sadly noting that while this was Thaddeus's final attack, it was completely pointless. Thaddeus, cloaked in his dark robe, collapsed heavily onto the ground. The operative scoffed, asking if Thaddeus thought bleeding out would earn him leniency for his betrayal. He reminded Thaddeus that his body was in shambles and that such a weak attack had no chance of working on him. Thaddeus, however, weakly countered that his attack had been a complete and total success. Confused, the operative insisted that it hadn't worked, beginning to repeat his reasoning. Thaddeus interrupted, clarifying that he himself was the variable he had spoken of. A horrifying realization dawned on the operative: he had fallen right into a trap. Thaddeus had pulled the pins on all the tactical bombs strapped to his vest, intending to create a massive explosion. He knew that while most would take the vest off, the bomb's 1.5-second delay was all the time he needed. It was just enough time to kill Pietro by catching him in the point-blank blast. Pietro screamed in alarm, desperately telling him to wait. As a hooded figure lunged with a glowing hand, another combatant could only watch in stunned horror. A desperate scream of no filled the air as the inevitable occurred. An intensely bright and powerful explosion radiated outward, engulfing the entire area. The sharp patter of falling rain and debris was the only sound in the immediate aftermath. Sometime later, the masked man carried the dying Thaddeus on his back through a rain-slicked alley. He urged him to hold on, promising that he could survive if they just reached the boat. Thaddeus rasped that no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't understand it. He struggled to pinpoint where everything had gone so terribly wrong, lost in a fog of confusion. His thoughts turned to Kim Song-gu as he weakly questioned if they had ever truly been brothers. A memory flashed of the two men standing in an alley, gazing up at a tall, imposing building. Another vision appeared of one man in a doorway, looking at the other, who was dressed in traditional robes. Thaddeus lamented that even if he was slow to understand things, he felt he should have at least recognized their bond. The masked man sharply told him to stop talking and save his energy. Thaddeus seemed to drift, lost in his memories. He recalled with certainty that Song-gu's eyes had never held a lie. The masked man pleaded with him to get treatment first, promising he would listen to every single story afterward, no matter how long it took. A close-up revealed a trickle of dark, viscous blood dripping from Thaddeus' lips. The masked man's voice was filled with concern as he called out to him. He repeated Thaddeus' name, a note of rising panic in his tone. The focus shifted to Thaddeus' blood-stained hands, clenched tightly into fists. Slowly, the tension left his fingers as the blood-splattered hands unclenched and went limp. The scene shifted to a memory, focusing on a pair of intense, determined eyes. The masked man's desperate call for Thaddeus echoed over the fading memory. He tried to rouse his friend with a broken promise that they would go eat the tanghulu he always talked about. A happier memory played, of him explaining to Thaddeus how they refer to their closest companions as brother where he was from. He had suggested that since they were both lone wolves, they should form their own pack. In that memory, he had then sincerely asked Thaddeus if he wanted to become real brothers. Thaddeus' voice from the past gently corrected him, saying he was wrong. He had explained that he couldn't become his brother from that day forward. The reason, he had revealed with a warm and genuine smile, was that they had already been brothers for a very long time. He raced against time, knowing he needed to hurry. He considered that while flash and smoke grenades were not inherently lethal on their own, a person strapped with many of them faced a different reality. The man understood that the overlapping shockwaves from a simultaneous detonation would prove to be deadly. But then, a thought crossed his mind as he considered who he was up against. He realized that if it was disciple Philip, the outcome might be different. His thoughts drifted to Pietro, the man behind the new title. He reflected on how Pietro had the perfect opportunity to kill him but had simply left, making it clear that his death was never the main objective. He replayed the chaotic moments of their fight just a short while ago. Pietro's attention, he recalled, had been entirely focused elsewhere. The man had been completely fixated on Thaddeus, paying almost no mind to their own battle. He marveled at how Pietro could fight with such skill even while being so distracted. It became clear to him that Pietro's fearsome reputation was not just a collection of rumors. An order was broadcast to all Glory members, informing them that they were now shifting to Plan B. He told Jaiwan that he was diverting to another dock and instructed him to meet him there, prompting a relieved but worried response about the Glory mercenaries who would kill him on sight. He brushed off the concern, insisting he could handle it, but Jaiwan frantically argued against it, fearing he would also die. He assessed Thaddeus' condition, noting the blue tinge of his lips and fingers as a clear sign of pneumothorax, a life-threatening injury. The checkpoint ahead was far too heavily guarded to pass with Thaddeus, leaving him to desperately wonder what he could possibly do. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He acknowledged to himself that this new plan was a tremendous gamble. The neon glow of a casino sign cast an eerie light over a dark city alley. A wary soldier demanded to know the identity of the bloodied man who appeared before him. The injured man in the tattered blue shirt stood defiantly before the masked mercenary. He grimly concluded that this desperate act was the only plausible path forward. An order circulated among the troops to immediately report anyone suspicious matching Pietro's description, with authorization to use lethal force. One mercenary quietly wondered if such extreme measures were necessary for a dying old man, noting the commander's uncharacteristic intensity. Abruptly, one of the guards on watch noticed something stirring in the fog ahead. The two men squinted as a solitary figure slowly materialized from the dense mist. A soldier wondered aloud if it was Pietro, before his colleague voiced his own confusion. The second soldier pointed out that the approaching man appeared to be wearing one of their own uniforms. Jaiwan's voice noted that while disguising himself as a mercenary was a clever move, it had its limits. He knew all too well that this simple disguise would not be enough to fool the vigilant mercenaries. A guard ordered the disguised man to raise his hands or be shot, as the senior internally confirmed that Jaiwan's fears were correct. He knew that passing through this heavily guarded checkpoint was the only way to get to the dock. He braced himself, fully expecting the Glory mercenaries to demand one specific thing from him. A soldier challenged him with the password, Blade. Over the comms, Jaiwan panicked, telling him the situation was hopeless and urging him to flee immediately. The senior calmly considered the fundamental purpose of a password, a simple tool to distinguish friend from foe. He understood that these arbitrary words, a challenge and its corresponding response, had to align perfectly to grant passage. Jaiwan despaired, believing there was no way his senior could know the secret countersign despite his disguise. The guard repeated the challenge, his voice hardening as he said the word blade again. He was given a chilling ultimatum: answer in 3 seconds or receive a bullet to the head. The tense countdown began with the word 3. Jaiwan's heart sank, terrified that his senior's ignorance of the password would doom not only him but also Thaddeus, who lay hidden in the cart. As the countdown hit 1, the guard gave the final command to open fire. At the very last second, a quiet response broke the silence. The disguised man calmly uttered the countersign, Jeans. A bald mercenary kept his rifle trained on the target, his expression unwavering and serious. Following protocol, the guard demanded he state his affiliation and mission for identity confirmation. He declared himself to be Crane, the agent responsible for the mission's supplies. Jaiwan was left in stunned disbelief, wondering how it was possible for him to have known the correct password. In a flashback, the man recalled that there was only one way he could have learned the link between Blade and Jeans. 30 minutes prior, he had confronted another mercenary, who had demanded to know who he was. He had bluffed, claiming to be on an urgent order from Commander Philip, though the soldier was suspicious of his clothing. His strategy was to use the password first, thereby forcing the real mercenary to provide the correct response. He knew exactly what he would do after he acquired the information he needed. The memory showed him challenging another mercenary with Blade, prompting the panicked response, Jeans. His plan was to exploit the weakness of the password system, its fixed nature, by becoming a mercenary himself and using their own code against them. Back in the present, the checkpoint guard radioed his commander, reporting that a friendly member was passing through. He confirmed that the area was clear of suspicious individuals, then casually questioned why the supply cart he was pulling was so heavy on its way out. The commander's voice crackled over the radio, a sudden sharpness in his tone. The commander issued a shocking and abrupt order to shoot him, leaving the guard utterly confused. As the guard questioned the commander furiously repeated his order to shoot him. The commander coldly explained that a supply run should be heavy on the way in, not on the way out. With the deception exposed, the commander bellowed one final, desperate order to shoot him now. The checkpoint erupted into a storm of gunfire and violence as the ambush was sprung. The commander urgently broadcast a new order for all mercenaries to converge on the docks and seal off every possible point of entry for boats. He repeated the command, ensuring all units understood they were to head to the docks immediately. Pietro had to admit that Philip was far cleverer than he had given him credit for. He realized that one small, seemingly insignificant question about the weight of the cart was all it took for Philip to unravel his entire plan. With reinforcements closing in, he knew he had to move alone and with much greater speed. An aerial view revealed that the docks were already swarming with a large group of heavily armed mercenaries. He saw that the only place a boat could dock was already compromised, leaving him with no choice but to fight his way through. He sent a silent apology to the injured Thaddeus for the violence that was to come. A strange noise caught the attention of the mercenaries, who wondered if Pietro had finally arrived. They saw it was just a cart, not a person, and questioned where Pietro could be if he was supposed to be with it. From the deepest shadows, he coolly announced that he was right there. Instantly, the dock descended into a chaotic and brutal gunfight. A mercenary leader shouted for his men not to panic and to keep their distance, but his command was violently cut short. Positioned above in a narrow corridor, a soldier efficiently dispatched two enemies below him. The camera focused tightly on the determined eyes of a masked soldier as he took aim. Another soldier swiftly reloaded his rifle while running past a neutralized enemy. The fierce firefight blazed on under the cover of darkness. A bright muzzle flash lit up the night as a masked soldier unleashed another volley from his rifle. Jaiwan's frantic voice came over the comms, demanding to know what was happening and half-jokingly asking him to reply even if he was dead. He retorted with dark humor that it almost sounded like Jaiwan wanted him to die, prompting a flustered denial. Jaiwan's tone shifted to genuine concern as he asked if his brother was all right. He replied that he was far more worried about Thaddeus, vowing they would perform emergency first aid and save him. Another voice interrupted, coldly stating that his assessment of the situation was wrong. The person explained that while they would provide first aid, Thaddeus' lungs were too severely damaged from the pneumothorax. The devastating diagnosis was delivered: he would not live long without an operation from the greatest surgeon in the world. He dismissed the grim prognosis, insisting they depart for a hospital at once. It was pointed out that Glory would have already contacted every hospital, ensuring no doctor in the world would dare to help them. Then, a realization dawned on him: there was one person who might. He declared with newfound certainty that there was one individual who could both treat and save him. Jaiwan asked in a hushed tone if he meant that person. He confirmed Jaiwan's suspicion and announced that they were going to see him. He finally spoke the name of their last hope, Nathaniel. The scene shifted to a lone, solitary figure standing on a pier, surrounded by dark water and a vast, starry sky. The man spoke into a phone, identifying himself as Matthew and requesting a meeting. The voice of a commanding officer boomed with fury, demanding the immediate execution of a rebel as he vented his frustration at not being able to destroy the nation with his own hands before demanding an update on Kowloon from a subordinate named Philip. Over the line, Philip confirmed that the target location, Kowloon, had been successfully captured and secured. He continued his report, explaining that following the capture, he had engaged in direct combat with both the traitor Thaddeus and their primary target, Pietro. His superior impatiently pressed for the outcome of the confrontation. Philip reported that Thaddeus had sustained severe fractures during the fight. He elaborated that Pietro was now carrying the gravely wounded Thaddeus, that they had fled to the sea, and that Glory's forces were already in pursuit. Philip offered his grim assessment that Thaddeus' injuries were fatal, and that with no hospital in the country willing to treat them, Pietro's options were non-existent. After analyzing all possible scenarios, Philip concluded that there was only one conceivable place Pietro could go for help. The commander initially decided Matthew would join the pursuit, but then paused, realizing another operative was far better suited for that particular destination. He cryptically informed Philip that someone more appropriate for the mission than Matthew would be sent. With a chilling tone, the commander told Philip that he could look forward to this new development. Elsewhere, a man expressed his uncertainty and hesitation about their next move. His companion questioned if they were seeking the one known as Nathaniel, the monster, a sentiment the first man confirmed with a solemn nod. He explained that Nathaniel was considered a monster precisely because he possessed the godlike ability to bring people back from the brink of death, which prompted his friend to ask for clarification. The man detailed Nathaniel's genius, noting he had mastered all 24 fields of medicine by his 20s, a feat that normally took decades for a single specialty. Utterly impressed, the listener was then told of a legendary incident that cemented Nathaniel's status, which only deepened his curiosity. The story began decades prior, during a mission that was thrown into chaos by a massive, unexpected explosion. The blast left dozens of operatives critically injured, and to make matters worse, the on-site medical team was also caught in the explosion, leaving them critically short on doctors. The situation grew more desperate as each victim presented with a unique combination of internal and external injuries, making simultaneous treatment impossible, until a lone figure arrived on the chaotic scene. This mysterious savior was revealed to be Honor's legendary genius doctor, Nathaniel. In the wake of his arrival, every single patient, each of whom had been moments from death, made a miraculous and complete recovery. The listener was astounded that one man could treat dozens of patients at once, but assumed it was within a doctor's capabilities until his friend revealed a crucial, missing detail of the story. He explained that while a doctor performing surgery was expected, the truly unbelievable part of the legend was the context in which it happened. The storyteller delivered the stunning final piece of the legend: Nathaniel had performed all those life-saving surgeries without a single medical instrument. Back in the present, the group disembarked from their boat, stepping onto a secluded dock surrounded by the warm hues of autumn foliage. Jaiwan openly worried about their plan, questioning if the long-retired Nathaniel would even agree to see them. He voiced his doubt that Nathaniel, having vanished without a trace, would welcome their unannounced arrival. The man carrying Thaddeus remained firm, stating that Nathaniel was the only person in the world who could realistically save their friend. Jaiwan still found the situation deeply strange, questioning whether it was truly possible for Nathaniel to be in such a bizarre place. He looked around at the eclectic architecture, remarking that it looked less like a hideout and more like a grand site for religious unification. His brother curtly told him to save his commentary until after they had found Nathaniel. With unwavering resolve, he carried his unconscious comrade over his shoulder, moving through a tranquil, traditional courtyard. A calm voice suddenly emanated from the nearby temple, inquiring about the reason for their visit. The trio paused, the man still bearing the weight of his injured friend as his brother watched on. He acknowledged that his question might seem strange but asked the monk if a man named Nathaniel resided there, only for the monk to react with confusion, wondering if they had the wrong religion. The man gave a slight, understanding smile but gently reiterated that their situation was urgent. He confidently asserted that he knew the person they were looking for was here. The monk, however, maintained his polite demeanor, explaining that while he understood their plight, no such person was at the temple. Jaiwan whispered to his brother that they were in the wrong place, just as he had suspected. Yet, the man analyzed the monk's behavior, noting the absence of any disguise or suspicion towards outsiders. He concluded that this was, without a doubt, a completely normal temple, a theory reinforced by the sound of two people casually chatting nearby about someone being frightened by falling leaves. Despite the evidence, he couldn't shake the question of whether Nathaniel was truly here. A sudden, piercing scream of agony shattered the temple's tranquility. A female visitor cried out in excruciating pain, certain that her shoulder had been dislocated. Panic erupted as onlookers realized an ambulance couldn't reach the mountain, and the woman wailed for a helicopter, convinced she was going to die. But in the next moment, her pained expression melted away into one of utter confusion. In complete disbelief, she exclaimed that the pain had vanished entirely. The monk calmly asked if she was feeling better, and she confirmed she was, laughing with relief and attributing the miracle to the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. The woman continued to babble in joyous relief, marveling at how strange it was that the intense pain had disappeared so suddenly, giving all credit to the Bodhisattva's grace. Taking this as their cue, Jaiwan suggested to his brother that they should leave, and he quietly agreed. Just as they were turning to depart, the monk called out, asking them to wait. He observed that the man carrying his friend looked completely exhausted from the effort. Noting that the sun was beginning to set, the monk kindly offered them lodging for the night so they could leave in the morning. The weary man stood with his unconscious friend slung over his shoulder as his brother looked on, considering the offer. The scene then transitioned to a view of an ornate and beautifully detailed mural depicting numerous religious figures. The soft, rhythmic sound of a monk chanting the Heart Sutra echoed through the temple halls. In a quiet room, Jaiwan fretted over Thaddeus' condition, worrying that recovery was impossible like this and fearing for his nephew's life. His brother's expression, however, remained a mask of unshakable resolve. He made a quiet, firm vow that they would ensure Thaddeus made a full recovery. A wooden door creaked open, revealing a sparse, traditional room steeped in shadow. The monk apologized if their simple accommodations were uncomfortable, explaining the hard floors were a familiar part of their monastic training. The man tried to express his profound gratitude, but the monk humbly deflected the thanks, attributing it to the boundless merits of Buddha. The monk sat peacefully in the dimly lit room, a simple bowl of steaming rice placed before him. He expressed concern that they hadn't provided enough side dishes, but the man politely waved it off, claiming his appetite hadn't returned from their long journey. He then added that he had a friend who required his constant attention. To explain his refusal to eat, he said he was worried about falling into a food coma while his friend was vulnerable and would save the meal for later. The monk simply nodded, seemingly understanding his guest's dedication. A new, menacing voice cut through the quiet, remarking that he should have eaten the food and gone to sleep. The sharp, resonant sound of a wooden moktak being struck with immense force echoed through the room. An intense, blood-red eye stared out from the shadows, filled with chilling purpose. The newcomer commented on the visitor's surprising lack of fear upon seeing him and his men. The man coolly replied that after living a long life, he was rarely surprised, before demanding to know how they had been found. The assailant explained it was simple, referencing old knife marks on someone named Samaran that he claimed time could never heal. The attacker belittled him for his youth, but the man cut him off, once again demanding to be taken to Nathaniel. The camera focused tightly on the assassin's mouth as he began to speak. A bizarre and disjointed string of code words and phrases filled the air, referencing gods, death, and snipers in a seemingly nonsensical sequence. Jaiwan stared in shock, wondering how the man had freed himself from his bonds so quickly that the movement was completely invisible. Having revealed himself, the assassin calmly prepared to make his move. Jaiwan demanded to know who the mysterious man was. The man offered to tell them his identity in exchange for a meeting with Nathaniel, but added there was one condition. He chillingly stated the condition was their survival until then and commanded his men to attack, only to be stopped by an unexpected voice of authority. The head monk intervened, chastising the men for their rash actions in the sacred presence of Buddha and ordering them to stand down. The monk began to apologize for his agitated brethren, blaming recent events, but was cut off mid-sentence. The young man with dark hair fixed his intense, red-eyed gaze upon the monk. He told the monk that this time, he would not be fooled. He recounted the earlier incident with the visitor, pointing out that her shoulder had been completely dislocated, yet no one, not even the woman herself, had seen the moment it was reset. He posed a rhetorical question, asking how many people in the entire world were capable of performing such a feat of medical expertise. He continued his deduction, stating that no matter how much time passes, certain habits never fade. He had noticed the monk's impeccable adherence to hygiene, specifically the instinct to put on gloves before performing any kind of treatment. With all the pieces in place, he posed his final, damning question. He addressed the monk not as a holy man, but as a disciple of honor. At last, he spoke the name he had been searching for, identifying the humble monk as Nathaniel. A different voice narrated over the scene, confirming that the very person sent to kill them was Nathaniel, but that the mission's parameters had changed, requiring only one operative, Matthew, the master, who had a new objective to save those lost to madness. Jaiwan's question hung in the air as he demanded to know how long she intended to feign ignorance, directly addressing her as Honor's disciple. An authoritative voice from the shadows abruptly commanded him to stop right there. One of the monks deduced from Jaiwan's youth and his knowledge of Nathaniel that he must have come from the organization known as Glory. The monk chastised the young man, questioning if Glory failed to teach its recruits proper etiquette, and warned him to leave while they were still being civil, declaring that he would never touch Sir Nathaniel. The camera then focused on a mysterious hooded figure, their face completely obscured by shadows, standing ominously in a doorway. Internally, the robed figure wondered how a complete stranger could possibly recognize her when even her own disciples rarely saw one another, and she feigned confusion, asking what he could possibly mean. Jaiwan pressed on with his accusation, identifying her as one of the 12 esteemed disciples of honor. He further revealed her status, stating that she was the very individual who had once stood at the pinnacle of their order. A wave of realization washed over the other monks as they began to suspect that this young man was someone of immense importance. A flashback depicted a figure kneeling in absolute deference upon a wet wooden floor, positioned humbly before another person's feet. In that memory, a voice commanded all members of the secret Buddhist temple to rise. The members were then instructed to give their greetings to the esteemed disciple Pietro. Back in the present, the tense atmosphere suddenly dissolved into one of surprising levity. Pietro, the man who had regained his youth, warmly complimented his old comrade, remarking that she had been beautiful in the past. He quickly added that she remained just as beautiful now. Nathaniel Riley dismissed his praise, stating she couldn't compare to someone who had their youth restored, and confessed that his new appearance was still something she couldn't get used to. Pietro then shifted his tone, expressing how deeply worried he had been when she suddenly vanished, and conveyed his happiness at seeing her alive and well. He followed this by mentioning that he had a question he had always been curious about. He finally asked her the reason behind her sudden and complete disappearance all those years ago. Nathaniel offered only a profound silence in response. Seeing he would get no answer, Pietro decided to move on to another topic. He noted that she had sent an agent last time but had brought someone personally this time, sternly warning her that if she ever brought another person from glory to this sacred place, he would offer no assistance. Nathaniel simply acknowledged his condition with a curt agreement. Her focus then shifted to the injured young man as she asked Pietro what was so grievously wrong with his body. Pietro explained that the boy's physical state was an absolute wreck, expressing his sheer disbelief that he was still breathing, as by all rights he should have perished 100 times over. He then leveled a serious gaze at Nathaniel, imploring her to be completely honest with him. He demanded to know the young man's true identity. A moment of tense silence passed as she considered her response. Pietro's demeanor then shifted dramatically as he cheerfully revealed that the boy's intuition was still sharp, announcing that the patient was Brother Thaddeus' son, their own nephew, who even shared his father's name. Nathaniel tried to cut in, asking him to just listen to what she needed to say. A confused Pietro questioned what was wrong and urged her to continue with the treatment. He repeated with urgency that their nephew was in dire condition, but Nathaniel coldly echoed his words, confirming that if he was Thaddeus' son, then her decision was made. She declared that this very fact was the reason why she absolutely could not treat him. Pietro's face hardened, his expression turning deadly serious as he stared intently at her. Another monk called out in confusion, asking his brother where he was going as Pietro suddenly turned to leave. The bewildered monk was left wondering what was happening and why his sister had abruptly stormed out. The scene shifted to a lone, robed figure kneeling in solemn prayer before a magnificent Buddha statue, surrounded by the tranquil beauty of an autumn landscape. Later, two figures stood in quiet contemplation before a large statue bathed in an ethereal blue light. Nathaniel remarked that her brother was praying in the wrong place, prompting Pietro to retort that the same could be said for her, revealing that he had been devoting himself to Buddhism for a long time. The camera panned up to a peaceful night sky, framed by the vibrant colors of the autumn trees below. Pietro carefully asked if her refusal to treat the boy had anything to do with a certain past incident, but Nathaniel immediately cut him off, denying any connection. She insisted that she had long since retired as a surgeon and that the real problem was far more pressing. She explained that her entire philosophy as a doctor had fundamentally changed since that time, claiming that was the only reason for her refusal. Pietro, however, was not convinced, pointing out that her words and her recent actions did not align. He challenged her stated reason, demanding to know the truth behind the contradiction. He presented his deduction, reminding her that she had already assessed the situation and had instantly confirmed Thaddeus' condition just by feeling his pulse. Therefore, he knew with certainty that she would have already prepared the necessary medicine to help him. He looked her in the eyes and asked if a part of her didn't still harbor the desire to save people as a doctor. He then cautiously broached the sensitive topic of the incident that had involved a woman named Hannah. A voice from a painful memory echoed, insisting there had been no other choice and that the action was necessary for both a woman and her daughter to live. The same voice from the past offered empty reassurance, claiming it was not her fault but merely an accident. Nathaniel's own inner voice narrated that even after saving 10,000 lives, if she were to crumble because of a single death, she concluded that she would no longer have the right to call herself a doctor. The scene returned to the present, with the two disciples standing on a cliffside path near the Buddha statue under the night sky. Pietro's eyes widened slightly in understanding. Overcome with emotion, he dropped to his knees on the leaf-covered ground, desperately clutching his sister's hand. He stammered, asking what he was supposed to do, his voice cracking as he began to plead. He begged Nathaniel with all his heart to please save Thaddeus. The elderly woman, her face shadowed by her hood, looked down at her kneeling brother with an expression of profound sorrow. She stood in heavy silence, her decision weighing upon her. A symbolic image showed two pale hands reaching for one another in a void of darkness. Returning to the path, Pietro remained on his knees as the robed figure of Nathaniel turned and walked away into the night. Back inside the temple, a monk urgently told the fading Thaddeus to hold on. He paced in a panic, crying out in desperation and pleading with his nephew to keep fighting. The monk then yelled for his brother, Pietro, frantically warning him that their nephew's condition was critical. He resolved that they had to move him immediately and asked Pietro for help in getting the boy onto his back. When his brother didn't respond, he yelled again about their nephew's terrible state, only to be cut off by a sharp command from Pietro to stop. The monk froze, startled by the sudden order. Nathaniel had returned, now clad in a dark, practical outfit with a hood and face mask, her posture alert and focused. She quickly delivered her diagnosis of tension pneumothorax, explaining that her emergency treatment hadn't stopped an air leak that was now putting fatal pressure on his heart and lungs. She added that the internal bleeding was severe and that he didn't have much time, prompting a worried Pietro to ask what could be done. Nathaniel declared she would perform a thoracotomy, a statement that caused Pietro to react with visible shock. She elaborated on the complex procedure, which involved opening his chest, removing the damaged lung tissue, and using clips and sutures to stop the bleeding and air leak at the same time. A relieved Pietro expressed his gratitude that there was a path to survival, but Nathaniel added a stark and sobering caveat. A tight close-up revealed the intense determination in her purple eyes, visible above her surgical mask. She stated bluntly that if her procedure failed, he would die. One of the monks nervously asked Pietro if Thaddeus would be all right, to which Pietro replied that they had to place their faith in Nathaniel, for she was their only hope. The monk still confessed to having a bad feeling, but he prayed that everything would turn out well. The scene briefly cut to Thaddeus, who, despite his grave injuries, wore a determined and serious expression. An exterior shot showed the tranquil grounds of the ancient temple, its traditional architecture illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns against the dark night. Far away from the temple, a lone figure was seen walking along a dark, debris-strewn beach under the moonlight. A different masked individual was shown looking forward, their gaze fixed with unwavering intensity. A new character's voice interrupted the silence, asking the masked intruder what business they had there. The intruder, a woman, replied with a casual dismissiveness, stating they had matters to attend to up ahead and crudely told the guard to get lost. The guard answered regretfully that the people she was looking for were not presently accepting visitors. He explained with a chilling tone that they had a strong aversion to the smell of blood on a person's hands. The view widened, revealing that the two intruders were now surrounded by a circle of imposing figures. The woman sighed with exasperation, muttering that these new arrivals were making things unnecessarily annoying. Her male companion quietly observed that their opponents appeared to be dangerous. He quickly analyzed the threat, noting their lack of visible weapons but deciding it was best not to let his guard down and to strike before they could act. He resolved to attack without giving them a single moment to think. In a blur of motion, the confrontation began and ended in an instant. The man stood in utter disbelief, wondering where the woman had gotten a gun from, but his shock was compounded by a crucial realization. He registered that there had been only a single, impossibly precise gunshot. He questioned how it was possible, as she had been holding nothing moments before. The woman, however, called his confusion unsexy and scoffed at his question. She coolly explained that had been shot by a Der Freischütz rank operative, revealing her code name as Matthew from Glory and her specialty as an expert shooter. Having dealt with the obstacle, Matthew casually asked her companion if they should proceed, and he simply agreed. Her companion, a man whose profile identified him as a genius born once every 5,000 years, affirmed their mission: it was time to go and kill Pietro. The man reeled in utter disbelief, questioning the sudden appearance of a gun where there had been nothing moments before. More importantly, his mind struggled to process that there had been only a single, impossibly precise gunshot. He stammered, asking how it was possible, only for his female companion to cut him off, calling his confusion unsexy. She condescendingly questioned his bewilderment. With a detached coolness, she bluntly informed him that he had been shot. Having dealt with the threat, she asked if they should proceed, to which he quickly agreed, refocusing on their mission. However, the man paused, mentioning something that had been piquing his curiosity for some time. He questioned the meaning of her nickname for him, the other Pietro, wondering what it implied. In a tone laced with deadly seriousness, he warned her that if she called him Pietro one more time, he would kill her. She scoffed at his threat, confidently boasting that she would put a hole in his stomach long before he could ever make a move. She continued her taunt, claiming she could defeat him whether they fought with their bare hands or with knives. She finished her challenge by adding that she was equally proficient with guns. He accepted her challenge, inviting Matthew to try and fight him with any weapon she desired. An unseen voice interrupted their standoff, informing Matthew that reinforcements would arrive soon, which caused her to pout that the fun had been ruined. She proposed they settle their rivalry after the current mission was complete. Her companion then solemnly declared that he cared nothing for money or honor, as his one true goal was to kill Pietro. Meanwhile, at a tranquil temple, Pietro complimented a monk named Damwall on his water-like sword technique, leading to an awkward exchange where Damwall mistook the praise. Another monk then approached, respectfully addressing Pietro by his title. The monk offered a deep apology for their earlier discourtesy, but Pietro graciously waved it off as unimportant. Pietro explained that it was an understandable mistake since even disciples rarely saw each other in the old days, before changing the subject. He then complimented the assembled monks, acknowledging that they were all highly skilled. He estimated that by Glory's current system, their skills would place them at B rank or higher, a compliment the monks humbly deflected. With that said, Pietro asked why such capable individuals had chosen to seclude themselves from the world to follow this path. A monk began to explain, revealing that all of them were living out their second lives at the temple. Pietro repeated the term second lives, his curiosity clearly piqued. The monk began a story from decades past, recounting a mission where they were being hunted by their enemies. He described how they had narrowly escaped death and found shelter in an isolated mountain cabin. He recalled the despair of his comrades, who had resigned themselves to death and lost hope for rescue. Another had crushed their faint hopes, pointing out that at 2,000 meters above sea level and with communications cut, no help could possibly reach them. The harsh mountain environment, more terrifying than any pursuer, had pushed them to their physical and mental limits, plunging them into despair until a sound broke the silence. Through the sound-dampening blizzard, a new noise emerged. They heard the distinct crunch of footsteps in the snow, a sound that instantly grabbed their attention. Assuming their enemies had found them, one of the men prepared for death and said his final goodbyes to his comrades. But instead of an enemy attack, a friendly blade swung down with incredible speed, intercepting the true threat. An extreme close-up showed an eye widening in complete and utter shock. The men cried out in disbelief as they recognized their savior, Miss Nathaniel. When they asked how she had possibly reached them, she simply replied that she just did. The narrating monk explained that it was in that very moment he decided to follow her for life, moved by the fact that she had climbed a 2,000-meter high frozen mountain for them. Despite her entire body being ravaged by frostbite, Nathaniel's first act was to ask if they were ready to begin treatment. She completely disregarded her own grave condition and treated every single one of them without a moment's rest, but their newfound hope was tragically short-lived. Once she was done, she told them to pull themselves together, but one man argued that her efforts were in vain. He reminded her that without food, warmth, or any chance of a helicopter rescue, they were all doomed to freeze to death. The man cried out in anguish, asking why she would throw her own life away in such a dangerous place, to which she calmly questioned his definition of dangerous. Nathaniel mused aloud that a place like this was not a bad option, leaving her subordinate completely baffled. She then reminded them of her long-held belief that she, and she alone, would be the one to decide the place of her burial. As they tried to protest, she firmly stated that her will would not change. She then made a solemn vow, declaring that her final resting place would be right there, alongside all of them. The monk concluded that this act gave them all a new life, and he now felt that dying for her would never be a waste. Pietro nodded, remarking that such an act of loyalty was just like Nathaniel, and he entrusted her care to them, an honor they gratefully accepted. Suddenly, Pietro's expression shifted as a strange sound caught his ear. The monk explained that the sound was a special feature of the temple, a beautiful gift carried on the wind. The monk, Hyun, then offered to fetch a warm cup of tea, an offer Pietro accepted with thanks. Far away, a group of intruders reported that they had arrived at the temple's entrance. They stated they would make contact again once they confirmed Pietro's identity and location. Back with Pietro, a monk noted that the bell meant to signal the arrival of valued guests remained silent. He stepped outside to confront the intruders, asking why they were in such a hurry so late at night. He calmly informed them that the temple was a sanctuary of peace and requested they leave and return in the morning. The intruders bluntly refused, declaring that they knew Pietro was inside. The monk feigned ignorance, claiming to have never heard that name and suggesting they had come to the wrong place. In an instant, one of the intruders lunged forward, swinging a glowing blade at the monk in the beanie. The attacker told him to drop the phony monk act, revealing he knew his real identity as the B-rank operative Park Kong-hoon. A quick scan revealed the identities of the other monks, all former operatives with ranks ranging from C+ to B. The leader of the intruders, a man with blue hair, stated they had no time to waste and ordered his group to hurry. He gave the final, chilling command to kill them all. The lead monk calmly replied that they were mistaken about something very important. He began to explain that they were not merely pretending to be monks. As he spoke, one of his companions launched into action, his bladed weapon a blur as he engaged 3 opponents at once. The monk finished his sentence, asserting that they were true monks who had undergone the formal ceremony and their faith was not an act. The intruders were stunned by their opponent's power, as one of the monks chided them for greeting their seniors with such disrespect. The monk then unleashed his signature technique, the light swirling cut. An attacker stammered in disbelief, wondering how these supposed monks were so incredibly skilled at fighting. Damwall explained that the reason for their strength was obvious when one considered their pasts. His partner, Hyun, elaborated that the intruders' combined kill count was nothing compared to their own, revealing his former status as Nathaniel's direct subordinate. Damwall lamented how far Glory's standards had fallen from the old days of honor, similarly revealing his own history as one of Nathaniel's top disciples. Realizing their intelligence reports were critically flawed, one of the intruders panicked and suggested a retreat. However, their leader ordered them to move forward, his interest caught by the mention of the days of honor. The blue-haired man watched the conflict unfold from a cliffside perch, calmly observing his opponents. Damwall noticed him and offered him one last chance to take his comrades and leave peacefully. The monk privately assessed the leader, noting his unnerving lack of killing intent or visible weapons and wondering what kind of power he was hiding. Deciding not to take any chances, Hyun resolved to use a special technique, murmuring a prayer to Amitabha. But before he could strike, the blue-haired man moved, unleashing an attack named Instant Kill. The camera zoomed in on Hyun's eyes, which were wide with a mixture of anger and disbelief. He was shocked that the man had dodged his initial attack, but he knew the true strike was still coming. Hyun revealed that the first move was merely a feint, and the real trajectory was now closing in. The blue-haired man could only gasp, realizing he had been completely outmaneuvered. He stared in astonishment as Hyun's rope dart, having missed him, effortlessly shattered a massive boulder behind him. The leader was confounded, wondering how the monk could perform a feat with the rope dart that he, a supposed master, could not. Seeing their leader in trouble, Damwal called out to Hyun, signaling for a combined assault. The two monks joined forces, unleashing their ultimate techniques in a synchronized attack. A blinding explosion of blue and white energy erupted from the point of impact. For a brief moment after the blast, there was only stunned silence. One of the monks stammered, his mind refusing to accept the impossible outcome he had just witnessed. The blue-haired leader then made a startling revelation, stating that the man they were protecting was someone who could not fight at all. The monks stared in confusion, utterly bewildered as to who this man they were defending truly was. The intruders then bowed low before their leader, apologizing for their failure and addressing him as Sir Judas. The monks froze in terror, realizing they were standing before the legendary Judas Iscariot. They recalled the tales of the genius born once every 5,000 years, the only person to have ever come close to matching Pietro. Judas, the former honored disciple known as the Betrayer of Grace, declared it was time to end his lifelong work in progress as he faced Pietro. The monk reeled in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how their opponent had struck them both at the same time despite claiming he couldn't see. His mind raced, desperately trying to find a logical explanation for how such an impossible feat was even possible. He came to the terrifying conclusion that this man was not someone they could fight, and he wondered about the true identity of their foe. Meanwhile, the intruders bowed deeply before their leader, apologizing for their failure and humbly asking Sir Judas for his forgiveness. The name sent a shockwave of terror through the monks, who realized with dawning horror that they were facing the legendary Judas Iscariot. Judas declared that it was finally time to end things with his lifelong work in progress, Pietro. He then turned his attention back to the monk, mocking his rope dart as an outdated weapon fit only for ancient movies. With effortless grace, Judas demonstrated a maneuver with the weapon, sarcastically asking if that was the correct way to use it. The monk's thoughts spiraled as he recalled that a rope dart was a rare weapon he himself had taken 15 years to perfect. He was utterly staggered by the fact that this was supposedly Judas' first time ever handling one. A wave of despair washed over him as he realized that this man, on his first try, was already a greater master than he was. The sheer absurdity of the situation left him paralyzed, unable to even contemplate a reaction. A bone-deep certainty settled in his heart as he knew, without a doubt, that he was about to die. Just then, a new voice cut through the tension, calling out Judas' name. The newcomer calmly strode into view, casually asking Judas if he was having fun. Judas identified the man as Sir Simon, curtly reminding him that a disciple shouldn't be fighting with children before questioning his sudden appearance. Simon simply remarked with a thin smile that Judas remained as amusing as he had always been. Judas returned the pleasantry, greeting Simon as a brother and inquiring why he had come alone, pointedly asking for Pietro's whereabouts. Simon coldly advised him to abandon any thoughts of confession, stating that Pietro would only grant an audience to members of honor. Judas questioned this exclusivity, reasoning that those from both honor and glory ultimately came from the same origin. Inside, Simon's mind raced. He knew he had to stall for time at all costs to allow Thaddeus' treatment to conclude and, more importantly, to prevent Judas from seeing Pietro's current, vulnerable state. Judas' sharp eyes assessed his opponent, and he observed that Simon had become significantly weaker. He then added that this decline had occurred in the time since their last encounter. Simon shot back with a sarcastic retort, suggesting Judas buy him a tonic if he was so concerned, before demanding to know how it felt to have betrayed them all. Judas dismissed the accusation of betrayal, likening his actions to a simple human instinct to leave one's home in search of a better one. Simon grimly stated that Judas' entire premise had been wrong from the very beginning. With a furious roar, he revealed the reason, accusing Judas of not even being human. Judas calmly noted Simon's familiar impatience, gesturing to his opponent's useless right arm. In a stunning display of speed, Judas effortlessly intercepted Simon's attack, leaving his old comrade completely shocked. In a tense close-up, the two men locked eyes, their fierce determination clashing in the charged air between them. A flash of realization and alarm crossed Simon's face. Judas continued his taunt, admonishing Simon for foolishly engaging in close-quarters combat with such a glaring disadvantage. Simon growled back, acknowledging Judas' infuriating confidence, which he found as annoying as ever. Their auras flared as they faced off in the clearing, their powerful attacks meeting in a thunderous collision. Simon defiantly proclaimed that it made no difference whether he had one arm or two available. He asserted with grim resolve that either one was more than sufficient to deal with a traitor like Judas. Judas merely scoffed, finding Simon's boast to be quite funny. He then mockingly asked what had become of Simon's legendary swirling sword, adding that hearing his irritating voice made him feel ill. The onlooking monks watched in silent awe, unable to even breathe as they witnessed the sheer power of a battle between disciples, made even more incredible by the fact that Sir Simon fought without a sword. One of the monks felt a surge of hope, believing Simon's raw fighting skill was superior and that he might actually have a chance to win. His companion, however, voiced a growing unease, confirming they both felt something was deeply wrong with the way Judas was fighting. The chilling truth finally dawned on Simon as he realized the bastard was merely toying with him. He understood with horror that Judas was perfectly replicating every single technique he had employed up to that point. Even more terrifyingly, Judas was not only mimicking his moves without flaw, but he was also assimilating Simon's unique breathing technique and making it his own. A devastating blow crashed into the ground, the shockwave sending Simon flying backward through the air. The green-clad warrior twisted his body, narrowly dodging a massive, sweeping attack aimed to cleave him in two. Panic began to set in as Simon desperately searched for an escape, knowing he couldn't possibly win in his current state. In a sudden shift, his expression hardened, his eyes blazing with a newfound and dangerous intensity. The monks gasped as his entire aura transformed completely, recognizing the prelude to a legendary move. Simon prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the left-handed swirling cut. Judas acknowledged that the attack was on an entirely different level and was impossible to dodge, yet his confidence remained unshaken. The camera lingered on the razor-sharp edge of a sword, its polished steel gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Simon let out a final curse, spitting that his opponent was nothing more than worthless trash. Judas began to speak slowly, remarking on how much had changed in the time since he had last seen his brother Simon. He concluded that Simon's heart had grown just as weak as his body, lamenting that this had been his very last chance to land a decisive blow. A surge of pure fury coursed through Simon as he realized Judas was intentionally provoking him with his condescending words. Declaring the situation unfortunate, Judas abruptly turned his head and called out to Damwall. He then spoke the name of the technique, the swirling cut, with an air of dismissive contempt. A gloved hand was shown gripping the handle of a blade with unyielding firmness. Judas then made a shocking declaration, announcing his own intent to perform the swirling cut. The onlooking monks could only stammer in absolute disbelief, thinking there was no possible way he could do it. Ignoring their shock, Judas raised his blade, preparing to execute the legendary swirling cut himself. A monk internally screamed that it was impossible, reasoning that he had honed the technique for decades and still fell short of the original, concluding that Judas had to be bluffing. His companion, however, saw the terrifying truth: Judas had memorized every minute detail of the technique, forcing him to wonder what kind of monster he truly was. The scene flashed back to a nighttime duel, where two figures clashed violently with knives under a dark sky. Returning to the present, Judas decided that the time for games was finally over. He addressed Simon one last time, calling him brother in a tone laced with finality. With feigned regret, he announced his departure, claiming to be a little busy and promising to see him later. Simon roared in frustration, demanding Judas stay and finish what they had started. Judas callously gestured to the other monks, stating they would provide great company, as Simon's enraged screams of his name echoed through the clearing. Inside a nearby dwelling, a voice politely asked for permission to enter the room. The newcomer inquired about the surgery's progress and the patient's condition, remarking on Pietro's uncharacteristic display of worry before confirming that the man was now out of critical danger. The doctor noted that the patient's naturally strong physique was the only reason he had survived, as a normal person would have already died, before asking about the loud noises from outside. Her companion reassured her that with Simon handling it, there was nothing to worry about, expressing a sincere hope that the conflict would end peacefully. The surgeon, fully focused on her work, murmured that she was just a little bit away from being done. A young assistant, seeing her dedication, offered to go and bring some fresh water for Miss Nathaniel. As the young man stepped outside, he paused for a moment, his gaze drawn thoughtfully toward the hut's warmly lit window. His thoughtful expression instantly vanished, replaced by one of wide-eyed horror. With all the air in his lungs, he screamed a desperate warning for everyone inside to duck immediately. From the shadows, a hooded figure could only watch in shock as the man who had just offered to get water was violently pierced through the chest. Chaos erupted inside the hut as the occupants scrambled to understand what had just happened and what was going on. They quickly deduced it was a sniper, but were left with a terrifying flood of questions about the shooter's identity and location. One of them reasoned that to get a clear shot, the sniper would need a high vantage point, with the only possibility being the distant mountaintop. This theory seemed impossible, however, as that location was at least 4 kilometers away, a distance from which a human target would appear as a mere speck of dust. An even more baffling mystery presented itself: how the sniper had managed to land a perfectly precise shot on a target that was obscured by a wall. Suddenly, one of them shouted out, pointing toward the candle inside the room. He explained with dawning horror that the assassin must have pinpointed their exact positions by observing the shadows they cast. They were astounded by the godlike skill required to make such a shot based on a flicker of shadow from that incredible distance. Quickly calculating the bullet's travel time at roughly 10 seconds, they knew their first priority had to be blocking the sniper's line of sight. Nathaniel cried out in protest, warning that if they turned off the light, she wouldn't be able to complete the life-saving operation. A heavy, desperate silence fell over the room as they were trapped between two impossible choices. Someone suggested they could escape down into the nearby jungle, where the surgeon could finish her work in safety. But another immediately shot down the idea, arguing that leaving the shelter of the hut was tantamount to suicide against a shooter who so clearly wouldn't miss. In the midst of the panic, a man named Jaiwan was called upon for help, though he was already trying to explain his own desperate plan. He spoke into a radio, reporting the sniper's position on the opposite mountaintop and receiving an immediate acknowledgement. The voice on the radio countered that finding a sniper hidden in a dark, dense forest was impossible, but Jaiwan had a different idea. He cryptically stated that a forest without any light was actually an even better scenario for what he had in mind. The scene shifted to a lone figure confidently striding through a dark and rocky forest path. The hooded man moved with purpose through the treacherous, unlit terrain, tightly gripping a circular object in his hand. Jaiwan's voiceover explained that for a mission as impossible as this, there was only one person for the job. The voice on the other end of the radio expressed utter disbelief, questioning how they could possibly locate a sniper hidden within a forest devoid of any light. Jaiwan calmly replied, explaining that a pitch-black forest was actually the perfect condition for what he had planned. The scene then shifted to a lone figure confidently striding through a dark and rocky forest path. The hooded man moved with purpose through the treacherous, unlit terrain, tightly gripping a circular object in his hand. Jaiwan's voiceover explained that for a mission as impossible as this, there was only one person for the job. The man on the radio immediately guessed the operative's identity, Johann, one of Glory's own disciples. He then voiced his confusion, wondering how pitting two members of the same organization against each other would solve anything, especially when vision was impaired in the dark. Jaiwan offered a cryptic response, suggesting that sometimes people were the cause of their own problems, leaving his companion even more perplexed. Meanwhile, in another location, a worried junior expressed his concern that their enemy, Raphael, would anticipate their move toward Nathaniel's safe house. He reasoned that Raphael would know he, Thaddeus, and their senior would be grouped together, and would therefore send a much larger force than just a single disciple. The junior concluded that they were in no condition to face such an attack and desperately needed reinforcements. A man abruptly volunteered to go for help, startling the others, but was immediately told to stand down. He was reminded that his primary duty was to protect Jaiwan, especially as Glory expanded its surveillance, which forced the senior to consider who else they could ask for help. The senior revealed they had another option, someone who was more inclined to listen to the junior, a statement which left the younger man searching for an answer. Suddenly, a look of shocked realization washed over the junior's face as he understood exactly who the senior was referring to. The scene cut to a woman standing before a cluttered desk, which was strewn with hard drives and scattered notes. Her hand gently held a small piece of paper, its surface covered in the raised dots of braille. A call came through, and Jaiwan introduced himself over the line, addressing the woman by her codename, Alapide. He stated his purpose directly, wanting to commission Europe's finest assassin for a hit on one of her own allies from Glory. Alapide questioned his motives, and though Jaiwan admitted he also found it strange, he relayed the crucial message he was told to give her. He explained that the person the Glory disciple was currently targeting was a man named Kim Sunggu, a name that gave her significant pause. Alapide then made her position perfectly clear, stating that she would not be helping Jaiwan. Instead, she declared with cold finality that she would be the one to personally kill Kim Sunggu. Back on the mountaintop, the sniper, Matthew, expressed his admiration for his target's quick thinking. He mused aloud, surprised that the woman he dismissively referred to as the bald lady had such a competent underling. He acknowledged how his opponent had deduced his position from the cast shadows, impressed by his sharp senses and expecting a confrontation soon. However, he confidently adjusted the clicks on his scope, certain that with his new calculations, his next shot would not miss, just as Raphael had taught him. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the silence from behind, asking how he had been found. Matthew turned, recognizing Johann with a playful remark, and was told his position was given away by the sound of the bullet's trajectory, prompting Matthew to chide him for his gloomy demeanor. Assuming Johann was there to assist him, Matthew pointed out that he had come to the wrong mountain and that his true target was on the opposite peak. With a casual wave, he bid Johann farewell, telling him to be careful on his way back through the darkness. As Johann departed, Matthew was left confused, wondering why he had come all that way just to leave so abruptly. His thoughts were interrupted by the realization that his original target had vanished while he was distracted by Johann's arrival. Elsewhere, Raphael received an unexpected call from Johann, who coldly instructed him to get a death certificate ready. Johann then declared with chilling certainty that Matthew was going to die that very day. Back in the hut, a thick candle cast a warm, flickering glow across the traditional room as its wax slowly melted away. One of the men voiced his concern, questioning Pietro's decision to light a candle and risk exposing their position once more. But Pietro calmly announced that it was now safe to go outside, for their designated friend had finally arrived. Another person expressed his profound admiration for Pietro's sharp thinking, even in such a dire situation. He explained how Pietro had cleverly set up a dummy to confirm that the enemy sniper had ceased firing. However, their relief was short-lived as Pietro noted that another, less welcome guest had arrived sooner than they had anticipated. He urged them all to hurry and make their escape immediately. The group burst outside, one man carrying the injured person on his back as they fled across a darkened courtyard. The man's mind raced with a single objective: he had to reach that location before their pursuers could intercept them. Their path was suddenly blocked by a figure who greeted Nathaniel with a chillingly familiar tone. A man dressed in a sharp suit loomed over the hooded surgeon, a menacing presence against the dark night. He told her that he had missed her, but his words carried a cold and threatening weight. Nathaniel recognized the man with a gasp, uttering the treacherous name, Judas. Judas mused that while he thought they would never meet again, their ill-fated relationship seemed to be stubbornly persistent. Nathaniel repeated his words in her mind, the phrase ill relationship echoing with a bitter and painful history. He feigned disappointment that she viewed their past so negatively but quickly dismissed the pretense, stating it was not why he was there. He then cut straight to the point, demanding to know the whereabouts of brother Pietro. Nathaniel tried to feign ignorance, claiming she hadn't seen him, but Judas interrupted her, stating that he already knew everything. She attempted to argue that she had long since cut ties with that world, but he made it clear he was not interested in talking. A close-up revealed his veiny hand tightening its grip around the handle of a weapon concealed within his coat. He then sinisterly wondered aloud if threatening her life would be enough to draw Pietro out of hiding. At that moment, a powerful hand closed around the hilt of a sheathed sword, ready to be drawn. A new protector stepped forward, seemingly being mistaken for Pietro by the enemy. Judas turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he instantly realized this was not the man he was looking for. He observed the young warrior, noting his distinct aura and wondering if this unknown fighter was a new underling of Nathaniel's. Judas taunted Nathaniel for the company she kept before ordering the young man to show his face and give proper respect to his senior. The young man knew he had to keep his face hidden at all costs, as Judas would recognize him from his younger days. He urged Miss Nathaniel to go on ahead to safety, and after a moment's hesitation, she complied. Judas demanded the young man release the grip on his arm, but the warrior steadfastly refused to yield. The young man grimly declared that their standoff could only end when one of them was dead. The scene transitioned to a view of misty mountains looming beneath a vast, star-filled sky. Raphael's voice echoed with frustration, recalling how he had explicitly warned Matthew not to engage with the disciple known as Johann, a renowned master of echolocation. Back on the mountain, Matthew mockingly pieced together the situation, concluding that Johann must have just come from a fight with brother Pietro. He taunted his fellow disciple, sarcastically asking if Johann was angry because he had failed to return with Pietro's head. Matthew continued to needle him, suggesting that such a public failure must have deeply wounded his ego. The sharpshooter, known as Der Freischütz, dismissed Johann's somber mood as completely unsexy. Johann flatly denied ever fighting Pietro, but Matthew patronized him, saying there was no need to be embarrassed, though he smugly added that he himself had never failed a mission. Ignoring the taunt, Johann gave Matthew one final warning to stop, a threat which only provoked the sniper further. With a wicked smirk, Matthew leaned in and asked if his words had finally managed to get under his skin. In a flash of movement, a powerful kick landed with explosive force, sending a shockwave out into the darkness. Knocked to the ground, Matthew quickly recovered, aiming his sidearm upwards toward his unseen assailant. He cursed inwardly, realizing that in the pitch-black forest, his natural vision was completely useless. His eyes strained against the oppressive shadows, but he was unable to perceive anything around him. He suspected, however, that his opponent was having no such trouble. He was certain that Johann could see him with perfect clarity. Johann's voice echoed from the shadows, mocking Matthew that without light, the great Der Freischütz was just an idiot holding a gun. Matthew scoffed, retorting that he was well aware of echolocation and understood that Johann was scanning his surroundings as if he could see them. With this knowledge, he prepared a decisive countermeasure. A powerful force erupted in a massive, glowing X-shaped slash, cutting through the forest and deafening the immediate area with its sound. Johann realized in an instant that Matthew had brilliantly uncovered the weakness of his echolocation. He knew that in the wide-open space created by the sonic blast, the vibrations he relied on would become hopelessly distorted. Matthew recognized that they were now on even ground, with neither able to see, but knew that one clear glimpse was all he needed to land a fatal shot. But then, to his utter shock, he sensed an attack coming directly for him and wondered how Johann could have possibly pinpointed his location. A long, glowing slash of energy raced across the forest floor, narrowly missing Matthew's feet. He was left to wonder in disbelief if his opponent was truly blind after all. Johann's voice spoke again, calmly explaining that those who rely solely on their sight unknowingly place a severe limit on their own potential. He declared that because of this fundamental weakness, Matthew could never hope to defeat him. A shot rang out, and Matthew interrupted with a cheerful shout, commenting on how close that last attack had been. A searing pain lanced through Johan's side, and he instantly questioned how Matthew had managed to land a shot, before the answer became clear. He understood that Matthew must have been using a night scope. Johan immediately pieced together Matthew's earlier maneuver. He had feigned a retreat to the cliffside specifically to retrieve the night scope attached to his sniper rifle. With his advantage restored, Matthew taunted his opponent, apologizing in advance for the stinging holes he was about to put in him. Another shot rang out from the darkness, and Johan cried out as the bullet found its mark. In response, Johan unleashed a furious flurry of attacks, his glowing blade zigzagging through the trees at blinding speed. Even as he dodged, Matthew was inwardly impressed by his opponent's incredible marksmanship, landing hits even while he moved so quickly. He shouted a new warning to Johan, promising a devastating outcome the next time he got a clear line of sight. He then offered a mock deal, suggesting that if Johan surrendered and begged, he might be merciful and shoot him only 2 more times instead of the planned 7. Johan simply reiterated his point, telling Matthew again that his over-reliance on sight was precisely why he was doomed to lose. He condescendingly added that Matthew was not very bright, but that he would soon understand just how useless a night scope could be. He promised that the coming lesson would demonstrate the true futility of his technology against a true master of the dark. Matthew issued a final, chilling warning, promising that a single clear view of Johan would result in his immediate and violent end. Unfazed, Johan calmly reiterated his core argument, stating that Matthew's very reliance on sight made him inherently incapable of achieving victory. He condescendingly added that Matthew's ego would likely persist even after his death, and that while he couldn't possibly understand now, he shouldn't worry. Johan cryptically promised that comprehension would dawn on him very soon. Matthew scoffed at the warning, revealing that his advanced dual scope could detect heat signatures, allowing him to see Johan perfectly well. He mockingly suggested that Johan should start begging for his life now, gloating that he could see everything before a sudden realization struck him. It dawned on Matthew that his opponent was fully aware of the situation and was merely toying with him, as he recalled the inherent weakness of all night vision technology. He knew that no matter how advanced the scope was, it couldn't detect things that were properly hidden, meaning he shouldn't have been able to see anything. However, despite all logic, he could still see his target clear as day. A sudden impact sent Johan reeling in disbelief, who was left to wonder how Matthew could have possibly pinpointed his location. Matthew cheerily asked if he wanted to know the secret, explaining that he had just discovered what a remarkably warm person Johan was. He then revealed his tactic, explaining that he was tracking the trail of warm blood that his opponent was so devotedly spilling. Having reacquired his target, Matthew began to state the grim and unavoidable consequence of being seen. He concluded with brutal finality that Johan was now completely and utterly finished. Matthew cautiously advanced, following the blood trail he had identified through his scope. In that moment, a horrible realization struck him, just as Johan's disembodied voice reminded him that he had been warned. Johan asserted that he could not be defeated by the likes of Matthew, explaining that the blood smears on the tree were nothing more than an elaborate trap. Johan lunged from the shadows, his radiant blade carving a deadly path through the darkness. He noted with a hint of admiration that Matthew's incredible flexibility allowed him to twist away just in time to avoid a fatal strike. Utterly bewildered, Matthew shouted that he couldn't see anything at all, before correctly guessing that his opponent's clothes were the cause. Johan remained silent, knowing his multispectral camouflage coating was working perfectly. He knew that this advanced technology rendered him completely invisible to night vision scopes. Furthermore, it shielded him from detection by heat signatures and even sophisticated radar systems. He taunted his blinded opponent, claiming that even if he were to be reborn an infinite number of times, he would still never be able to catch him. Johan called Matthew no fun, warning him that struggling was futile now that he was close enough to perceive every detail. He leaned in close, adding that he could even see the faint vapor of his opponent's breath. With his advantage absolute, Johann coldly declared that the fight was over for Matthew. A tight shot focused on his eye, which glinted with a fierce, predatory red light. In response to the imminent threat, Matthew let out a soft, almost appreciative sound. Johann's confidence faltered, his expression shifting to one of sheer confusion. He struggled to process what he was seeing, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. He demanded to know what Matthew was trying to pull, asking if he was simply giving up now that all his options were exhausted. Matthew suddenly cried out, feigning immense pain from his earlier wounds. Johann mused aloud about how someone like Matthew could have ever become a disciple, before informing him that he would be the second one he'd had to kill. He finished his thought with cold certainty, confirming that Matthew would be the second disciple to die by his hand. Suddenly, Johann's smug expression was replaced by one of utter shock and confusion. He had been hit, and he couldn't comprehend how it was possible for Matthew to see him while he was wearing the stealth suit. He instantly realized his grave error. In his overconfidence, he had been careless and momentarily forgotten something critical. He had completely forgotten the true, unpredictable nature of the person he was fighting. His mind flashed back to a tense hostage situation in America, back in 2018, where a commander demanded a report on the target's location. An officer on the scene reported that infiltration was impossible because hostages were being executed every 10 minutes, and that they needed more time, but the command was to kill the target immediately. Another soldier protested that a direct kill shot was impossible under the current circumstances. He explained that the target had anticipated snipers and had strategically lined up the hostages as a human shield. As they discussed the risk of hitting a hostage, one officer asked about the mercenary Dorothy, who was apparently interfering with their operation. A moment later, another officer yelled out in panic, realizing that Dorothy, who had been right there, had suddenly vanished. Corporal Martin then spotted her standing brazenly in the open, directly in front of the building, an act that was deemed completely insane. The commander frantically ordered his men to bring her back, unable to comprehend what she was possibly thinking. One of his subordinates, however, urged him to wait for just a moment. He argued that knowing Dorothy, she must have had some kind of plan, no matter how reckless it seemed. A sharp, distinct sound cut through the tense atmosphere. Inside the building, a red-haired individual casually poured a drink while wearing a simple bathrobe. In an instant, 2 bullet holes violently tore through the wooden door of the apartment. Startled, the leader of the group ordered one of his men to go and check on the source of the noise. One of the captors cautiously approached the door, peering through the small peephole. He was met with the voice of a woman complaining loudly that she lived downstairs and their noise was making it impossible for her to take a bath. The men inside were baffled, one calling her a crazy woman while another, noting her beauty, eagerly told his friend to open the door. One of the terrorists remarked with a lecherous grin that it had been 2 long days since he'd held a woman. They opened the door and invited the doll face inside, mockingly asking if she would be all right with so many men around. Unfazed, Dorothy calmly surveyed the room, counting 5 hostile targets and 4 civilian hostages. She remarked that there weren't that many of them, her cool confidence intriguing one of the terrorists who found her wild demeanor exciting. His amusement was cut short as his eyes widened in sheer, uncomprehending horror. His comrade screamed in confusion, demanding to know what she was doing as he called her completely insane. Outside, the observing Special Forces team could only stare in stunned silence at the impossible scene unfolding. They struggled to understand how she had managed to neutralize that many terrorists with what appeared to be a single bullet. The singular, sharp report of a gunshot finally reached their ears. An officer confirmed over the radio that, against all odds, Dorothy had successfully completed the mission while dressed in a bathrobe. P6 awesome, he added with certainty that the entire encounter, from start to finish, had lasted less than 1 second. Narration transition. Dorothy nonchalantly advised the awestruck tactical team to broaden their perspectives. Her handler explained to the others that Dorothy's unpredictability was her greatest asset, and that as the legendary sniper der Freischütz, she had a 0% failure rate. A nearby soldier was stunned, having just realized he was in the presence of the famous der Freischütz. He admitted with awe that he hadn't recognized the living legend standing before him. This was the woman whose unparalleled and unpredictable achievements were recorded throughout the history of America's special forces. Back in the present, Johann reflected that just like that day, he had been completely unable to predict Matthew's actions. He recalled the shocking moment Matthew had unpredictably lunged forward and smeared his own blood onto him. Johann now understood that the still warm blood was a brilliant gambit designed to make his heat signature visible to the night vision scope. Despite the dire situation, he had to admit that it was a truly splendid surprise. Matthew declared that Johann was now effectively naked before him, adding that his own eyes were adjusting to the dark and offering a final chance to surrender. The pale light of the moon filtered through the swaying branches of the trees above. Johann furiously cursed at Matthew, insisting that whether he could be seen or not, the outcome of their battle would be exactly the same. He then added a crude taunt, saying that just removing one's camouflage didn't automatically make someone desirable. Matthew replied playfully, remarking that Johann was being uncharacteristically noisy. In that moment, Matthew suddenly understood the true strategic purpose behind all the noise and chaotic movement. He realized the erratic feints were meant to constantly disrupt his aim, preventing him from taking a clean shot. Johann, however, could clearly see Matthew's reflection in the polished surface of his crescent blade. In a fluid motion, Matthew dodged an incoming slash while simultaneously firing his pistol in a close-range counterattack. Johann reflected that those who fixate only on what they can see with their eyes are ultimately blind to what truly matters. He acknowledged Matthew's incredible speed, but knew his opponent had just missed the critical timing to shoot effectively. With a flick of his wrist, Johann had precisely wedged his knife into the handgun's frame, blocking the cylinder from rotating. Matthew conceded that he was no match for Johann in terms of raw physical strength, and decided he needed a new plan. Johann seemed impressed by the display, remarking that Matthew's skills were indeed worthy of a disciple. He commented that while the moonlight had saved Matthew from an earlier death, he would still surely fall in close combat. Matthew suddenly changed his tone, asking Johann to clarify why they were even fighting in the first place. Johann reminded him of the simple instruction he had been given, to not interfere with the young man. When Matthew asked who he meant, Johann explained that his sole mission was to immobilize the monk's sister for brother Judas to handle. The mention of Judas' name caused Matthew to react with visible shock. He let out a long, frustrated sigh, the entire situation suddenly clicking into place. Realizing their conflict had been a pointless misunderstanding, he declared he was bored and intended to leave. He paused for a moment, then reconsidered, turning back to ask Johann if he was prepared for another round. In a baffling twist, Matthew then demanded that Johann carry him down the mountain, leaving his opponent completely stunned. Matthew complained that their fight had ruined his shoes, and therefore it was Johann's responsibility to carry him. As Johann simply turned and walked away, Matthew called after him to take care of him, but Johann just told him to get lost. The scene shifted to a quiet, moonlit view of traditional rooftops in a secluded location. Judas looked at the person before him with an expression of mild surprise. He noted that as one of Nathaniel's underlings, the man should have been actively avoiding eye contact with him. Yet, contrary to all protocol and expectation, the man showed no sign of fear or nervousness. Judas finally spoke, asking if the time had come for them to end their cruel and twisted relationship. The man coldly retorted that Judas had no right to see Sir Pietro, a formal title that Judas repeated with a questioning tone. Judas's expression hardened as he vowed that he would not leave that place without killing Pietro, even if it cost him his own life. He stared intently, reaffirming his absolute resolve to see this mission through no matter what. A distant memory then surfaced, showing a younger, more idealistic version of himself telling brother Pietro that he was the person he respected most in the world. The memory concluded with his younger self passionately declaring that his one dream in life was to become a man just like Pietro. Judas repeated the formal title Sir Pietro with disbelief, questioning the man's audacity to speak of rights. He then demanded to know what the underling could possibly understand, vowing that even in death, he would not leave without killing Pietro first. A haunting memory surfaced of his younger self looking up to Pietro, confessing that his one dream was to become a man just like him. His younger self had lamented the unfortunate turn their relationship had taken, acknowledging it was time for them to end things. He had grimly described their bond as both broken and hopelessly twisted. Back in the present, the underling calmly informed Judas that it was over for him regardless, explaining that his own men were already chasing Nathaniel. He concluded that Judas' defiance was therefore pointless and that he was destined only to die in vain. Judas looked up with a knowing glint in his eye, asking if that was what the man truly believed. His question was left hanging in the air as he suddenly pointed towards a commotion in the distance, directing the man's attention over there. The sounds of pursuit clearly echoed from the direction of a large stone statue. Meanwhile, Nathaniel was urgently warned that their pursuers were too fast and that it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Unaware, the pursuers shouted that their targets were right ahead, confident that the single path down the mountain meant they had nowhere left to run. Just as capture seemed imminent, Nathaniel calmly stated they had arrived precisely on time, much to her companion's confusion. She looked back with a serene expression, beginning to explain that the outsiders approaching them would ultimately not be able to find them in this sacred place. Her pursuers charged forward, yelling that their primary mission was to capture Nathaniel. But upon rounding the corner, they stopped dead in their tracks, utterly baffled by what they saw. In complete disbelief, one of them questioned how their targets could have disappeared, ordering the group to split up and find them immediately. They reasoned that an old woman couldn't possibly be faster than them and couldn't have gotten far. Back in the decorated courtyard, the tense standoff between Judas and Nathaniel's underling continued under the moonlight. The underling knew that to ensure Thaddeus' safety, he first needed to successfully distract Judas. He recognized that Judas would not step aside easily, leaving him no choice but to wait for a specific, anticipated event to unfold. At that moment, one of Judas's men ran up to him with an urgent and apologetic report. The man admitted they had lost Nathaniel, which prompted an incredulous and furious response from Judas, who berated him for losing an old woman on a single path. Nathaniel's protector coolly reminded Judas of what he had already been told just moments before. He stated with unwavering certainty that they would not find Nathaniel or Sir Pietro, adding that even if they did meet him, they could never catch him. He then began to taunt Judas, remarking what a terrible shame it was that Sir Pietro couldn't witness the scene unfold. He mused about how immensely large Sir Pietro's smile would have been had he seen Judas looking so completely flustered. With a thoughtful tilt of his head, the man then commented on the strange and striking resemblance Judas bore to Pietro. This remark ignited a cold fury in Judas, who declared his sudden desire to see the man's smiling face just so he could rip off his mask and tear that smirk apart. He belittled his opponent as nothing more than one of Nathaniel's underlings, questioning how he could dare to believe he was a worthy adversary. In a calm but firm response, the underling vowed that he would make Judas realize something crucial. He settled into his stance, preparing to demonstrate just how terrifying a supposed mere underling could truly be. With his resolve hardened, he initiated his attack, calling upon the formidable dual-blade flow. His eyes began to glow with a fierce red light as he lunged forward, his sword held at the ready. He then unleashed a devastating technique known as the swirling cut. Judas observed the familiar attack with a detached calm, noting to himself that his opponent hadn't changed one bit. He recalled that maintaining the precise trajectory of the swirling cut was a feat most swordsmen could not achieve. He remembered, however, that in a remarkably short amount of time during his own training, he had successfully created his own, superior version of the swirling cut that utilized two swords instead of one. At the same time, the underling knew that Judas, despite perfectly copying the move, was completely unaware of a critical detail. He understood that the version of the swirling cut that Judas was using possessed a small but critical opening. And with a swift and precise counter, he expertly exploited that very weakness. Judas reeled back in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend how his perfectly replicated attack had been so easily dismantled. The underling calmly told him not to be embarrassed by his ignorance, explaining that he had overlooked one very big thing in his perfect copy. He revealed that the crucial factor Judas had missed was the inherent nature of the symmetrical exercise pattern. He elaborated that when humans performed coordination exercises with both arms, they instinctively preferred to move them symmetrically. This deep-seated instinct ultimately caused the movements of both arms to become identical, a very human flaw. The man declared that he had anticipated this instinctual flaw and had caught Judas at that very moment of vulnerability. He punctuated his sharp lesson by swinging his own sword, unleashing a powerful counterslash. Judas gritted his teeth, forced to admit that his opponent was clearly not just some normal piece of trash. He internally processed the impossibly small opening the man had seen, while the underling cryptically suggested Judas could use such insults later. He warned Judas that he could only afford to say such things after he managed to walk out of their battle alive. The underling remained wary, absolutely certain that this wasn't everything Judas had to offer and that he still held a powerful trump card. A sudden glint of metal followed by a blur of motion then caught him completely by surprise. Judas began to recite an old saying he had heard so many times growing up it had made his ears bleed. He began by explaining that a third-rate fighter was one who could wield a single blade well. He continued that a second-rate fighter was someone who could proficiently wield all manner of weapons. But a truly first-rate warrior, he declared with a flourish, could use everything and anything in the world as a weapon. The underling watched in utter astonishment as he realized Judas had instantly fashioned a new, deadly weapon from a broken blade and a nearby lantern. He suddenly remembered that Judas had always been like this, even when they were much younger. While others struggled to learn one thing, Judas possessed the prodigious talent to master 10, or even 1,000 things in the same amount of time. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he wondered how such a gifted individual could have become the twisted man standing before him today. An unspoken question hung heavy in the profound silence between the two combatants. The underling finally broke the silence, pleading with Judas to stop his pursuit and finally let Sir Pietro go. Judas stared at him, completely baffled by the earnest request. The man went on to suggest that Pietro had done nothing to warrant such intense jealousy from him, a word that instantly triggered Judas' rage. He exploded in a fit of pure fury, screaming at the man and demanding to know what he could possibly understand about their history. At that exact moment, a new voice called out from the side, urgently directing Sir Pietro toward an escape route. The newcomer desperately pleaded for Pietro to take advantage of the opening and escape while he could. Sir Pietro's face was a mask of cold resolve, his eyes glowing with a brilliant white light as he made his decision. He turned to the young man who had served as a decoy, promising that he would remember him and would come find him after everything was over. In a flash, a massive blade of pure energy shot through the air, aimed directly at the distracted Judas. A profound and stunned silence fell over the courtyard in the immediate aftermath of the devastating attack. Once the dust had settled, the underling called out into the quiet, signaling that it was now safe to emerge from hiding. Sir Pietro's decoy appeared, confirming that he had lured Judas away as instructed, though he still seemed worried about whether it was truly okay. The underling reassured him that since Judas' primary goal had always been Pietro, it was easy to lure him away once he got sufficiently worked up. He then urged the decoy to hurry and run to the prearranged location they had discussed beforehand. Elsewhere, in another part of the compound, a man called out for his brother, Simon, relieved to have found him. Simon expressed his own relief, explaining that it had been tough to evade their enemies since the men from Glory had split up to search. His brother dismissed the concern, admitting he was just as lost as Simon regarding where Nathaniel had wanted them to go. He did, however, recall one very specific and peculiar instruction that Nathaniel had given them. According to her directions, their next step was to light all the candles they could find in the area. As they lit the final candle, a hidden passage ground open, leaving Simon to wonder if he was in a movie and his brother to marvel at Nathaniel's ingenuity. They realized it was a hidden cave and, without hesitating, decided to venture inside. The entrance gave way to a rough-hewn tunnel, which was illuminated by a soft and welcoming light from within. One of the brothers still couldn't quite believe that she had managed to create such a hidden space. He voiced his astonishment that this entire, elaborate sanctuary was concealed just behind the massive statue of Buddha. Inside, they were greeted by Nathaniel, who called out to her sister and nephew, overjoyed to see them safe. The nephew was amazed by the stash of rare food, while his uncle praised Nathaniel for creating such an incredible and well-stocked shelter. Nathaniel explained that she had long predicted that glory would eventually find their way to this location one day. She then thanked them both for their help, confirming that the surgery had been a success and the patient would wake up soon, earning her praise as the world's best doctor. Nearby, the man who had just undergone surgery, his eyes a deep reddish hue, looked down with a faint, peaceful smile. Despite their newfound safety, one of the brothers pointed out that Judas would now be looking for them like crazy, and they couldn't stay in the cave forever. The dark-haired man who had just woken up listened to this grim assessment with a grave expression. Another person reasoned that with enough food and a place to rest, they should be able to hide there for the meantime. A gentle voice then told the hungry nephew to eat slowly, reassuring him that nobody was going to take his bread from him. The nephew playfully retorted, asking if the person had ever had their bread stolen by a rat, a strange comment that left the others momentarily confused. Shifting the topic back to their predicament, one of them admitted there was still so much they didn't understand. He openly wondered why Judas despised brother Pietro so deeply, recalling that Judas had once been a bright child and concluding something terrible must have happened between them. As the difficult question was posed, Pietro's face fell into a deep and sorrowful shadow. Without a word, he abruptly announced he was going to take a break, prompting a concerned call from his brother. His brother called after him, asking where he was going without eating and joking that the rats would get to his food first. Nathaniel quietly told them to leave him be, hinting that there was a very painful reason for his behavior. Her nephew looked at her with wide eyes, asking what she could possibly mean by that. With a heavy heart, Nathaniel revealed the long-held secret that brother Pietro had once had a daughter. The nephew uttered the name Hannah in a hushed whisper, asking what had become of her. Nathaniel's gaze was filled with sorrow as she confirmed that it was indeed Hannah she was talking about. A quiet, tormented voice then confessed from the shadows, admitting that he had been the one who killed her. A tragic memory echoed through the cave, the sound of a small child crying out desperately for her brother. The immense weight of their shared history settled upon them all, making one of them question if what they were doing was truly the right thing to do. The nephew processed the revelation with stunned disbelief, asking for clarification about Hannah, the daughter Pietro once had. Nathaniel's voice was heavy with sorrow as she confirmed that it was indeed Hannah she was speaking of. From the shadows, the man they had just rescued made a gut-wrenching confession, claiming that he was the one who had killed her. The nephew, utterly bewildered, struggled to understand what he meant by such a horrifying claim. The storyteller's voice then explained that this tragic event was the very beginning of their ill-fated relationship. The narrative shifted to the past, describing how the honor orphanage selected its next disciple from a pool of candidates whenever a position became vacant. In that bygone era, a younger Pietro entered an office, having been summoned by Father Gabriel for an important discussion. Father Gabriel expressed his sorrow over the death of the previous Judas but noted they couldn't leave the position empty, asking Pietro if any particular candidate had caught his eye. Pietro confirmed that there was one child he was considering, but he admitted to having a significant concern about him. He then began to ask Father Gabriel if they were perhaps thinking of the same individual. Father Gabriel confirmed Pietro's unspoken suspicion with a simple affirmation. The scene then cut to a brutal training exercise where a young boy screamed at his peers, warning them that their pathetic climbing would have gotten them all killed in a real battle. Meanwhile, other trainees complained amongst themselves, shocked that someone like Higio had been chosen as a disciple, before one of them called out to a boy named Choi Jin. Choi Jin approached his senior, noting how tired he must be from training and offering him a towel. The senior exploded in anger, berating Choi Jin for bringing a cold towel when he had specifically been told to make it warm. He then leaned in with a menacing whisper, warning Choi Jin to watch his back because the other seniors were waiting for him to fail. With a sneer, he corrected himself, calling Choi Jin by his new disciple name, Judas, and accusing the arrogant boy of getting the position through sheer luck. The other trainees jeered from the sidelines, predicting that Judas would die trying to imitate Pietro and eagerly anticipating the disciple position becoming vacant once more. Later, alone, the young Judas muttered to himself, insisting that his promotion was not luck but something he had earned purely with his own skill. His solitary brooding was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps, causing him to look up in surprise. He was shocked to see that his visitor was none other than Sir Pietro. Judas immediately launched into an excited report, telling Pietro he had finally been chosen and noting that he was the youngest disciple since the first generation. With stars in his eyes, he confessed that his greatest dream was to become a man just like Sir Pietro. Pietro cut through his youthful enthusiasm, asking if he knew what happened to the previous Judas, to which the boy uncertainly replied that he heard he was killed on a mission. Pietro then revealed the horrific truth, detailing how his predecessor had been captured, tortured for a week, and ultimately dismembered before being left in the wilderness. He warned the new Judas that he could face a similar fate, and that this position was not something to be excited about. The boy stammered an apology, astonished that Pietro could speak of such horrors to a junior so nonchalantly. Yet, in a strange twist of admiration, Judas found himself thinking that Pietro's ice-cold demeanor was incredibly cool. The story then paused to explain the normal procedure for trainees at the orphanage. Typically, trainees would spend years honing the basics and practicing with their single main weapon. However, the young Judas was an exception to this rule. For a child who was still so young and supposedly knew nothing, his talent was unprecedented. A look at his file revealed the shocking truth: Choi Jin was a prodigy, having mastered a vast arsenal of weapons from pistols to bows at an astonishingly young age. It was feared that realizing such immense talent so early could be a poison to him, a speculation that was proven correct all too soon. During a chaotic mission, one of his teammates yelled for everyone to run, convinced that escaping the area was their only chance for survival. A moment later, a sharp cry of agony echoed through the chaos as a fellow operative was shot. Judas rushed to his side, trying to reassure him that it was just a leg wound and that he would support him. The injured man, however, insisted they leave him behind, arguing that they would all be killed if they tried to carry him. Faced with an impossible choice, Judas found himself wondering what his hero, brother Pietro, would do in such a dire situation. As another teammate urged them to hurry and grabbed for the wounded man, time seemed to run out. In that tense moment, Judas held his injured comrade's bleeding hand while the third operative looked on, his face a mask of shock. The teammates suddenly cried out in horror, demanding to know why Judas had just murdered their fallen brother. Judas calmly explained his logic, stating that they couldn't carry an injured man and that leaving him alive risked him revealing intel under torture. He justified the act as a mercy killing, claiming he had stabbed the left ventricle for a painless death and that it was simply a rational decision to ensure the mission's success. His surviving companion was left utterly aghast, unable to comprehend such profound cruelty. He knew with absolute certainty that if brother Pietro had been there, he never would have made such a cold-hearted choice. He firmly believed that Pietro would have done everything in his power to save their comrade's life. And so, the two survivors fled across the rooftops, leaving the lifeless body of their teammate behind. Back at the orphanage, Pietro stood in quiet prayer, beginning the sacred words of the Our Father. He solemnly asked for forgiveness for their trespasses and their sins, praying for deliverance from evil before concluding his prayer. Later, Father Gabriel gathered the disciples, asking if they were familiar with a man named Professor Lee Jin-hee. One of them immediately recognized the name, identifying the professor as the genius who had developed a dangerous biochemical weapon. Father Gabriel confirmed this was the man, revealing that the professor and his weapon had been kidnapped and taken to Rakandia. The name of the nation sent a shockwave through the room, as the disciples knew it as the largest criminal state in Southeast Asia. The father elaborated, explaining that the small island was considered extremely dangerous for one specific reason. He revealed that its entire population was comprised of heavily armed criminals, making it a veritable fortress of evil. He then explained that there was an even more pressing issue they needed to consider for the upcoming mission. While the top priority was the hostages' safety, the nature of the island made a large-scale military infiltration completely impossible. It was for this very reason that their elite unit had been tasked with this incredibly important mission. Father Gabriel then formally assigned the mission to Pietro, who accepted the command without a moment's hesitation. Just then, an eager voice cut through the solemn atmosphere, calling out to the father. It was Judas, volunteering to assist Pietro, only to be immediately shot down by another disciple who told him not to get ahead of himself. Judas pleaded his case, arguing that this was a vital opportunity for him to learn from Pietro and understand the true difference in their abilities. After a moment of consideration, Father Gabriel agreed, deciding that the experience would indeed be valuable for the young disciple. Judas was overjoyed, but the narrator forewarned that this mission would prove to be far more brutal and demanding than any of them could have ever expected. Deep within enemy territory, Judas cursed under his breath as he realized his position had been discovered. He frantically called to Pietro, reporting that they were overwhelmingly outnumbered and that his 10 remaining bullets were no match for the enemy forces. Panicking, he lamented their faulty intelligence, then tried to force himself to think rationally, once again asking himself what Brother Pietro would do. After a brief, desperate assessment, he concluded that there was only one path forward. He began to tell Pietro to use him as bait and run, but Pietro calmly cut him off before he could finish. In the midst of the firefight, Pietro asked the completely nonsensical question of whether Judas was any good at pool, leaving the boy utterly baffled. Nearby, enemy soldiers heard a strange noise and moved to investigate its source. One of them looked up, confused by the sight of a large object flying toward them through the air. As the object descended, Pietro calmly began a lesson, stating that if you don't have enough bullets for the job, then you simply have to create a situation where they become enough. Judas watched in absolute shock, unable to comprehend Pietro's cryptic words or the reckless action he was witnessing. His shock morphed into pure disbelief as the reality of the situation dawned on him. He realized with utter astonishment that Pietro had just hurled an entire motorbike at their enemies. An overhead view captured the massive explosion that tore through the enemy position, the devastating result of Pietro's unbelievable feat. As they made their escape, Pietro coolly advised Judas that he should learn how to play pool when they returned. He continued his explanation, starting to elaborate on why knowing the game was so important. He concluded his strange lesson by stating that proficiency in pool could be quite useful in their line of work. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the gunfight continued to rage with chaotic and deadly violence. Judas could only stare, thinking Pietro's combat abilities were simply unbelievable. He broke down the maneuver in his mind, realizing Pietro had flawlessly manipulated the enemies into a line to kill several of them with a single bullet aimed at an unprotected artery. The surviving enemies descended into panic, screaming for help and crying out in terror as they were systematically eliminated. In his final moments, one of the soldiers screamed that their assailant was not human. Pietro, completely unfazed by the carnage, turned and called out to the mesmerized Judas, asking if he was coming. Judas stood frozen, replaying how Pietro had instantly assessed the situation, used the bike as a brilliant diversion, and then eliminated every threat with absolute, unhesitating efficiency. He whispered his mentor's name, a name that now represented an inhuman level of skill and lethality. They finally arrived at a building, which Pietro identified as the professor's location, ordering Judas to cover him as they prepared to enter. With his rifle raised, Pietro moved cautiously through a doorway, ready for whatever lay beyond. But upon entering the room, he stopped dead in his tracks, utterly surprised by the scene before him. He grimly announced that their target, Professor Li Jinhe, was already dead. Judas wondered aloud if it was suicide, but Pietro noted the wound was from a sniper rifle, leaving them baffled as to why the kidnappers would murder their own prize. Pietro quickly deduced there could be only one reason, realizing that their true target from the very beginning was never the professor himself, a thought that was interrupted by a soft, gurgling sound. It was in this moment that they encountered the one person who would go on to completely change the fate of everyone involved. Judas stared in shock at the discovery, stating that this development was something they had not been briefed on. In a small crib lay a baby, prompting Judas to wonder if she was Professor Lee's daughter. Pietro dismissed the idea that the professor would bring a child with him, concluding that the baby was the real kidnap victim, though the motive remained a complete mystery. Unsure how to proceed, Judas turned to his senior for orders. With a cold glint in his eye, Judas declared that he would handle the situation according to the manual, ominously stating that their mission protocols allowed for no witnesses. Judas could only utter a confused sound, his mind reeling from the unexpected situation. He stammered that this development was completely unaccounted for. The reality sank in that they had not been informed of a child's presence. He wondered aloud what possible reason there could be for a baby to be in such a place. Turning to his superior, Judas declared that he would handle the situation according to their manual. He ominously stated that their mission protocol strictly forbade leaving any witnesses. But just as he was about to act, Pietro commanded him to wait. In a stunning reversal of protocol, Pietro announced they would be taking the baby with them. Judas protested, reminding Pietro of the fundamental rule to eliminate all witnesses. Pietro countered, insisting something felt deeply wrong about the entire scenario. He began to break down the logic, starting with the fact that the professor was abducted for his biochemical weapon research. He questioned why the kidnappers would go to the trouble of taking a child, and more importantly, why they would spare her life after doing so. Pietro concluded that there had to be a very specific reason the baby was deliberately kept alive. He then gave Judas a critical piece of instruction. The existence of this baby, he ordered, was to remain an absolute secret from everyone, forever. Awed by the deduction, Judas lowered his head and confirmed he understood. He internally marveled at Pietro's foresight, realizing he had never considered the situation with such depth. The baby began to stir in her crib, letting out a soft, gurgling sound. Pietro's eyes suddenly widened as a dreadful thought occurred to him. The infant's soft noises immediately escalated into a full-blown, piercing wail. Pietro awkwardly tried to soothe her, assuring the crying child that everything was okay. After a moment, he managed to calm her, noting that a gentle touch seemed to be the key to quieting a newborn. With the immediate crisis averted, his mind returned to the mission's complexities. He reasoned that the Recandia operatives must have kept her alive because she held some important secret. This meant that if Recandia knew she existed, they would hunt her down relentlessly, making it imperative to hide her. The crushing weight of his decision landed on him as he questioned if he could truly keep the child alive until his mission was complete. He was plagued by practical worries, having no idea what to feed her or how to handle even the most basic care. The situation felt impossible, and he racked his brain, desperately trying to think of anyone who could help him with this newborn. Then, a name suddenly sparked in his mind. The scene shifted to a group of agents at a meal, where one complained about life's hardships. He mused about how unenjoyable life was, trying to draw a silent Judas into his lament. Another agent chastised him, remarking that complaining was a luxury when so many children were starving. The first agent grumbled that his companion had a talent for ruining the mood, again trying to get a reaction from the stoic Judas. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when Pietro's voice called out for someone named Nathaniel. A woman looked up, startled by the summons, and nervously asked what he wanted. Pietro told her he had something urgent to discuss and asked her to come to his room. Though visibly confused, Nathaniel agreed to his request. Her expression was a mixture of worry and curiosity as she looked toward him. At the dinner table, two of the men, including the one who had been complaining, stared in open-mouthed shock. The man, Simon, wondered aloud if he was imagining things, pointing out that Pietro had never spoken to Nathaniel before. He turned to Judas for confirmation, but Judas characteristically feigned ignorance. Unfazed, Simon grew more animated, insisting that the situation was bizarre no matter how you looked at it. He reminded them that Pietro was famously self-reliant and always solved his own problems. The fact that this same Pietro was asking Nathaniel to his room so late at night was truly unprecedented. His imagination ran wild as he wondered if this was the beginning of a romance for the beautiful Nathaniel. He jokingly confessed that he had been waiting a long time for her to finally get married. Another agent scolded Simon for his foolish gossip, stating it was obviously about work and he should act more like an adult. Simon brushed off the criticism, claiming he knew it was work-related all along before trying one last time to get a response from the unmoving Judas. Meanwhile, Nathaniel arrived at a solitary cabin nestled deep within a forest bathed in moonlight. She paused before the door, her thoughts racing. Simon's ridiculous words about Pietro asking her to his room late at night echoed in her mind. She berated herself for being pathetic enough to even consider his silly romantic theories. And yet, she couldn't help but wonder why on earth he had summoned her at this hour. Nathaniel shook her head, forcing herself to get a grip and focus on the fact that this had to be about work. She announced her arrival, telling Pietro to be frank as she was busy, only for him to casually invite her inside. He then instructed her to come into his bedroom, a word that made her heart stop. A wave of indignation washed over her as she thought how outrageously rude it was for a man to make such a request. Her angry thoughts came to a screeching halt the moment she stepped into the room. Pietro, completely oblivious to her inner turmoil, asked her what she meant by rude. Her gaze fell upon a baby, and her well-ordered medical mind scrambled to process the impossible scene. Her thoughts spiraled from autonomous reproduction to a scandalous affair, both of which she knew were utterly preposterous. Seeing her frozen in shock, Pietro calmly told her to stop staring and just ask her questions. The quiet, remote cabin sat peacefully under the moonlit sky, hiding the strange scene within. Nathaniel knelt by the crib, remarking on how small and cute the baby's feet were. She then looked to Pietro for confirmation, asking if this child was indeed the key to unlocking the secret of the biochemical weapon, which he affirmed. With that established, she asked the most important question: why had he specifically called for her? Pietro paused for a beat, gathering his thoughts for the momentous request. He then proposed that the two of them raise the child together, a suggestion that Nathaniel met with utter disbelief, asking if he was insane. She struggled to even form the words, questioning how they could possibly manage such a thing. Pietro interrupted, laying down the most important rule: until the secret was deciphered, no outsiders could ever know they were raising this child. Elsewhere, in a Rakandian facility in 1985, a furious commander demanded to know why the device wasn't working after so many attempts. A biometric scanner flashed identification declined, prompting him to slam his fist down in rage. A terrified subordinate reported that he had brought the severed hands of all local children, but it seemed only the specific baby's hand could open it. He added that any attempt to force the lock would cause the biochemical weapon inside to detonate, leaving them completely stuck. The commander raged, unable to comprehend the concept of a unique fingerprint and why it was thwarting him. His underling explained that it was a recently developed security measure that would only respond to that one specific baby's fingerprint. The commander's expression hardened as he realized there was only one course of action left. He gave a clear and simple order: find that child immediately, for her fingerprint was the key. An officer recalled the operatives who had come from Korea, theorizing they had most likely taken the child. With his target identified, the commander ordered his men to find them and secure the baby, no matter what it took. Back at the compound, Simon was instructing Thaddeus to be absolutely silent, a warning his companion had already heard multiple times. Suddenly, Simon spotted Nathaniel arriving at the cabin and pointed her out. He excitedly asked Thaddeus if he saw it too, and Thaddeus confirmed that he had. Simon revealed that had been spying for days, discovering that Nathaniel visited Pietro's room every night, a mystery that had driven him mad with curiosity. He presented his absurd theory to Thaddeus: two people go in, but somehow, 3 people come out. They watched as Nathaniel knocked and Pietro let her into the cabin for the night. Thaddeus, feeling they were crossing a line, suggested they should just leave. But Simon, unable to contain his curiosity, declared he was going inside to ask them directly, boasting that he had the skills to do so. The camera focused on the rustic wooden door of the dimly lit cabin. Simon burst in, loudly feigning that he had forgotten something important inside Pietro's lodge. He continued his ridiculous performance, pretending to search for his precious thing while wondering how it got there. Both Simon and Thaddeus peered into the room, their faces frozen in a shared expression of complete astonishment. Simon could not believe what his eyes were telling him. Their imaginations instantly concocted a wild scenario. Nathaniel had already given birth to Pietro's child. While Thaddeus questioned the impossibly short timeline, Simon rationalized that for a legendary pair like them, 3 days was plenty of time. Thaddeus was convinced, proclaiming that their child would become the strongest person on earth, even as Pietro and Nathaniel tried desperately to explain. Simon completely ignored them, gushing over the baby's strength and congratulating the flustered pair. A calm, authoritative voice suddenly cut through the chaos, asking what was going on. The group turned to see another man standing in the doorway, who coolly remarked that fun things ought to be witnessed by everyone. Pietro's expression hardened as he told the newcomer that he wasn't needed here and ordered him to go back. He then addressed the man by his name, Raphael. The desolate cabin was filled with the sound of a baby's incessant crying. Pietro gently rocked the infant, whispering reassurances and pleading with her to finally stop weeping. To his relief, she eventually fell silent, and he made a mental note that patting a baby's back seemed to be the key to soothing them. However, once the immediate crisis was over, his mind drifted back to more serious matters. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Recandians had a specific, crucial reason for keeping this child alive, suspecting a dark secret was at play. His thoughts were interrupted when a man entered the room, asking if Father Gabriel had sent for him. Pietro confirmed he had, explaining to the man, whom he called father, that he had something important to show him. The father began to explain a harrowing situation, revealing that the Recandians were on a rampage across Asia, systematically cutting off the hands of children. He presented his theory that these cruel acts were part of a desperate search for the key to Professor Li Jinhe's biochemical weapon, then showed Pietro an object for his assessment. Pietro's eyes widened with immediate recognition as he stared at the item. He identified it as a high-tech safe that operated with fingerprint recognition. In that single moment, the entire puzzle clicked into place for him. He understood with chilling certainty that they had kept the child alive because her fingerprint was the one and only key to that safe. Pietro mentally reviewed the principles of the technology, noting that the uniqueness of each person's fingerprints made it an exceptionally secure system. The father despaired over the enemy's cruelty, fearing that their acquisition of the biochemical weapon was now inevitable. Pietro, however, confidently disagreed with this grim assessment, which prompted the father to ask why. He highlighted the crucial detail that the Recandians were cutting off hands, which fortunately meant they were oblivious to a critical design feature of the safe. He elaborated that the security system did more than simply scan a fingerprint. It also required a specific signal from the fingerprint's owner. The safe would only open if it could detect the owner's living biological signal. Pietro concluded that after enough failed attempts with severed hands, the Recandians would realize their efforts were futile and would be forced to retreat for a while. Father Gabriel looked to the heavens with profound relief, offering a silent prayer of thanks to God. A heavy silence descended upon the group as they absorbed the weight of this new information. Nathaniel then voiced the question that was on everyone's mind, asking if the situation was truly okay. She expressed her deep concern that with the Recandians searching so frantically, the child would one day find herself in extreme danger. When she suggested telling the father, Pietro immediately shut down the idea, refusing to put such a heavy burden on the old man. He argued that if the truth about the child's identity as the key were to leak, everyone associated with them, including the father, would be in mortal peril. He therefore made an executive decision: this secret was not to get out under any circumstances. The three allies sat around a table with grim determination, unaware that another man was observing them from a distance. Later that night, a lone figure stood silhouetted against a window, staring out into the dark and imposing forest. Thaddeus, meanwhile, beamed with pride as he perfected the baby's formula, boasting that the proportions and temperature were flawless. He celebrated enthusiastically as the baby began to drink, feeling as if he had earned her approval, though Simon dryly remarked that she was just starving and playfully threatened him. Thaddeus cooed at the baby, claiming his formula was superior and advising her to drink slowly, which earned another sarcastic comment from Simon, who was once again told to watch his back. Changing the subject, Simon mentioned that there was something he had been meaning to ask Pietro for a while. He asked what the baby's name was, arguing that since they were all growing close to her, they should at least know what to call her. Pietro bluntly stated that they didn't need to know, as knowing her name would only foster unnecessary emotions down the line. Simon marveled at how different he and Pietro were despite being born in the same year, to which Pietro simply replied that their DNA was different. Pushing further, Simon asked his brother if he had ever thought about wanting a family or children of his own. Pietro scoffed at the ridiculous question, deliberately ignoring Simon to dote on the baby, who was eating well. Amidst the bickering, the baby suddenly uttered a clear, distinct sound. Simon stared in utter disbelief, turning to Pietro to ask if she had just called him Dad. Pietro coolly dismissed it as simple baby talk, explaining it was a meaningless sound that occurs naturally as an infant learns to speak. Simon vehemently disagreed, insisting she had clearly said Dada and, turning to the baby, playfully encouraged her to say it again to prove the skeptical doctor wrong. As if on cue, the infant looked toward Pietro and let out another distinct "da." Simon seized the moment, turning to his brother to offer his own interpretation of these events. He declared that their encounter with this child wasn't a coincidence but a divine revelation, or perhaps even their shared fate. Pietro's mind, however, was flooded with the image of a tall, intimidating man in a suit, a symbol of their harsh reality. This was followed by a close-up vision of a hand gripping a pistol, the tool of their deadly trade. He coldly reminded his brother that as the designated swords of their church and country, things like family were nothing more than an unobtainable fantasy for them. This, he asserted, was the true revelation God had given them, and it was their inescapable destiny. He sternly warned Simon not to allow himself to become any more attached to the child. Some time later, as the imminent threat from the Recandia organization began to fade, a new problem arose. Knowing he couldn't raise a growing child in a Spartan dorm, Pietro made the difficult choice to leave her in the care of a family orphanage. The little girl wailed in protest, crying that the place was cold and scary and begging to be taken home. Pietro tried to soothe her by promising the new place was warm and that he would visit often, but she clung to him, pleading for her dad not to go. He knelt down to her level, quietly asking her if she felt how cold it was. He then imparted a cruel but necessary lesson, telling her that the world was a far colder place than she could ever imagine. He instructed her that to survive in such a world, she had to stop being a crybaby. With final, crushing words, he told her that he was not her dad and she was to stop calling him that. The small girl could only look up, her innocent face a mask of confusion and hurt as the stern man stared down at her. As Pietro turned to leave, Thaddeus questioned why he had to be so harsh with the child. Ignoring the question, Pietro formally entrusted the girl to the orphanage's matron, who accepted the responsibility. The matron then asked a simple, practical question: what the child's name was. Pietro stated that she didn't have one and that they could call her whatever they wished, before turning his back and walking away. Years passed, and the matron was seen affectionately telling the little girl, whom she had temporarily named Suk, how smart she was. During a lesson, she explained that the word grace signified the love or help that one receives from another. The girl was enchanted by the concept, remarking on how beautiful the word sounded. When the matron asked if there was anything graceful in her own life, the girl paused to think. At that moment, Pietro arrived for one of his infrequent visits, carrying supplies for the orphanage. The matron apologized for having him perform such manual labor, but he waved it off, acknowledging she had no one else to assist her. After he set the supplies down, the matron hesitantly approached him about a sensitive topic. She gently suggested that it was well past time they gave the child a proper, registered name. When Pietro pointed out she was already being called Suk, the matron explained it was only temporary and official registration was needed. She carefully implied that since he was the closest thing the girl had to a father, he should consider taking a greater interest in her future. Pietro's expression hardened as he offered a cold, formal apology. He curtly asked if there was anything else he could help with before promptly taking his leave, cutting the conversation short. The matron could only call after him, wishing him well and asking him to visit often. The scene then shifted to the Honorchich's training area, a place of intense discipline. A tense silence permeated the locker room. A junior named Choi Jin nervously approached his senior, only to be berated by the man, Judas, for failing to bring him hot towels as instructed. Choi Jin stood his ground, letting the silence stretch between them. Finally addressing him by his full name, Choi Jin stated he had a question, prompting an annoyed Judas to demand he get straight to the point. Choi Jin began cautiously, mentioning that he had been finding mysterious tears in his clothes recently. Judas feigned ignorance, asking what that had to do with him, even as Choi Jin added that he could smell something strange on the fabric. The junior struggled to form the accusation, stammering as he tried to find the right words to confront his senior. Taking a deep breath, he finally looked Judas in the eye and asked directly if he was the one responsible. Judas erupted in derisive laughter, mocking Choi Jin for his clumsy attempt at condemnation. He then leaned in close, remarking that the smell was unmistakable. Judas sneered that the reek of animal blood on his clothes, coupled with his disgusting knife, was the very reason Choi Jin was incapable of improving his skills. Enraged by the insult, Choi Jin shot back, warning Judas not to become arrogant just because he was now a disciple, revealing that many others were saying so behind his back. He yelled that becoming a disciple would never make Judas equal to Pietro, claiming he would never even come close to his level. With a final, venomous shout, he declared that Judas would never be anything more than a cheap imitation of Pietro. At that exact moment, Judas approached the real Pietro, calmly handing him a fresh towel. Without warning, Judas unleashed his fury in the training yard, striking an opponent and a dog in a single, fluid motion. He then vaulted into the air, positioning himself directly above his fallen foe. From a commanding high angle, he brought his foot down with devastating force, the impact creating a powerful shockwave. Walking away from the carnage, Judas calmly told Pietro he had made a mistake, recalling how he was told his previous method for preparing towels was incorrect. He cast a dark, menacing look back at the whimpering Choi Jin. With a chilling tone, he remarked that for someone like him, the towel should be served searing hot. Finally, addressing the imitation insult, Judas vowed that if that's what they thought he was, he would simply prove to everyone that he was far better than the original. One man commented on his brother's apparent ruthlessness, but the other simply asked what he meant, feigning ignorance. The first man explained he was performing surgery, removing a bullet from an arm without any anesthesia, a fact the other dismissed as unavoidable. Frustrated, he insisted that the lack of supplies was not the true issue at hand. He then asked his brother if he knew what thoughts crossed his mind whenever he found himself in such painful situations. He confessed his belief that they would one day face divine punishment for a life spent inflicting injuries on others. He reasoned that if having pieces of steel embedded in his arm could extend someone else's life, then it was a worthy price. He declared with conviction that he would gladly offer his other arm for the same purpose. The scene shifted to a memory of a little girl named Suk, who excitedly announced her future plans to her older sister. Her sister beamed with pride, marveling that young Suk already had a dream and eagerly asked to see what it was. Upon seeing the drawing, the sister reacted with shock, realizing Suk's ambition was to build an entire hospital. Suk explained that she was inspired by the coolness of Sister Nathaniel and began trying to calculate the astronomical cost. An off-screen voice calculated that based on average salaries, it would be an impossible task to save enough money after living expenses. The staggering conclusion was that it would take approximately 4,786 years to achieve her goal. Her sister gently tried to manage her expectations, suggesting that instead of building a hospital, Suk could become a doctor just like Sister Nathaniel. Back in the present, a voice pointed out that they already had a doctor in Sister Nathaniel. A woman commented to Pietro on how nice it was to relax on days without missions, only to notice his attention was captured by something else. His gaze was fixed on the young girl, Suk, who stood nearby with a troubled expression on her face. The woman beside him called out the child's name in surprise. A group of children approached, with one speaking up to address the sister. They politely insisted on taking over the laborious work, telling the brother and sister that they couldn't allow such precious people to do it. Nathaniel watched them, surprised, as Suk crouched down alone near a trash can. Pietro abruptly told Nathaniel it was time to leave, and she reluctantly agreed. Later, Nathaniel firmly stated her intention to refuse something from that point forward. Pietro questioned her decision, arguing that it was more efficient to let others who were better suited handle such tasks. She pressed him, asking if he was genuinely unaware of the real reason for their visits. She admitted that she simply wanted to stop by occasionally to see how Suk was doing, a reason Pietro coldly questioned. To explain her point, she asked if he had ever heard of the biological phenomenon known as the imprinting effect. She elaborated that baby birds instinctively believe the first thing they encounter after hatching is their parent. She then made the direct comparison, telling Pietro that for that specific child, he was that very figure. Meanwhile, a scene of the children playing showed Suk selflessly giving her share to the sister while another boy was chided for his greed. He stood bathed in the dappled sunlight, lost in contemplative thought. He considered that the ideal place for that metaphorical baby bird to eventually spread its wings was not by his side, but rather, right there in the orphanage. He observed her from a distance, concluding that she was managing very well without him. He believed this was the natural and correct order of things. He reassured himself with the thought that young children tended to forget things easily over time. The scene then shifted to a desolate brick shed standing alone in the depths of a dark, dense forest. Within, a voice seethed with determination, insisting that he too could achieve such greatness. He screamed internally that he could become just like Pietro. He recalled how, since he was young, he had been praised as a genius born once every 5,000 years. Yet even at that young age, he found himself looking up to the man known as Pietro. It was then that his life's goal to emulate brother Pietro was irrevocably set in stone. He remembered the whispers and mockery from others who noted his constant focus on Pietro and his habit of copying his skills. They derided him as arrogant, sneering that becoming a disciple had made him think he was Pietro's equal. He agonized over why these things kept happening, constantly wondering how Pietro would handle the same situation. In a memory of desperation, one man placed a small, crucial object into the bloodied and bandaged hand of another. He asked himself if this act of sacrifice was what brother Pietro would have done. He lamented that Pietro would have done anything to keep his comrades alive, feeling as though his own struggles only pulled him deeper into despair. Choi Jin's taunting voice echoed in his memory, questioning if becoming a disciple could ever make him a true equal to Pietro. The final, venomous insult resurfaced, the declaration that he was nothing more than a cheap Pietro imitation. Judas internally raged against his circumstances, questioning why he, an incredible talent, was forced to live in Pietro's shadow. He repeated the thought with vehemence, unable to comprehend why a talent as great as his own was being overlooked. Suddenly, another person's voice cut through his thoughts, questioning the mention of Pietro's name. Judas' simmering rage boiled over as he wondered who dared to speak so carelessly. He silently roared, demanding to know who had the audacity to run their mouth in front of him. The man was revealed to be Raphael, his presence unexpected. Raphael began to speak, his tone suggesting that Judas' situation was quite unfortunate. He gave a chilling warning to watch what was said, as he was currently in the mood to kill someone. Raphael then began a condescending comparison, stating that if Judas' current level was at a certain point, then Pietro's skill was on a completely different, almost unreachable, plane. Enraged by the insult, Judas screamed at him, demanding to know who he was to make such a judgment. Raphael calmly continued his assessment, ignoring the outburst. He pointed out that, under normal circumstances, Judas' talent should have already placed him at a much higher level. He then revealed a secret, telling Judas that Father Gabriel had once said he was actually more talented than Pietro. Judas was left stunned and disbelieving, questioning if Father Gabriel had truly said such a thing. Raphael continued cryptically, reminding Judas that the organization known as Honor was finite. He painted a picture of a chaotic world where everyone was devouring each other, adding that Pietro, the symbol of honor, was slowly falling. He noted that Pietro had recently become distracted by something strange, weakening his position. He claimed it was only a matter of time before the entire foundation of their order would collapse in a single moment. Cutting through the monologue, Judas demanded to know what Raphael was truly trying to say. Raphael dismissed the question, claiming it was nothing of great importance. He simply mused that in the current climate, they might be in need of a new hero. The seed of doubt was planted, and Judas was left to ponder the possibility that he was, in fact, better than Pietro. A sudden flash of understanding washed over him as the pieces began to click into place. He remembered a strict order from the past: the fact that a certain child was alive could never be leaked. He then came to a new conclusion: honor was far too small a stage for his ambitions. He resolved to look at the bigger picture, to aim for something far greater. The story then moved to the Recandia colonial island of Pactyr. A local guard confronted Judas, demanding to know where he was from. The guard pressed further, asking how he managed to bypass the heavy security, but Judas coolly suggested he should have asked why instead of how. He instructed the man to inform his boss that he was from the organization known as Honor. The guard reacted with disbelief, connecting Honor with the legendary name of Pietro. Judas grew annoyed, realizing that even in this remote place, everything revolved around Pietro. He issued a deadly ultimatum, telling the man that if he didn't lower his weapon in 3 seconds, he wouldn't die. The guards began to speculate wildly, with one asking if he was Pietro himself, while another dismissed the idea based on his shabby appearance. Enraged, one of the guards charged forward, calling him a young bastard. The guard's attack was cut short by a brutal counter, and he cried out in agony. The remaining guard, terrified, immediately began to beg for his life. Judas coldly commanded the terrified man to say that name again. He then unleashed a flurry of brutal stabs, his knife a blur of motion against his downed victim. With each strike, he screamed Pietro's name, the sound a mix of rage and obsession. Panting and covered in blood, he began to ask a question between ragged breaths. He screamed at the dying man, demanding to know if he still thought Judas was less than Pietro. The violent outburst left him panting heavily, the adrenaline slowly receding. Just then, a new, amused voice echoed through the area, remarking on the scene. The speaker mocked the dead guards, saying they were dying simply because they had failed to believe him. He noted that one could tell just by looking at his guts that Judas was not an average man. He marveled that the honor had been seeking had walked right to him, and then asked what brought his valued guest to this place. Judas stated that he had come to strike a deal, one that he claimed was too amazing to refuse. The man erupted in laughter, declaring his love for great deals and agreeing to hear the outsider out. He formally introduced himself as Datukin, the king of Recandia and a notorious war criminal. In return, Judas identified himself as a disciple of Honor, codenamed Judas. Datukin then asked Judas what he stood to gain from this proposed arrangement. Judas' response was simple and shocking: he wanted Pietro's head. A moment of stunned silence hung in the air following the declaration. The silence was broken by Datukin's booming laughter as he relished the drama of Pietro's own comrade betraying him, before asking if Judas had a plan. Judas laid out his strategy. He would give Datukin what he wanted, and when that bait lured Pietro to the island, Judas himself would end him. Datukin was tickled by the idea of Pietro coming to his island, expressing his happiness at getting to see a celebrity. Judas scoffed at the term celebrity, warning Datukin that he didn't truly understand who Pietro was, a man who had never missed a target. Datukin readily admitted his ignorance about who Pietro was. But Judas added a crucial detail: just as Datukin didn't know Pietro, Pietro didn't know the man Judas had become. He ended with a chilling, rhetorical question, expressing his curiosity about whether Pietro would be able to get out of this trap alive. A young girl's voice echoed in a distant memory, calling out her own name in a cheerful chant. In that memory, a kind sister affirmed the girl's name was Hannah, complimenting its beauty and receiving a delighted thank you in return. The young girl, Hannah, called out to the sister once more, her voice filled with affection. The sound of her calling for the sister lingered, a warm and pleasant echo from the past. Hannah then proudly announced she had finished her task and presented a gift to the sister, who expressed surprise at her speed. Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of Pietro, whom the sister greeted with a warm smile. The sister apologized for summoning him during his busy schedule before gesturing towards a small commotion to explain her reason for calling. Nearby, two children were squabbling, one demanding the other return something they had snatched away. She lamented that such incidents always seemed to happen when he visited, while Pietro simply asked for instructions, causing the sister to laugh as she admitted she had forgotten her own request. A sharp cry of pain suddenly cut through the otherwise peaceful afternoon. The sister gasped in alarm, questioning the outburst, as another child pointed towards the escalating fight. The struggle intensified, with one child refusing to let go of an object while the other cried out in frustration. Finally, one of them shouted with finality for the item to be given back immediately. A small, determined hand was seen gripping tightly onto the green sleeve of another child. Pietro's firm voice intervened, asking what was going on, which prompted the other child to cry out for the sister's help. He sternly questioned the aggressor, asking if she thought he brought her there just to fight with her friends. The child defiantly argued that her treasure had been stolen and that a thief was the one in the wrong, insisting she was innocent until Pietro calmly refuted her claim. He told her plainly that hitting a friend was wrong, a simple statement that visibly stunned her into silence. The other children called out Hannah's name, their voices laced with concern. The sister observed the scene with a puzzled expression, remarking that such aggressive behavior was entirely out of character for Hannah. Pietro looked down at the children, his expression serious and deeply contemplative. Noticing a small box left behind, he suggested to the other child that he should return it to Hannah, proposing it as a good opportunity for them to reconcile. The memory of Hannah proudly offering him her finished gift flashed vividly in his mind. He remembered the item was a small, hand-decorated container labeled Hannah Treasure Box. Back in Judas' hideout, he jolted up from his bed, his abrupt movement sending a similar blue box tumbling to the floor. He stared down at the open box, its contents now revealed across the wooden floorboards. A chilling realization dawned on him as he recognized what lay before him. In another flashback, Judas asked Pietro why he was following him. Pietro had simply replied that he had some business to attend to at the orphanage. Judas pressed him, questioning the reason for his recent, frequent visits, adding that he also had things to do there. Pietro paused for a moment, raising a cigarette to his lips as he considered his partner's curiosity. From a concealed spot within the woods, Pietro observed an expensive car making its way down a remote dirt road. Judas casually remarked that the occupants must be both happy and wealthy to afford such a luxurious vehicle. He then attempted to steer the conversation towards a previous mission, but Pietro suddenly tensed. Judas called out to his brother in alarm, sensing the abrupt shift in his demeanor. He urgently asked what was wrong, noticing Pietro's intense focus on the approaching car. Pietro mused aloud that it was highly unlikely for one of the very few individuals who could own such a high-end car to be driving it in that specific manner. He pointed out the strange and unprofessional way the driver was handling the steering wheel. A heavy silence fell between them as the dangerous implication of Pietro's observation became clear. Judas immediately understood the threat and informed Pietro he would move to block their only rear escape route. With incredible speed, the two men burst into motion, becoming blurs as they raced through the forest. Pietro analyzed the car's path, realizing it was heading directly for the orphanage, a place that should have been impossible for outsiders to find. He knew with certainty that this secluded location was not marked on any map. He uttered the name of the only organization ruthless enough to uncover such a secret, Recandia. A moment later, a child's terrified scream tore through the air from the direction of the orphanage. Pietro's blood ran cold as he instantly recognized the voice. He exploded forward, transforming into a white streak of pure energy cutting through the dense woods. A nun ran towards him in a panic, crying out that Hannah had been abducted by armed assailants. Pietro burst out of the tree line and sprinted down the dirt path toward the kidnapper's vehicle. Inside the car, Hannah struggled as her captor laughed, boasting that he had finally found the daughter of Professor Lee Jin-hee after a 5-year search. One of the henchmen suddenly spotted a figure in the rearview mirror and urgently alerted his boss. The boss glanced back, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of their pursuer. He shouted in astonishment at how a mere human could move so fast, actually catching up to their speeding car on an unpaved road, while Hannah cried out for the Mr. coming to save her. Realizing their pursuer would not give up, the boss ordered 2 of his subordinates to exit the vehicle and eliminate him. Pietro's face was a mask of cold fury as he continued his relentless, impossibly fast pursuit. He landed with a ground-shaking impact directly in the car's path, confronting the 2 armed men who stood in his way. Pietro demanded to know how Recandia had discovered their location, but one of the men mocked him for his curiosity, saying he would be dead soon anyway. The henchman sarcastically offered to tell him as a final gift, an offer Pietro flatly refused. He then announced his identity with chilling finality, stating that he was Pietro. The men recoiled in shock, recognizing the name of the infamous disciple, and questioned the foolishness of revealing his identity. Pietro corrected them, explaining that it was not foolishness but rather a declaration of his unwavering resolve. It was, he clarified, his promise that he would without a doubt kill the men standing before him, a vow that sent a chill down their spines. As they processed the threat, they were blindsided by Judas appearing from a completely different direction. Judas laughed sadistically, encouraging them to run while complaining that the trees were obstructing his line of sight. He taunted that they couldn't possibly outclimb him on the mountain and should just retreat to their boss. Pietro knew he had to act fast, realizing that once the car escaped the rough, unpaved road, it would be much harder to catch. In a flash, Judas brutally slammed his knee into the face of one of the operatives. The man choked out a curse as he staggered back from the devastating impact. Simultaneously, Pietro disarmed the other man with a precise kick that shattered the bones in his leg, causing him to drop his gun. The injured man stared in disbelief, realizing that in a single, fluid motion Pietro had accurately targeted his trigger finger and his Achilles tendon. He understood then that Pietro had deliberately aimed to incapacitate them, finally grasping the terrifying reality of the disciple's reputation. Judas loomed over the first man, offering him a cruel choice as the man screamed in agony. Pietro then calmly informed the remaining operative that only the one who answered his question would live, before demanding to know where they were taking the child. The terrified man stammered that he genuinely didn't know, explaining that only their leader, a man named Sadid, knew the final destination. Just then, Sadid's voice crackled over the radio, asking his men if they had dealt with their pursuer yet. The name Sadid was now confirmed, giving Pietro a clear target. The captured henchman fumbled with the radio, trying to explain that Pietro himself was there. Pietro snatched the device and issued an ultimatum: return the child immediately in exchange for the lives of his 2 subordinates. Sadid, recognizing Pietro's voice, sneered and asked who he thought was more valuable, the child or his 2 worthless men. He taunted Pietro, confident that he couldn't be caught since his destination was a secret. Pietro listened intently to the sound of the car's engine through the radio, discerning that the driver had shifted into third or fourth gear. He deduced they had just left the unpaved road and reached a major fork, one path leading to the port and the other to downtown. A memory surfaced of a nun teaching Hannah the Korean character for grace. Using the radio, Pietro called out to Hannah, instructing her to read aloud any Korean characters she could see. As the kidnapper demanded to know what they were talking about, Hannah managed to shout a single, crucial word before he silenced her. Based on the word Hannah had yelled, Pietro instantly knew their destination was Supo Port. The kidnapper boasted that the chase was futile, but Hannah called out an apology to Pietro, who calmly reassured her that he would be there soon. A grimace of sorrow and rage twisted Pietro's features as the weight of his memories pressed down on him. He recalled telling the other boy at the orphanage that it would be best to return the box to Hannah. In the present, Judas's careless kick had spilled the contents of that very same box across the floor. Pietro's eyes hardened with renewed determination as he remembered exactly what that box had contained. Inside was a handwritten letter from Hannah, in which she proudly explained she was learning Korean specifically to write to him. The note began by restating her simple, earnest reason for studying a new language. She wrote that while the sister wondered why she was trying so hard, her only goal was to learn quickly. She wanted nothing more than to be able to compose a letter to him all by herself. Hannah then reminded him of the advice he had once given her, telling her to stop being such a crybaby. She had taken his words to heart, promising that she had done her best to stop whining, fighting with friends, and crying. All she wanted was for him to one day acknowledge her effort and tell her that she had done well. The letter then shyly revealed her big dream for the future, to grow up and make a lot of money. She explained her motivation was to build a hospital. She even knew the exact cost, a staggering 7.6 billion won, a number the sister had told her was almost impossibly large. Yet, the sister had also encouraged her, telling her it was possible if she studied hard, which prompted Hannah to study even on her weekends. Her letter then turned into a heartfelt plea, begging him not to get hurt because he was always injured. She recalled Sister Nathaniel saying that a big hospital could heal him but that he couldn't go to one, so she vowed to learn quickly and build one just for him. Until she could accomplish that, her only wish was for him to stay safe. As a postscript, she mentioned something the sister had told her about a special craft being a gift for loved ones. A friend had sadly noted they had no one to give such a gift to, but the sister had gently nudged Hannah, asking if she had someone in mind. The sister had praised another girl's work, assuming she too had a special recipient chosen. Hannah confessed in her letter that even though Pietro was just a mister to her, she had wanted to give the gift to him. She revealed the touching reason why, that particular day had been Parents' Day. Back on that fateful day, Judas stood over the neutralized thugs, speaking into their walkie-talkie. Pietro's face, half hidden in shadow, was a mask of cold fury as he took the radio for himself. He posed a strange and ominous question to the man on the other end, asking for the total population of Recandia, which was met with confused silence. Ignoring the man's bewilderment, Pietro instructed him to relay a message to his boss. He made a chilling vow, stating that on the day he finally set foot in their country, the entire nation of Recandia would be utterly destroyed. The voice on the radio spat venomous taunts, questioning Pietro's intent to destroy Recandia. He declared that the moment Pietro set foot in their country, he would realize his formidable reputation was nothing but a pathetic fantasy. The man mockingly promised to treat Pietro as a guest of the state if he ever arrived. He ended his tirade with a burst of laughter, confident that Pietro would never even find them. Pietro considered this, knowing the man was right, the kidnappers wouldn't flee to Recandia. He deduced they would have chosen a different hideout, aware that he had already been to their primary territory. Pietro concluded that his first objective was to discover their new location. Meanwhile, on the Recandian colonial island of Pactor, a subordinate nervously asked Boss Charlie about the danger Pietro posed. Charlie scoffed at the idea, boasting that Pietro couldn't possibly get on the island in the first place. He bragged about their new, advanced radar system, so sensitive it could supposedly see the color of a driver's underwear. Suddenly, a subordinate noticed something alarming on the monitor. He urgently announced that a plane was approaching the island. Charlie pointed excitedly at the screen as the radar tracked the target, joking about seeing Pietro's underwear and ordering his men to prepare for interception. A calm voice suddenly declared that their actions were useless. Judas calmly repeated his assessment, telling the men everything they were doing was a waste of time. He coolly questioned whether they truly believed a measly radar could ever catch someone like Pietro. As a subordinate began to argue about the new radar's capabilities, his eyes widened in shock at the screen. He frantically informed his boss that the plane had completely turned around, proving Judas' point that they couldn't catch him. Charlie burst into laughter, mocking Pietro for running away like a coward. He turned to Judas, sarcastically asking why he wasn't preparing to greet their fleeing guest. He demanded to know what Judas was talking about, reminding him that the plane had already retreated. Judas explained that by turning back, the plane had foolishly given Pietro the time he needed. He delivered a chilling warning that disciple Pietro was now truly on his way. The intense gaze of a man was seen through the visor of a tactical helmet. A small, dark object plummeted from the sky at an impossible speed. The scene shifted, flashing back to South Korea just a few hours earlier. Pietro had asked his contact if he had looked into the matter. The contact confirmed that the foreigners were headed for the South China Sea, and after analyzing 38 islands, only one emitted a peculiar and large amount of electromagnetic waves. Pietro processed the intel, realizing that a location in the South China Sea meant the culprits weren't Ricandians and that the single island with the strong signal was their target. He identified the island by its name, Paktir. Back in the present, Pietro confirmed he had landed safely on the beach. His next immediate goal was to find a vantage point from which he could perfectly observe all enemy movements. Elsewhere on the island, a man questioned Judas's certainty about Pietro's presence, reminding him that the plane had turned back. Judas ignored him, lost in thought as he tried to predict where Pietro would strike first. A sudden spark of realization flashed in his eyes. He urgently ordered his subordinate to radio the troops and command them to move to a new position immediately. The view was obscured by the thick, unmoving canopy of the jungle. A soldier on patrol was asked over the radio if he had found Pietro yet. The soldier reported that there was no trace of him, prompting the man on the other end to smugly reiterate that Pietro wasn't on the island, though he still ordered the search to continue. The soldier's successful deception was met with Pietro's silent approval. The terrified soldier, now at Pietro's mercy, begged for his life, pleading that he had done exactly as he was told. Pietro remained silent for a long, tense moment. His eyes, sharp and focused, held an unreadable intensity. He finally gave a quiet command, allowing the man to go. The fool, believing he was safe, turned and cursed Pietro, vowing to find and kill his kid. Pietro thanked the man under his breath for conveniently showing him the path directly to their headquarters. Now clad in a black suit, Pietro moved with fluid grace through the jungle, effortlessly dodging a hail of incoming projectiles. His focus sharpened to a razor's edge as he navigated the assault. He contacted Nathaniel, reporting that he was on a cliff conducting reconnaissance and asking about the enemy's strength so she could provide support. Pietro assessed the situation for her. He described the number of hostiles as average. He explained that the real problem was their heavy armament and their concentration at the main entrance, which made a direct infiltration impossible. When Nathaniel suggested waiting for backup, Pietro informed her that he had already conceived of an alternate way in, which caused her to react with alarm. Inside the compound, a woman with a sweet yet menacing smile appeared. She had found Hannah and instructed a nearby guard to translate for the frightened child. She addressed Hannah as Professor Lee Jinhee's daughter and feigned delight at finally meeting her, but Hannah could only ask in terror who she was. The woman pretended to be hurt that Hannah didn't remember her from childhood and suggested they reacquaint themselves with a handshake. She slowly extended her hand, repeating the words like a chilling nursery rhyme. Hannah reacted with fierce defiance, refusing the gesture. The woman recoiled in pain and fury as Hannah bit her hand. Hannah fearlessly declared that her mister was coming for them. The woman scoffed at the mention of Pietro, callously asking what he could possibly do. She threatened that Hannah wouldn't be alive by the time he arrived, but another man's voice cut her off, ordering her to stop. Judas stepped between them, his hand on a knife, preventing the man beside the woman from grabbing Hannah. Hannah cried out his name in a wave of relief. Judas glared at the other two, questioning how they dared to touch Hannah when he had explicitly forbidden them from killing her. He reminded them of the girl's value. He stated that the child was their insurance policy. Outside the main estate, a massive force of soldiers milled about under the lush trees. An order was issued for all 3,356 of Recandia's troops to arm themselves and assemble at the building. An officer was explaining that Pietro might use a side entrance when his strategy session was interrupted by a panicked shout announcing Pietro's arrival. The officer stood in stunned disbelief. A soldier wondered aloud if this was really happening. The troops watched in shock as Pietro walked calmly toward them through the main front gate. One man asked if they should shoot, but another ordered him to wait, pointing out that Pietro was unarmed and wondering about his plan. A subordinate ran to inform Boss Charlie of the unbelievable development. The man reported that it appeared Pietro was surrendering. Pietro calmly addressed the armed soldiers, stating he knew they couldn't open the safe with the child's hand. He proposed that they cooperate, as he knew the true method to unlock it. One of the men yelled at him to shut up, accusing him of trying a cheap trick, but was immediately silenced. Boss Charlie ordered his men not to shoot but to escort Pietro up to him, ensuring they kept their guns trained on him from a safe distance. Pietro explained that the safe containing the biochemical weapon could only be opened with a specific physical key that he possessed. He made his offer clear: he would open the safe if they returned the child to him, ensuring no one got hurt. Charlie voiced his distrust and demanded proof, asking Pietro to show him the key. As Pietro began to move, soldiers warned him against any sudden moves, but he simply told them they could take the key from his pocket themselves. Watching from a distance, Judas found the entire situation suspicious, unable to believe that Pietro would surrender so easily. Pietro calmly specified that the key was the object poking out of his right pocket. Charlie threatened him, explaining that whether he was truthful or not, they could simply take the key and kill him regardless. A soldier reached into Pietro's pocket and confirmed it was a key, prompting Charlie to order it brought to him at once. At a separate location, two men discussed the bizarre situation. Judas, watching intently from afar, insisted that Pietro would never approach them so directly without a hidden scheme, his mind racing to uncover the truth. The realization hit him, and he desperately screamed for the men to stop him. Back at the gate, Charlie examined the retrieved object, confirming it was a key. He looked closer, however, and noticed a strange, pin-like object attached to its side. Pietro revealed his true intention. He clarified that it was a key for his own entry, just as the pin was pulled and the object was revealed to be a smoke grenade. One of the men cursed aloud as they realized they had fallen for his trap. Through the billowing smoke, Pietro launched a devastatingly powerful forward punch. Cries of pain and confusion erupted as the soldiers, blinded and disoriented, were overwhelmed by his speed, one shouting for them to form a back-to-back circle. A close-up revealed Pietro's expression, a mask of cold, unrelenting fury. He became a whirlwind of motion, unleashing a flurry of acrobatic kicks against his numerous opponents. The man in black continued his dynamic assault, weaving through his enemies with deadly precision. The chaotic brawl ended as he delivered a final, luminous blow that sent his last opponent flying. Inside, Charlie received a frantic report that Pietro had breached the front door, causing him to curse the incompetence of his men. He furiously ordered everyone to the entrance, unable to believe that one man could have broken through their defenses. Judas' calm voice corrected him, stating that his men weren't stupid. He told Charlie to prepare himself. He warned that the person he was about to confront was the legendary figure known only as Pietro. Judas commanded a man named Detukin to inform the 3,356 armed combatants in Recandia of a critical piece of information. He continued, telling him to announce that the person they were about to fight was the legendary figure known only as Pietro. Elsewhere, the young boy struggled frantically against his captor, demanding to be released. He cried out that he didn't want to go, desperately calling for his uncle Judas to save him. His pleas grew more intense as he repeatedly screamed for the man to let him go. The man in the hoodie glanced back, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He berated the boy, telling him to stop whining after he had been treated so nicely. A commanding voice suddenly ordered them to stop. The man announced he was opening the safe and that they were leaving the island immediately, calling out for Sathit to get it ready. Sathit's voice responded, confirming he had heard Pietro was on the island and was already making preparations. The commander expressed his concerns, admitting that while he didn't doubt Sathit's abilities, Pietro was incredibly dangerous and he needed to be hit hard. In response, Sathit stated that he needed exactly 2 men. He clarified that they were only needed to clean up the corpse, as he introduced himself as Sathit, the cold-blooded executioner of Recandia. At that moment, a brilliant starburst of light erupted from a nearby doorway. A lone, silhouetted figure began to walk out from the blindingly bright entrance. The figure was revealed to be a priest in full tactical gear, moving forward while holding a knife in each hand. A close-up view showed the man in the priest collar glancing coolly to the side. Pietro spoke into the silence, informing his unseen enemy that he was too late. He calmly advised the hidden gunman that he should have simply fired if his finger was already on the trigger. The hidden man panicked, wondering how Pietro could have possibly known his exact location. Pietro explained that the 1 second of hesitation, while the man peeked from behind a wall to aim his pistol, was the moment that had cost him his life. The gunman reeled in shock, unable to believe that a single second was all it took. Pietro confirmed that 1 second was more than enough time for him. An extreme close-up captured the lethal intensity within his narrowed eyes. The defeated soldier stammered an apology, urging his ally to proceed without him. Sathit stepped forward and introduced himself, telling Pietro that his wish to finally meet him had come true. Pietro dryly noted that many people wanted to meet him, but he found the voice strangely familiar. Sathit confirmed Pietro's identity, finally realizing it had been him during a past mission. In a flashback, a colleague had warned Pietro to be careful of a man named Sathit during the Recandia mission. In the memory, Pietro had asked if his colleague knew the man, who confirmed he had only heard his name. The colleague had elaborated that Sathit and Pietro apparently shared many things in common, from their upbringing to their life experiences. Despite having faith in Pietro, his ally had urged him to avoid fighting Sathit if at all possible. Back in the present, Sathit addressed his opponent by name. A tight shot focused on the determined, respectful glare in his eyes. He professed his immense respect for the legendary warrior. Because of that respect, he vowed to fight with the utmost sincerity. Pietro internally analyzed his opponent's weapon, a pistol route, deducing it was for mid-range attacks and planning to create distance to observe. His strategic thoughts were abruptly cut short by a startling development. He was shocked by the unbelievable length of Sathit's weapon. He had never seen a blade that long, noting that his own wedong was incredibly short by comparison. Sathit lunged forward, calling out Pietro's name as he initiated his attack. He condescendingly pointed out that Pietro was clearly not proficient with the wedong. Pietro was bewildered, certain he had positioned himself well outside Sathit's range. He desperately tried to understand how his opponent had managed to cut him. In a flash of insight, Pietro's eye widened in sudden comprehension. He now understood the secret behind the pistol route Sathit was wielding. The weapon itself was designed to extend. Sathit was combining the length of his arm with the weapon's telescopic reach. Pietro quickly calculated that it was lighter than a spear but had a wider reach than a knife, allowing for far more attack opportunities. He concluded that it was a perfect weapon for Sathet's style. He then considered his own wedong, a traditional Javanese dagger known for its wide and short blade. He recognized its primary trait made it unsuitable for offensive maneuvers in this situation. The two combatants clashed in a fierce exchange, with Sathit pressing his advantage with the extended blade. Sathit boasted that Rakandia was his birthplace, a land where he had left his name as collateral on countless battlefields. He locked eyes with Pietro and made a chilling declaration. He proclaimed that Pietro would be the perfect trophy to add to his legacy. However, Pietro had already finished his full assessment of his opponent. He had identified Sathit's weakness to close-range attacks and noticed he hadn't completely mastered the wedong, despite his flawless reflexes. Sathit, misinterpreting Pietro's pause, told him that he had been overestimated. He confidently announced that he would end their battle with his very next attack. Sathit was suddenly taken aback by Pietro's unexpected move. He briefly wondered if his legendary opponent was actually giving up. But Pietro was simply recalling the unique traits of the wedong, specifically its wide and short blade. He realized this design made it incredibly effective when pressing weight down onto an object. Sathit felt the wedong pressing on his weapon's handle, unexpectedly decreasing his strength and control. Pietro saw his opening, recognizing that within a short turning radius. The unique shape of the wedong allowed him numerous chances to attack. Sathit was completely baffled by Pietro's proficiency, deeming it impossible for a first-time user. He realized that the wedong wasn't a weapon that had been used in this region for a very long time. As he felt the blade sink into him, he grimaced, understanding that he had been careless and wondering if Pietro had been stabbed on purpose. In his final moments, he asked in awe just how many steps ahead Pietro had foreseen. With his last breath, Sathit admitted that it had been an honor to fight him. Pietro looked down at his fallen foe, stating that this was the last piece of respect he would show him. Sathit used his last words to warn Pietro that 1,000 soldiers would soon descend upon his position, leaving him with nowhere to run. He urged Pietro to flee if he wanted to live, but Pietro calmly replied that he was gravely mistaken about something. He then posed a chilling question, asking why Sathit ever thought he had come there alone. High above, a helicopter was seen approaching the lush, mountainous island complex. Inside one of the buildings, a commander screamed orders for his men to kill Pietro relentlessly. A new figure suddenly appeared before him, causing the commander to stammer Pietro's name in confused terror. This warrior casually looked over the assembled soldiers and noted that there were more of them than he had anticipated. He calmly suggested that if they were all going to attack him at once. Soldiers from all sides shouted the order to kill the man they mistakenly believed to be Pietro. Then it was all the better for him, as he was revealed to be Thaddeus, the divine fight martial god. He immediately unleashed his signature technique, the 100 instant blows. A soldier let out a choked cry of pain as the rapid-fire assault connected. A desperate voice crackled over the radio, requesting reinforcements and reporting that Thaddeus had appeared at the east gate. An officer cursed in disbelief, shocked that Thaddeus was also there and realizing Pietro hadn't been alone as another report confirmed Pietro's appearance at the west gate. Meanwhile, another squad of soldiers cornered a different man, declaring that he was trapped at a dead end. One soldier paused, looking closely at the man they had cornered, sensing something was wrong. He pointed out with confusion that this version of Pietro was holding a longsword. The swordsman grinned playfully, asking the soldiers if he wasn't better looking than the real Pietro. He then added that it still felt good to be mistaken for his brother. A soldier's eyes widened in recognition, recalling rumors he'd heard about a swordsman with long hair. Another soldier scoffed, insisting it didn't matter because no swordsman could possibly beat a gun. The swordsman nonchalantly agreed, remarking that while he'd cut a gun before, he had never tried cutting a bullet. He then cheekily challenged them to try if they were curious, bidding them a final farewell. The warrior stood calmly before a swirling vortex of wind as a close-up highlighted his focused eye. A soldier gazed up in absolute horror as a sword blade flashed down toward him. The golden, conical form of a fired bullet was met mid-air by the razor-sharp edge of the sword. The bullet was shown cleanly sliced into two perfect halves by the impossibly fast blade. The swordsman completed his powerful swing, and the force of the blow caused the very ground beneath him to erupt. He cheerfully remarked that he had just acquired a new skill, as his identity was revealed as Simon, the Sword Saint. A surviving soldier could only stare in speechless shock, unable to process the impossible feat he had just witnessed. The swordsman formally introduced himself as Simon, the swirling Sword Saint and a disciple of honor. He leaned in and made a grim promise about the sound of his voice. He declared that his voice would be the absolute last thing they would ever hear. A man panted heavily, his breaths ragged with a mix of exertion and anticipation. He reflected on the past several years of grueling work, certain that this weapon was the key to his ultimate victory. An automated voice confirmed that the fingerprint scan had been successfully completed. He roared with triumphant laughter, declaring the world was now his and that Pietro and all his enemies would soon die. He crowned himself the new king, but his celebration was cut short by a sudden system notification. The machine repeated the message fingerprint size error, leaving him utterly baffled. Growing frantic as the error persisted, he yelled at the console, questioning how a matching print could be rejected and demanding it to open. A terrible, sinking feeling began to wash over him as a dreadful possibility dawned on him. He wondered with horror if a child's fingerprint could have scaled up as she grew. A curse escaped his lips as he realized the fatal flaw in his years-long plan. In a different time and place, a man with a goatee and wild eyes aimed his gun with desperate resolve. He screamed out in pure fury, lamenting 5 years of wasted effort and cursing the name Li Jinhe. He then aimed his pistol directly at a reinforced safe, its surface already peppered with bullet holes from previous attempts. He cursed himself for not resorting to brute force sooner, tormented by the thought of all the time he had lost. His furious tirade was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected and alarming noise. A high-tech chamber, entangled in a web of cables, began to pulse with an ominous blue light. Panicking as a countdown began, the man screamed for someone to inspect the haywire machine just as an associate arrived asking if he was needed. The man declared his timing was perfect and frantically ordered the newcomer to fix the malfunctioning device. The associate swore under his breath, instantly recognizing the gravity of the unfolding disaster. The desperate man suddenly shouted out Pietro's name as a new figure appeared. He warned Pietro not to come any closer, threatening to kill the hostage in his arms as the countdown continued its relentless pace. With rising venom, he repeated his warning for Pietro to stay back. He screamed a final curse and fired his weapon as the timer hit 24 seconds. Confusion washed over him as his fatal shot seemingly had no effect. The timer on the volatile device ticked down to 23 seconds. He uttered a final curse as he realized his predicament. In a flash, Pietro had closed the distance and slammed a powerful fist into the man's stomach. Pietro calmly reminded his foe of a warning he had previously given. In his gloved hands, Pietro held the 2 shattered pieces of the man's pistol. He then made the grim declaration that the entire island of Recandia would soon cease to exist. The henchman cried out in agony as the countdown continued, suddenly losing all feeling in his legs. The timer flashed past 18 and 17 seconds, rapidly approaching 0. Pietro stated coldly that it was already too late, confirming the device was about to explode. Only 16 seconds remained before detonation. The clock showed 15 seconds left. The villain desperately pleaded for his life, offering Pietro any amount of money he desired in exchange for rescue. He then tried to reason with Pietro, pointing out the hostage wasn't his daughter and suggesting they join forces, which prompted Pietro to tiredly wonder why all his enemies said the same things. Pietro then offered the man a taste of the very biochemical weapon he craved, mockingly telling him to drink up. In a final pathetic attempt, the man offered to become Pietro's loyal dog, even barking to prove his submission. He cursed in despair as the timer hit the final 5 seconds. The countdown flashed from 3 to 2, sealing his fate. The digital screen displayed a single, final one as the timer ran out. Confused at first, the villain then erupted in joyous relief, assuming the old machine broke and vowing to kill Pietro once he was free. His relief turned to terror as the chamber activated, and he screamed for Pietro to save him. A small, timid voice then called out, hesitantly asking if it was Mr. Pietro. The little girl, Hannah, recognized him with a wave of relief. Pietro softly acknowledged the child's presence. She asked how he found her and if they were going home, and he quietly confirmed that they were. He added, however, that there was one thing they had to do first. Pietro declared his intent to neutralize the enemies standing before them. The little girl whimpered that she was scared. Clad in his clerical collar, Pietro stood ready, holding both a weapon and the now dozing child. His gaze shifted sideways, his expression hardening with cold, lethal resolve. Hannah looked up at her protector, her small face streaked with tears. He glanced down at her, his determination solidifying in his eyes. He gently instructed the child to close her eyes and cover her ears, warning her that things were about to get violent. With a pained expression, Hannah did as she was told, pressing her hands tightly against her ears. His gun fell to the ground as he faced a mob of armed assailants, holding the girl protectively in his arms. He expertly dodged a lunging knife attack, twisting his body to keep Hannah shielded from harm. While tightly clutching the child, Pietro began to methodically fight off the surrounding attackers. He moved with lethal grace, delivering powerful kicks to his foes without ever loosening his protective hold on the girl. He stood as a lone bastion amidst a chaotic flurry of attacks, his entire focus on keeping Hannah safe. A familiar voice suddenly cried out his name in the middle of the fight. Pietro glanced over, a flicker of relief crossing his face as he acknowledged his ally's arrival. The newcomer, Nathaniel, now held Hannah, standing amidst the bodies of the defeated enemies. Nathaniel quickly asked if Hannah was all right, and the little girl cried out her name in return. She reported that Thaddeus and Simon were fighting outside and insisted they needed to go join them. Pietro gravely interrupted her, revealing that Datukin had activated the biochemical weapon, which left Nathaniel in shock. He explained that the deadly gas would soon engulf the entire island and kill every civilian, causing Nathaniel to ask in a panic what they could possibly do. Pietro stated their only option was to shut down the control unit, but Nathaniel immediately protested, realizing it was a suicide mission that he wouldn't survive. His grim silence confirmed her worst fears. The horrifying realization struck Hannah, and she cried out that he couldn't be allowed to die. She begged him not to leave her, sobbing that she didn't want to be apart from him ever again. Pietro's expression remained resolute, his piercing red eyes showing an unshakable determination. Nathaniel frantically tried to find another solution, suggesting an evacuation, but Pietro shot down the idea, stating they lacked a boat large enough for thousands of people. Hannah pleaded for her mister not to go, vowing that if he stayed, she would stay with him. Nathaniel suddenly understood Pietro's unspoken intentions and promised to protect Hannah at all costs, but the child began to protest loudly. In a fit of desperation, Hannah screamed for her dad not to go. Pietro's red eye widened in complete shock, stunned to hear her use that word. Hannah defiantly repeated that she was staying with her dad and was not leaving his side. The man in the clerical collar looked up, his face a mask of profound surprise and conflict. Nathaniel yelled at Pietro to go, promising she could handle Hannah and that he shouldn't worry. The girl continued to scream, begging her dad not to go and not to die. Miles away, the containment unit for the biochemical weapon violently ruptured, unleashing a cloud of dark energy. Nathaniel shouted Pietro's name again, her voice filled with desperate urgency. A thick, smoky miasma swirled ominously around the glowing, overloaded containment chamber. Hannah changed her tactic, promising she wouldn't call him dad anymore if he would just agree not to go. A memory surfaced of a time she apologized before, promising not to call him dad again, only to hesitantly try the word once more. He recalled his own harsh response, telling her the world was a cold place, to stop crying, and that he was not her father. The memory painted a vivid picture of a younger Hannah standing alone in the snow, her eyes wide with shock and hurt. Another memory fragment showed a couple walking away, looking back one last time at the small child they had left behind. He saw her younger face again, her expression a mixture of childish curiosity and deep-seated worry. Then a memory of his younger self appeared, his expression stern and unforgiving. He remembered an incident at the orphanage where a nun had to reach for the small girl as she tried to run away. Another memory played, of Hannah telling him not to get hurt because he always seemed to be injured. She had told him a sister taught her that you give a special gift to people you treasure. With heartbreaking innocence, she had admitted that even though he was just Mr., she wanted to give him the gift because it was Parents' Day. Nathaniel's sharp voice suddenly snapped him back to the present. She yelled at him to get a grip, insisting that this hesitation was completely unlike him. She warned him that they would all die if he just stood there, and she repeated her promise to protect Hannah as she urged him to go. Nathaniel desperately stressed that they had no other options and that he had to hurry. She tried one last time to convince him, saying his sacrifice would ensure that he, his daughter, and everyone else would live, as Hannah's voice called out to him again. Pietro's voice was thick with emotion as he finally said Hannah's name. The little girl repeated her desperate plea for her mister not to go. Pietro closed his eyes, his expression hidden by his dark hair as he wrestled with the impossible choice. A memory of him kneeling in the snow to speak with the small child flashed in his mind. He struggled for a moment to form the words. He finally told the kid to go on ahead with the others, promising her that he would be right behind her. For a brief moment, his large, gloved hand gently enveloped her much smaller one. But then, her tiny hand slowly pulled away from his grasp. The space between their hands grew, symbolizing their painful separation. A gut-wrenching wail tore from Hannah's throat. Her heartbroken sobs echoed through the chaotic hallway. Now alone, Pietro crouched before the glowing, unstable green machinery. A voice over the comms reported that time was up and the gas output wasn't decreasing, meaning they were all doomed. Suddenly, another one of his brothers arrived at the scene, apologizing for being late. The newcomer looked at the volatile device and asked Pietro what it was. He then immediately offered his help, asking if there was anything at all he could do. A chilling automated voice announced that the biochemical substance was currently being sprayed. Alone in the suffocating darkness, Pietro frantically worked on the volatile, glowing green machinery. Suddenly, his brother's voice cut through the chaos, announcing his arrival and apologizing for his lateness before asking what the device was. The newcomer then immediately offered his aid, asking if there was anything at all he could do to help. An unnerving silence hung between the two brothers for a long, tense moment. The automated system suddenly blared a new message, repeating that the spraying sequence had been cancelled. Pietro's voice was low and dangerous as he finally asked his brother why he had done it. The other man feigned ignorance, asking what he could possibly mean by such a question. The scene shifted to the two men, both blindfolded, standing ominously close in the eerie green glow of the room. Pietro specified the day he was talking about, the day the child had been kidnapped. He recalled the heavily tinted car, musing on the immense wealth it represented. He then confronted Judas directly, stating that he knew Judas was aware there was more than one person in that car and demanding to know why. With cold intensity, he questioned whether the kid truly had to be kidnapped. Judas stammered, his resolve cracking as he tried to find the words to explain his actions to Pietro. Finally, the truth came out as Judas venomously declared that Pietro was in his way. In a symbolic burst of violence, a powerful hand shattered a heavy wooden door. Judas's voice echoed with resentment, confirming that Pietro had shut the door on him and that being an obstacle was the only reason the child was taken. He confessed that he once only wanted to be like Pietro, but over time, that admiration had twisted into a heavy, suffocating shackle. He remembered the whispers of others, noting how he had once again copied Sir Pietro's skills, a backhanded compliment to his talent. He recalled the mockery, how people sneered that his status as a disciple had made him arrogant enough to think he could be Pietro, and how the comparisons began as soon as he got close. He heard the voices of disappointment in his memory, lamenting that if it had been brother Pietro, everyone would have been saved. The most cutting insult replayed in his mind, a voice taunting him that no matter how hard he worked, he could never be the real Pietro, only a cheap imitation. A stark, vertical gray line bisected the darkness, representing the unbridgeable chasm between them. Judas bitterly recounted how Pietro always seemed to stand in his way, no matter how hard he pushed himself. He questioned his own fate, wondering when he would ever be acknowledged and how he could escape the metaphorical guillotine of comparison, until he realized there was only one answer. He came to the conclusion that he just needed to defeat Pietro. He laid out his twisted ambition: honors celebrated Pietro would die, and he, Judas, would finally take his rightful place. Pietro responded with cold sarcasm, thanking Judas for sharing his pathetic and twisted logic with him. The time for words was over as a figure in a gas mask plunged downward, initiating the attack. The two brothers immediately clashed, their whip and daggers sparking violently in the poisoned air. Suspended in a whirlwind of energy, Judas expressed his shock at his opponent's power. They locked in a dynamic struggle as a massive energy blast erupted from their point of impact. Judas let out a heavy breath, observing that Pietro was no different from anyone else. A cruel laugh escaped him as he mocked the great Pietro, who, despite his reputation, was still just a human who needed to breathe. Pietro knew Judas was right, inhaling the gas meant instant death, yet fighting would lead to hyperventilation, and even a single scratch would be a death sentence. He acknowledged that Judas was both incredibly fast and ruthlessly accurate as his opponent confidently asked for his assessment. Judas taunted him further, boasting about his own impressive speed. Internally, Pietro admitted that Judas wasn't bluffing, his speed was far greater than he had ever anticipated. Judas watched Pietro's unmoving form, wondering if his brother was attempting to cajole him into a trap. He noted that since the fight began, Pietro hadn't moved a single inch from his spot, effortlessly dodging all of his attacks. And yet, there was something more to his opponent's strategy. Judas realized that the closer he got, the sharper and more deadly Pietro's counterattacks became, forcing him to reconsider his approach. The two assassins faced off, Pietro's blindfold a stark contrast to the twin daggers gleaming in Judas's hands. Suddenly, Pietro seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving Judas bewildered. Judas frantically searched for his foe, cursing the thick gas that obscured his vision and left him wondering what Pietro was planning. A sudden, horrifying realization caused his eyes to widen in a moment of pure shock. Pietro looked up just in time to see several massive, heavy safes plummeting down toward him from the ceiling. The dark-clad warrior moved with impossible grace, weaving through the deadly rain of safes and ribbons. Pietro instantly understood his brother's cruel tactic. Judas wasn't trying to crush him, but was forcing him to move erratically and gasp for air. Judas's voice echoed with taunts, questioning the durability of Pietro's flimsy towel mask and trying to trick him into looking to his right. With chilling calm, Judas corrected the misdirection, revealing his true position on Pietro's left. A wave of pure annoyance washed over Pietro as he processed the relentless mind games. He marveled at his brother's ability to create tactically advantageous positions in real time, all while holding his breath and controlling his own nervous system. Judas cruelly declared that Hannah would be the cause of Pietro's death, that his humanity and inability to control his emotions were his fatal flaws. He then proclaimed his own twisted aspiration, to become a perfect being, completely unswayed by something as trivial as emotion. A memory surfaced of Pietro reviewing Judas's file, remarking on the great, natural-born talent he possessed that made him stand out from all the other candidates. He recalled the list of accolades: incredible speed, the strength to destroy a steel door, perfect scores, and fluency in 5 languages. The file for number 7, Choi Jin, detailed a photographic memory and a perfect score in reacting to dangerous situations, alongside mastery of countless weapons. The evaluation had been clear: Choi Jin possessed an astounding, once-in-a-generation talent. He was even called a genius born only once every 5,000 years, and Father Gabriel had personally instructed Pietro to train him well. Judas's voice cracked with anguish as he remembered that both Pietro and Father Gabriel had acknowledged him, a validation he had never received from his own parents. He screamed out his deepest desire, questioning if it was so wrong to finally want to be recognized, and rationalized that if Pietro hadn't been alive, then he bellowed with absolute conviction that he would have been Pietro. Pietro calmly told him to go ahead and do it. He challenged him to become Pietro, but issued a grave warning. He stated that Judas's pathetic, all-consuming desire for recognition had corrupted him. It had reduced him to nothing more than a third-rate pretender. Enraged by the insult, Judas screamed at him to shut his mouth. He vowed that here and now, in this very fight, he would shatter all his limits and finally prove that he was the best. His furious declaration about the 15 years he had trained for this day was abruptly cut short. A blurry, stunning impact slammed into Judas's face with brutal force. Dazed and confused, he struggled to comprehend what had just happened, questioning if it had merely been a slap. Pietro spoke with the heavy weight of a mentor, admitting his great responsibility for failing to lead his younger brother down the right path. His words were met with another furious demand to shut up. A devastating downward blast of energy struck Judas in mid-air as he reeled from the blow. As he fell, Judas cursed himself, realizing he had closed the distance without thinking. He understood too late that Pietro had been after this all along, expertly taunting him into a reckless charge. Pietro began to list his brother's fatal flaws, starting with his lack of objectivity. He followed with the second reason, a complete lack of humility. He concluded that these were the core reasons why Judas could never become truly first-class. A fast-moving object struck Judas hard in the back, punctuating the harsh lesson. Judas struggled to his feet, defiantly telling Pietro that he was wrong about him being second-rate. With a desperate roar, he proclaimed once more that he was a genius born every 5,000 years. Pietro then revealed the true purpose behind his restricted breathing. He explained that all this time, he had simply been waiting. A cold, dawning horror washed over Judas as he understood the terrifying truth and let out a curse. In another memory, someone had expressed their worry to Father Gabriel about Pietro's safety in the cruel lands of Recandia. The father dismissed their concern, offering his own unwavering perspective on the matter. He proposed a hypothetical death match between representatives from every single country in a world of 5 billion people. In such a scenario, the father had stated with absolute certainty, there was only one person who would survive. That sole survivor would be Pietro. Back in the present, the strategy became clear: Pietro had been conserving his breath not just to survive, but to find the perfect opportunity to use it. And that decisive moment had finally arrived. The masked figure of Pietro exploded forward, his entire being focused into a single, unstoppable lunge. Judas's mind screamed in panic, unable to process the attack. He found himself completely unable to keep up with the blur of motion. The sheer speed was overwhelming him. He realized with terror that he couldn't track him at all. A heavy weapon slammed into the wooden floor with enough force to shatter the boards into splinters. Overwhelmed and defeated, Judas's thoughts devolved into disbelief. He was a genius, he insisted, and he couldn't possibly lose. With a final, splintering crash, the large wooden door to the chamber was blasted open, spilling brilliant white light into the toxic darkness. Pietro stood over his fallen brother, beginning his final words to Judas. He expressed a solemn wish that in his next life, Judas might be born as a better human. He finished his sentiment, hoping that he would find himself in a good environment. With his last breath, Judas weakly whispered Pietro's name. Pietro looked down upon him, his crimson eyes filled with a deep, contemplative sorrow. A memory flashed of a young, adoring Choi Jin, who once declared that becoming like Pietro was his only dream. The boy's innocent voice echoed again, begging to be allowed to go with brother Pietro. The memory was replaced by the violent image of a sword being thrust into the cracked ground, an act of final judgment. Father Gabriel's voice rang out from the past, formally stripping Choi Jin of his title and exiling him from honor forever. The father had ordered him to never again catch his attention, no matter where he went in the world. He had commanded the boy to live the rest of his days as if he were already dead. A final piece of advice from the past echoed: Judas had been warned to always remain humble and to never get caught up in his own brilliance. The memory concluded with Judas's agonized screams, a tragic testament to the father's final warning: if you don't know how high the sky is, then that ignorance becomes your ultimate limit. An announcement declared that the biochemical weapon in Recandia had been neutralized, advising that the residual gas would soon dilute with the air and that safety was guaranteed by moving away from the detonation site. Amidst the chaos, a voice desperately called out for someone named Nathaniel. The air was filled with the sounds of pure pandemonium as civilians screamed in terror, fleeing a deadly cloud that consumed everything in its path. A message of reassurance was relayed, confirming that their group was safe and heading towards the beach, with only 1 more kilometer to go to reach the safe zone, urging everyone not to stop. The speaker noted that the Recandian forces were gone and the gas was dissipating, urging the recipient to finish their task and join them where it was safer, but the transmission was abruptly cut off. A horrified man held a collapsing child, his face a mask of anguish as a sinister shadow loomed over them. The voice on the other end of the line shouted in panic, questioning the sudden sound and demanding an answer from Nathaniel. In another part of the chaos, a distraught woman clutched a bleeding child who appeared to be fading from life. The desperate, frantic calls for Nathaniel echoed again, filled with increasing dread. A gentle voice whispered the name Hannah. The woman tried to soothe the injured child, telling her that everything was all right and that her strength would allow her to wait for the uncles from Honor Orphanage, promising they would eat delicious food together upon their return. The young woman with dark hair lay on the ground, her upward gaze clouded with shock and confusion. She jolted with the urgent realization that she had to stop the bleeding, noting with a sliver of grim relief that the bullet had narrowly missed Hannah's heart, though it had torn straight through her body. Hannah weakly complained that her body felt intensely hot. Her sister instructed her to look only at her eyes, not the wound, promising to return immediately with water and reminding the child of her resilience. She searched frantically for supplies, discovering there was no saline and realizing she had to improvise with salt water, her hands scrambling until she finally found the salt. She briefly worried about the water's purity and lime content before casting the thoughts aside, focusing solely on achieving the precise 0.9% saline concentration. While mixing the solution, she called out to Hannah to check on her, assuring her she would be right there, but her words trailed off into silence. An extreme close-up captured her eye widening in horror, a tear forming as a terrible reality dawned on her. She whispered Hannah's name, her voice laced with disbelief and a creeping dread. A final, faint breath escaped from the child's lips. Hannah lay perfectly still on the ground, her eyes closed, the crimson stain on her clothes a stark testament to the life that had just vanished. The woman let out a primal scream of denial, begging Hannah to open her eyes and pleading desperately for her to wake up. She realized with utter despair that the bleeding was uncontrollable, the child had lost too much blood and could not be saved. Crushing guilt washed over her as she sobbed that it was all her fault, convinced that Hannah would be alive if she had never taken her away from brother Pietro. In that moment of despair, a sudden, desperate idea struck her. Her mind latched onto the one thing that could help: blood, specifically type O blood for a transfusion. She remembered that Simon was type O and frantically pleaded with Hannah's unmoving form to just hold on a little longer. The stark, dramatic lighting illuminated the profile of a man's face, etched with grim intensity. A choked sound of shocked realization escaped him. In his arms, the woman he was holding was suddenly and fatally impaled straight through her chest. He gasped out that he had gotten hit as well. A devastatingly powerful slash of energy tore through the village, obliterating everything in its path. A horrified cry for Nathaniel rang out through the destruction. One of his brothers rushed to his side, trying to shake him awake and desperately asking about the child's whereabouts. Nathaniel weakly explained that Hannah was still inside and bleeding profusely, blaming himself before being told to stop talking and conserve his strength. A man in a clerical collar gazed forward, his expression hardened with intense focus. He shouted an order at Nathaniel to remain still and apply pressure to his wound. He then heard a terrifyingly familiar sound, and a sense of horrifying certainty washed over him. Elsewhere, a young woman gasped, her face frozen in shock. Her eyes watched as a figure was completely engulfed by a massive, fiery explosion. Her shock morphed into pure, unadulterated terror as she witnessed the devastating blast. The explosion erupted violently, sending a wave of fire and debris cascading outwards. A heart-wrenching scream of denial echoed through the inferno. A man lunged forward protectively, attempting to shield a woman who cowered behind him. A person was violently thrown through the air by the force of the fiery blast. Within the heart of the explosion, two figures were locked in a deadly grapple. Amidst the flames, a shocked man was restrained by two others, unable to intervene. The raging fire was reflected in a sweat-beaded eye, its surface mirroring the horrifying scene. The view zoomed in on an eye with a blazing iris and a piercing red pupil, burning with an unholy light. The violent present faded into a tranquil memory of yellow autumn leaves seen against a clear sky. The memory was dated September 1990, at the Honor Family Orphanage, where a concerned voice called out for Brother Thaddeus. He was urgently informed of Sister Nathaniel's disappearance, though he initially brushed it off, suggesting she was not a child and had likely just gone off somewhere. Frustrated by his casual response, the other brother showed him what Nathaniel had left behind, proving her departure was serious. Thaddeus looked down, his casual demeanor instantly vanishing as he saw the letter. Nathaniel's note began by explaining she was leaving a letter because she knew her brothers would search relentlessly if she simply vanished without a word. She confessed that even months after Hannah's death, she was still haunted by visions of the little girl. Thaddeus read the words, wondering why Nathaniel was suffering so much when she had done nothing wrong, believing Hannah's death was simply a tragic accident. The letter continued, revealing Nathaniel's growing conviction that the tragedy was beyond her control, a truth she used to justify running away. She admitted her fear that she was becoming a bad person and lacked the courage to face her crushing guilt. In her closing lines, she expressed profound worry for Brother Pietro and begged her brothers to look after him. Thaddeus concluded that Nathaniel must have gravely misunderstood Pietro's current state of mind. He mused that, on the contrary, Pietro seemed to be doing remarkably well, a thought punctuated by a memory of Pietro smiling brightly with the orphanage children. In the memory, the children playfully asked their teacher if they could run around. An orphanage caregiver was shown thanking Pietro for his frequent visits, noting how much the children adored him, though Pietro humbly insisted he had done nothing special. Thaddeus reflected on Pietro's astonishing persistence, finding it amazing how quickly he seemed to have recovered from such a devastating loss. And yet, a feeling of unease lingered, as he couldn't reconcile Pietro's calm demeanor with the fact that Hannah had viewed him as a father. He then recalled an incredibly shocking discovery he had made in Pietro's cabin not long before. The memory surfaced of him finding Pietro in his room and questioning why he wasn't preparing for his next mission. Pietro had simply and quietly agreed that he should be. Thaddeus also remembered Pietro's parting words to Nathaniel, telling her to stay safe and unharmed while he was away. In that moment of reflection, a detail from his discovery in Pietro's cabin sparked his curiosity anew. He suddenly understood the significance of what he had found. He remembered how Pietro always carried a specific book with him and, overcome by a sudden impulse, he had decided to open it. What he saw inside had left him utterly speechless. Stamped onto a page of the old book was the tiny, perfect footprint of a baby. A different memory played, of Nathaniel remarking how fascinating and cute the tiny baby's feet were. She had tried to show her brother, pointing out that their own feet were once so small, only for his curt response to dampen the moment. Pietro's own journal entry on the page was stark, merely stating that her foot was small. He had written that it was his first time seeing such tiny feet and marveled at how much she had grown, vowing to record her progress. His script revealed a deep uncertainty as he questioned whether he was even allowed to keep such a personal record. He had ultimately justified his actions to himself by concluding it was harmless, as it was only a record. In his journal, Pietro marveled at how fast children grow, while also admitting that things had felt strange for him lately. He confessed that despite no outward changes in his life, he found it impossible to concentrate on his missions, suspecting that meeting this child was a form of divine revelation or fate. He described how his thoughts were suddenly and constantly occupied with her, wondering if she was sleeping peacefully or if her nappy needed changing. These domestic concerns plagued him daily, thoughts he knew were unbecoming for a man who served as the nation's blade for the honor church. He had sternly reminded himself that for people like them, family was an unattainable dream, and that he should not be focusing on such things. Despite his internal struggle, he conceded that he could not help but see the child as beautiful and felt a growing, forbidden attachment. His hands had gently turned the page of the book, revealing more of his secret, conflicted writings. He agonized over his words to her, questioning if telling her he wasn't her dad was the best he could have done. He immediately wished he had chosen gentler words, regretting his own harshness. The memory of the crestfallen look she gave him as he walked away, he wrote, had tormented him throughout the entire night. The image reinforced the journal's text, showing his deep regret over his words and the lasting pain caused by her sad expression. Thaddeus recalled telling Pietro he was taking an old newspaper for his own purposes. In his journal, Pietro had initially dismissed the child's talk as the ridiculous fantasies of a kid. He had found her discussion of earning a large sum of money amusing, certain she would be embarrassed by it when she grew older. However, he then reflected that she was perhaps better off than he was, calling himself an idiot who had no idea how to use his own money. The journal entry repeated this internal conflict, juxtaposing her childish foolishness with a wisdom he felt he sorely lacked. Another entry began with a blunt assessment, stating that Nathaniel wasn't very smart. He wrote about how she always argued against his belief that children forget things quickly, and how he had shown her evidence to the contrary. He had noted that she was otherwise doing well but considered her foolish for refusing to accept the proof he provided her. Yet, he also mentioned that his own research indicated children forget most things before age 3, making him wonder if Hannah, at 5, had forgotten things too quickly. He had ended the thought by deciding it didn't matter, vowing not to worry about something so trivial. Back in the present, a long, heavy silence followed this revelation. Thaddeus finally understood the immense, hidden depth of brother Pietro's feelings. He read an entry where Pietro had defined the word grace as the love or help given to you by another. This triggered a memory of young Hannah's innocent voice, remarking how pretty the word grace sounded. Pietro and a nun were seen standing in a room, their backs to the viewer in a moment of quiet contemplation. A close-up of Pietro's profile captured his deep solemnity. He had written that all people are born into the world with nothing. He then expressed a profound hope that just as the name Pietro had shaped him, the words he was writing could provide the child with strength and lead her forward through life. He questioned if he even had the right to bestow such a thing upon her, admitting that he had repeatedly told himself not to interfere. But he confessed a powerful feeling that if he did not do this one thing, he would be haunted by regret for the rest of his existence. A voice from the past suddenly called out to Pietro. The same voice expressed utter disbelief and shock at his actions. Pietro had made a solemn vow, declaring that if he was allowed this single transgression, he would carry the responsibility for it for his entire life. A memory showed two shadowy figures standing over a bed where a person slept peacefully. He acknowledged his own many flaws and his clumsiness in expressing his mind, filled with doubt that his feelings would ever reach her. Despite his insecurities, he held on to the desperate hope that she might understand his sentiment, even if just a little. The final, heartfelt entry began with him acknowledging that his gesture was late. Recalling Hannah's fondness for the word, he offered her a blessing from the bottom of his heart. He revealed the truth. The name Hannah was the Hebrew word for grace, and he had given it to her in the sincere hope she would grow into a graceful adult, blessing her one last time. The emotional weight of the past gave way to a surreal image of a path winding through a moonlit, mystical forest. The scene then cut to a stark, oppressive room, illuminated only by a single, bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. In the present, one of Pietro's allies walked past another who was preparing to serve food to their captive. Thaddeus erupted in fury, cursing Judas for being the cause of all this pain and lamenting why these crucial secrets were ever kept from him. With his rage boiling over, he swore a solemn vow to kill Judas. Just then, an amplified voice boomed through the area, cheerfully addressing the hidden brothers and sisters. The unseen speaker taunted them, making it clear that he knew they were hiding somewhere nearby. He confidently stated that while they might feel safe in their hiding spot, he had his own methods for finding them. He then issued a chilling ultimatum, threatening to execute a person from the temple every 10 minutes until they surrendered. The demand was specific. Brother Pietro was to come alone to the floating bridge at the back of the mountain if he wanted to save the people. Pietro's companion immediately identified it as an obvious trap and anxiously asked Simon for a plan, but Simon's course was already set. He declared with cold finality that he was going to put an end to this long and cursed relationship once and for all. The amplified voice announced its presence, testing the microphone before addressing its hidden audience. It declared with mocking certainty that it knew the brothers and sisters were hiding nearby, crediting them for teaching it such cliched tactics. The speaker laid out a grim scenario, threatening to execute a hostage from the temple every 10 minutes, but then offered a single solution. The ultimatum was issued directly to Brother Pietro, who was instructed to come alone to the floating bridge at the back of the mountain if he wanted to save the people. One of Pietro's companions immediately identified it as a clear trap, urging for a more rational approach and warning that the enemy seeing his face would make things more dangerous. Simon, however, calmly stated that he understood the enemy desperately wanted a meeting. He declared that if Judas was willing to go to such lengths just to see him, then he had better be prepared to pay the steep price for it. The female companion looked on with resignation, acknowledging that he would go regardless of what she said and giving him her silent permission. The other companion announced his own plan to save the hostages, fearing what their foe might do, and wished Simon luck, admitting a morbid curiosity about the outcome. Elsewhere, a formidable spear of ice shot down a narrow, desolate stone path, signifying another battle was already underway. The attacker, a man named Levin, expressed his profound disappointment, having expected a better fight from a member of the esteemed honor organization. He concluded with a sigh that the entire encounter was just incredibly boring. His opponent reeled in shock, unable to comprehend the speed he had just witnessed, a velocity that made his own renowned quickness seem worthless. He noted with rising panic that the enemy was somehow getting even faster, his mind flashing to a file that identified Levin as an A-rank operative with a specialty in fencing and other unknown skills. A deep sense of foreboding washed over him, and he realized with absolute certainty that everyone needed to flee immediately. He let out a final, desperate cry of frustration and terror. In a quiet moment of transition, a figure looked over their shoulder toward a temple building with stone steps leading up to it. The scene shifted to a vast, peaceful view of mountains and trees beneath a dark and starry night sky. Breaking the tranquility, Simon strode with purpose across a long, rickety wooden bridge that spanned a seemingly bottomless chasm. His adversary, Judas, mused aloud that while a slight touch could be considered fate, their particular meeting was something more. He smugly declared that they seemed to be a match made in heaven. Judas then dismissed Simon's presence, demanding he fetch the old man Pietro, only for Simon to calmly state that Pietro would not be coming. Simon continued, explaining that there was another unfortunate truth to the situation. He revealed with chilling finality that he was the person Judas had truly called out to the bridge. A flicker of shock and confusion crossed Judas' face. He stared intently, wondering if this could possibly be Pietro, or perhaps a son he never knew existed. Judas mentally wrestled for composure, telling himself he needed to remain calm despite the impossible circumstances. He demanded to know who this younger version of Pietro was, to which Simon replied that the truth would be unbelievable, before reminding Judas of their first meeting after the fall of Recandia. Simon recalled how Judas, as a child, had habitually claimed that becoming like him was his dream. He finished the thought with bitter disappointment, observing that the boy had instead grown up to become a great criminal. The revelation left Judas completely stunned and speechless. He began to understand, realizing this was the reason no one from Glory could find Pietro, despite the numerous traces he had left behind. Judas confessed he could never accept that a terminally ill man defeated his disciples, but now, faced with this mystery, he cared little for the explanation. All that mattered to him was that he had finally met his true match. Simon, entirely unfazed, made a simple request. He asked Judas to refrain from calling him his match. Judas scoffed, stating that whatever had happened to Pietro was irrelevant. He proclaimed with absolute certainty that in his current state, there was no way he could ever win their fight. His patience wore thin as he urged his opponent to begin. Judas roared with anticipation, demanding that Pietro hurry up and attack him. Back at the temple, one of the hidden monks panted heavily from exertion or fear. He looked out in alarm, questioning why their companion, Kyung-un, was not taking cover. A close-up shot of a crumbling stone statue enhanced the dark, foreboding atmosphere. Nathaniel desperately called out to Kyung-un, telling him to hurry to their position, while another voice warned him of the danger of opening the door. The calls grew more frantic, pleading for Kyung-un to close the door and get inside to safety. In a horrifying instant, Kyung-un gasped as a blade was violently thrust through his chest. The assailant, Levin, mockingly questioned if living isolated in the mountains had made them careless and unable to think clearly. He revealed that he had intentionally allowed them to escape earlier. Levin then formally addressed his true target, the former disciple known as Nathaniel. Nathaniel offered to surrender himself if they would spare his injured friend, but Levin casually dismissed the proposition. He cruelly informed them that everyone present was fated to die that day, regardless of their affiliation with Glory or honor. Nathaniel stared back in stunned silence. As the confrontation escalated, two more figures emerged, revealed to be former direct disciples of Nathaniel named Damwall and Hyun. Nathaniel cried out for his old students to run, but Levin merely found the warning to be a rather uninspired idea. The two monks, Hyun and Damwall, stood their ground, their expressions stern and resolute under the night sky. They declared that nothing had changed their convictions over the years. They affirmed their loyalty, stating that the only place they would be buried was by Nathaniel's side. The monks instructed Nathaniel to get Kyung-un to safety inside, promising to follow after they had taken care of the attackers. Despite their confident words, they knew the fight ahead would be far from easy. They recognized that each of their opponents was a formidable fighter, especially the man standing in the center. Levin flippantly instructed his men to handle their seniors with care. He finished with a dark joke, telling them to find a grave with plenty of sunlight for their long-lived predecessors. One of Levin's subordinates charged forward with a furious scream, yelling that their time was up. One of the monks reacted with a flash of surprise. He acknowledged that he knew his opponents wouldn't be easy to defeat. Yet, after a brief exchange, he felt a surge of confidence, believing they were strong enough to handle them. A sigh of exasperation escaped Levin's lips. He muttered about how annoying the situation was, as his opponent looked on in confusion. The monk in the foreground stared with wide-eyed shock at the fighter who had suddenly appeared behind him. With contemptuous ease, Levin struck his opponent with a kick infused with crackling blue energy, sending him to the ground. He called out Hyun's name, pointing out the inherent honesty of human nature. Levin explained that while one could mask their facial expressions, their body language was an open book, a revelation that shocked the fallen monk. He then began a mock apology to his defeated foes. Levin sarcastically lamented that he was apparently unable to uphold their so-called greatness. He let out a theatrical yawn, declaring that his seniors from Glory were proving to be exceptionally dull. The remaining monk couldn't believe what he was seeing, marveling at Levin's inhuman speed and wondering how Glory had amassed so many powerful fighters. Levin coolly asked why he was so surprised by this display. The monk watched in terror as a strange and powerful energy began to manifest around Levin. He uttered a few words of shock and despair. The monk whispered that so many things had changed since his time, a warning for his seniors. Levin gave a new order to his men, commanding them to enter the temple and bring him the old lady hiding within. The last standing monk felt a wave of hopelessness, realizing the situation had escalated far beyond his darkest imagination. Levin savored the feeling of his own immense power, convinced that his ascension to the rank of disciple was now within reach. His moment of self-congratulation was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected presence. The scene focused on the dark, ominous entrance to a cave, framed by rocks and fallen leaves. The remaining monk grew impatient, wondering why his backup had not returned and deciding he would have to act himself. One of Levin's fallen men weakly sputtered that he wouldn't get away, insisting their fight was not over. The monk stoically agreed to his opponent's wish, preparing to end things for good. His attention was once again drawn to the dark cave entrance, a flicker of confusion on his face. He questioned what he was seeing, unable to make sense of the scene before him. The camera lingered on the silent, foreboding entrance to the cave. The monk's confusion turned to outright shock. Inside, one of Levin's men stood over a fallen comrade, his sword held loosely in his hand as if he were in a trance. The monk outside demanded to know what was happening and where the old woman was. The man inside stammered that a monster was in the cave, but the monk dismissed the idea just as a new voice complained about its stiff body from a long sleep. The mysterious voice wondered aloud where it was and just how long it had been asleep. Against the backdrop of a cloudy, star-filled sky, a dark silhouette of a person emerged from the shadows. A sudden close-up revealed the figure's wide, incredibly intense eyes, glowing with awakened power. Back on the bridge, Simon swung his sword, unleashing a colossal wave of pure, glowing energy that tore through the air. Judas could only stare, his mind refusing to process the impossible sight. He registered that the attack he had just witnessed moved faster than a bullet. It was a force, he realized, that no mere human could ever hope to block. Simon casually held up a small object, remarking that it seemed someone had accidentally dropped it. He let out a quiet, dismissive sigh. Then, with unnerving familiarity, he greeted Judas as if he were an old acquaintance, casually addressing him as little bro. Judas stared in utter disbelief, his mind refusing to process the impossible scene before him. A wave of exhausted recognition washed over him as the identity of the figure became clear. The man casually greeted Judas as little bro, confirming he was indeed the legendary disciple Thaddeus. A female companion questioned his very existence, recalling that Thaddeus was supposed to be at death's door. She urgently warned him not to move due to his fragile state, prompting him to ask if she was the one who had treated him. He mused that she seemed oddly familiar, but she quickly dismissed it, telling him to go inside while she handled things. Across the way, his opponent, Levin, scoffed, admitting his earlier surprise had left him speechless. He condescendingly remarked that the great disciple Thaddeus was, after all, merely human and could not hide his physical weakness. Levin pointed out that while Thaddeus could mask his feelings, he couldn't hide the true condition of his body. Thaddeus nonchalantly agreed, then turned his attention to Levin, asking the man with the sleek eyebrows to identify himself. Levin stated that since they had never met, Thaddeus wouldn't know him, but he should remember his name before he died. He proudly announced that he was the man who would soon claim the title of the interim disciple Thaddeus. He then revealed his name as Levin, his confidence immediately shattering as he realized Thaddeus had dodged his opening attack. Levin acknowledged that Thaddeus' speed was at the peak of human limits but boasted that a special serum had allowed him to transcend such boundaries. He moved in a blur of motion, his power surging. He declared himself a superhuman, far beyond any normal man. In a display of this power, a massive pillar of white energy erupted from the ground beneath him. The woman watched in awe, unable to even follow Levin's incredible speed with her eyes. Levin's eye narrowed with a cold, intense focus as he zeroed in on his target. He mockingly questioned how Thaddeus could possibly be so quick. Thaddeus cursed under his breath, infuriated at being made a fool of. Resigning himself to the fight, he steeled his resolve. He vowed that he would rip his opponent to pieces for the insult. Thaddeus observed that Levin was using a dangerous substance but warned him that borrowed power would never truly be his own. Judas watched in horror, believing that Thaddeus had made a fatal mistake by provoking Levin, a man who had transcended humanity. He began to shout a warning to Thaddeus but trailed off, completely baffled by what happened next. The air crackled with power as the first word of an ancient technique was spoken. The second word followed, building the attack's momentum. The final word sealed the technique's execution, unleashing its full force. A storm of countless sharp projectiles tore through a chaotic field of crackling blue energy. An eerie and profound silence fell across the now devastated battlefield. From the cave, the old woman stared in shock, realizing that the young warrior looked identical to someone from the past. She recognized his uncanny resemblance to the legendary divine light martial god Thaddeus. Meanwhile, the newly awakened young man stretched, complaining about his stiff body and asking the woman if he had overslept. He then casually requested some clothes before taunting the fallen men that had beat them up soon, making the woman reflect that he was just like his father. The old woman calmly agreed to find him something to wear. Elsewhere, on a rickety bridge, a man named Matthias vowed that he would end his ill-fated relationship with his opponent today. His adversary, Pietro, calmly considered the declaration. Pietro then stated that he was in complete agreement. Matthias desperately goaded Pietro to attack, warning him what would happen if he dared to take even one more step. He revealed the bridge was rigged, with countless explosives placed right under Pietro's feet. An observing Judas recognized them as Matthias' signature adhesive bombs, a trap with no escape once triggered. Matthias screamed at Pietro, trying to provoke him into action by cruelly blaming him for a woman named Hannah's death. Pietro remained unfazed, stating that whatever Matthias had planned, he had lived long enough to be immune to such childish provocations. Matthias sneered, admitting he had no intention of fighting and just wanted Pietro to die, again urging him forward. He screamed that no matter where Pietro stepped, he would be blown to bits. Watching from the side, Judas silently willed Pietro to do something. Pietro made his move. Matthias watched with manic delight, chanting for him to take just one more step. His victory celebration was cut short by a sudden, unexpected development. He stared in shock as a rope dart shot through the air towards him. The two men engaged in a fierce battle on the swaying bridge, causing its heavy support chains to strain and snap. A fiery explosion suddenly rocked the structure, sending one of the combatants hurtling backward. Judas could only watch in bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding. Matthias looked around in a panic, confused by the sudden turn of events. He realized Pietro was gone and began to wonder about the state of the long-neglected bridge. He noticed it was strangely clean, a detail that now filled him with dread as he frantically searched for his vanished foe. Pietro, reappearing behind him, revealed that the bridge's odd cleanliness had made him think. It had made him think very hard, leading him to a wild but correct conclusion. He had correctly deduced that Matthias would have installed explosives all over the structure. As Pietro attacked, Matthias wondered if he had grown weaker, but realized Pietro was faster and stronger than ever before. He admitted with dawning horror that he could no longer keep up. A powerful blow sent Matthias flying off the edge of the collapsing wooden bridge. As he fell, Matthias grappled with the choices that led him here, realizing they weren't his alone. He understood that his fate had always been in the hands of Raphael. Pietro then turned to a stunned Judas, telling him that Raphael had been playing him from the very start. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing Hong Kong in the year 2023. Raphael had appeared before Judas, condescendingly asking why he was living in such a pathetic hovel. A startled Judas had stammered, asking how Raphael had managed to find him. Raphael explained that the organization Glory had placed a bounty on Pietro, who they now saw as an obstacle to their growth. Judas had warily asked Raphael what he wanted from him. Raphael had explained that even a high bounty was useless, as a crucial component was missing from the plan. That component, he revealed, was a sincere and powerful loathing for Pietro, which led him to an idea. He had gleefully pointed out that the one person who despised Pietro the most was right there, his brother, Judas. Raphael had twisted the knife, blaming Pietro for Judas' miserable circumstances. He tempted him with the promise that if Pietro was gone, Judas could become the best at Glory, and everyone would be happy. Back in the present, Judas remembered his cold reply, observing that Raphael hadn't changed at all. He had criticized Raphael for measuring his own worth through others, telling him it was time to stop. He had finished by telling Raphael to stop being so utterly disgraceful. The memory of Raphael's fury was vivid as he had screamed at Judas to shut up and stop looking down on him. Raphael had furiously accused him of acting like he knew everything. Judas's eye flew wide open as the full weight of the memory and the current situation crashed down upon him. In that instant, the entire bridge erupted in a massive, fiery explosion against the night sky. A secondary blast of raw blue energy followed, completely obliterating any remaining debris. A blue-haired man appeared through the smoke, a tired and sinister smirk on his face. Fragments of wood and glowing embers were all that was left, falling silently into the darkness below. When the smoke cleared, both Pietro and Judas were seen dangling from the shattered remains over a seemingly bottomless abyss. Raphael looked down from the cliff edge and extended a gloved hand toward Judas. He calmly told Judas that it was time to choose. Judas, hanging desperately from a heavy chain, looked up at the offered hand. He thought that accepting Raphael's help would be admitting his own pathetic failure. In his heart, he knew he couldn't bring himself to do that. His bloodied hand tightened its grip on the cold, unforgiving metal chain. In that moment of finality, he understood everything. He knew that if he had just accepted his lot in life, none of this tragedy would have occurred. But his insatiable greed drove him to covet everything his brother Pietro had. He reflected that no matter how fast he ran or how hard he struggled, he could never close the gap. Pietro had always been in a higher, unreachable place. Worn out from the endless chase, an instinct had taken over him. It was a desperate, overwhelming need to drag Pietro down from his pedestal. He had foolishly believed that if he could just bring them to the same level, he could usurp his brother's position. But he had realized the truth far too late. He finally understood that even if he had succeeded, he never possessed the courage to fill Pietro's shoes. An immense weariness settled over his soul. All he wanted now was to finally be at peace. Above, Pietro knelt on the cliff's edge, silently watching the abyss where the bridge once stood. Raphael turned away, his intense gaze fixed on the starry sky. One of his subordinates called out to him, his voice filled with urgency. Raphael calmly told the man to stop screaming before asking what the matter was. The subordinate reported that disciple Judas' life signs had vanished, and Raphael quietly acknowledged the news. Another onlooker sighed with disappointment, remarking that they'd had high hopes for Judas. Someone else commented on the tragedy, assuming Raphael must be devastated by the loss of his childhood friend. A nervous aide began to ask if he should arrange a team to retrieve Judas' body. Raphael cut him off, announcing that he was hungry and ordered 2 portions of food to be prepared. As his final command for the night, he instructed his aide to place an immediate call to Matthias. A lone figure in traditional robes perched on a rock, contemplating the vast, scenic nightscape before him. He dwelled on the past, thinking of how he should have looked after him. The memory of an intense confrontation surfaced, a moment of dominance and fear. He thought that if only he had cared a little more back then. He wondered how different the present might have been. Elsewhere, a man in black crouched over an unconscious body amidst the rubble. But alas, he knew such thoughts were useless now. In the dark chasm below a shattered bridge, a body lay still among the rocks. He concluded that they were all but futile thoughts in the end. In the aftermath, it was revealed that thanks to Simon's efforts, the captured monks had been safely released. Simon playfully scolded the rescued monks, telling them to rest and insisted all credit belonged to the Buddha. He then dramatically lamented his own unappreciated hard work, comically declaring his intention to return to Yule Island. One of the monks tried to thank Simon directly, but his words were lost in Simon's theatrics. A round of light-hearted banter followed, with monks suggesting spiritual practice as a reward, an offer Simon swiftly declined, finally bringing a sense of peace back to the hidden temple. In a different setting, a man in a car called out to his brother, who was driving. The brother, unfazed, complimented his driving skill despite being blind and casually told him to move his hand. The passenger then asked his brother if he could introduce him to the young man he had mentioned before. He teased that things could get intimate, earning a swift threat from his brother, Matthew, who possessively claimed the young man as his own. A woman's voice suddenly cut in, remarking on her sharp senses and cheekily questioning if the two men were in that kind of relationship, which prompted Matthew to tell her to get off of him. The woman chided Matthew for being rude, persistently questioning his interest in the young man, which he repeatedly denied as she playfully insisted he was lying. Back at the temple, a cheer went up as someone announced that the injured fighters had finally come to their senses. A special feast was presented, and when a guest expressed surprise, they were told it was all thanks to the Buddha, even if it might get them in trouble with him. Another guest marveled at the impressive spread of traditional temple dishes. A woman told Simon he hadn't changed, reminding him that whining was a luxury, prompting him to defensively insist he was only joking as she told him to eat everything. Simon then soberly apologized to Nathaniel for bringing the attention of glory to the temple, but Nathaniel reassured him it was inevitable and that he had many other temples to hide in. Seeking to lighten the mood, another person called for everyone to smile, reminding them that it cost nothing. The group fell into a moment of contemplative silence. The one-armed man joked that his humor had suffered since his injury, only for someone to quip that his jokes were never funny, leaving him to feign betrayal. Just then, two more allies arrived, drawn by the delicious smell and expressing their delight at finding so many meat dishes after waking up. Their excitement quickly vanished, however, as they realized there was nothing for them. An older man found an enthusiastic supporter in his nephew, prompting another to dryly ask if the two remembered trying to kill each other not long ago. A woman stepped in, firmly telling her injured nephew that he was restricted to kanji and couldn't join the main feast, much to his dismay. Someone then turned their attention to the monks, wondering about their strange behavior. They asked aloud why the monks were sitting as still as statues, questioning if it was some form of training. One of the disciples admitted with great hesitation that the boisterous, unfamiliar setting was simply too much for them. A kind woman encouraged them to feel at home and eat whatever they wanted without pressure, as she had prepared all the food. Her sister, however, scolded her for being forceful, remarking that her nephew's lack of manners reflected a poor upbringing. The first woman retorted that none of them had received a proper familial education, a darkly humorous observation that led her to cheerfully announce she would make tanghulu to commemorate it. As the night deepened, a serene blue sky filled with stars watched over the temple grounds. One man sat alone upon a tiled roof, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. He was soon joined by another, who asked what had become of the chatty person from earlier. The man on the roof, Songu, turned with a knowing and confident smirk. He acknowledged his true age despite his youthful appearance, but the younger man insisted that age was irrelevant and that he considered Songu a true brother. Songu, relieved, asked him to speak comfortably with him from that point forward. The young man then confessed that he had deeply hated Songu back in Kowloon because he had been lied to. Songu apologized, explaining it was the only way to make him understand, and then offered to buy him 100 tanghulu as a peace offering. After settling the matter, Songu asked why the young man was sitting up there all alone so late. The young man revealed he was trying to process the overwhelming events of the past several months. He confided that the person he had loathed most in the world had turned out to be his own father. He struggled to explain how he had come to learn of the despicable situations his father endured. He had finally understood that all of his father's actions had been to protect him. This new knowledge left him torn, unable to decide whether he should feel hatred or sorrow. Sunggu remained quiet, listening intently to the young man's turmoil. The young man let out a pained laugh, admitting how difficult he was finding it to navigate such unfamiliar emotional territory. Sunggu gazed thoughtfully to the side, preparing to offer his own perspective. He began his explanation by stating plainly that the young man's father was clumsy. He spoke of the man he knew as Thaddeus with a complex mix of frustration and fondness. He remembered Thaddeus as inherently mischievous and so loud that his voice lingered long after he was gone. Sunggu reflected that it was obvious what would happen when a man like that tried to raise a child. He described Thaddeus as clumsy in all things, too immature to even know whether to act as a father or a friend. He emphasized just how clumsy Thaddeus had been, and that while he didn't know their full story, he was completely certain of one thing. He explained that Thaddeus was a friend with whom he had shared his very soul. He assured the young man that despite his father's cumbersome nature, his sincerity was just as great. The young man was confused, asking how Sunggu could possibly understand his father's feelings so intimately. Sunggu answered cryptically that he had no choice but to know, which only deepened the young man's bewilderment. He looked away again, his expression unreadable and calm. He then made a quiet confession, admitting that he, too, had once been clumsy. A profound history was visible in the depths of his intense purple eyes. He advised the young man to go far away with Nathaniel and rest until the world settled down. The young man thanked Sunggu, admitting his words had been a great source of comfort. He then resolved to fulfill a promise one day. He asked Sunggu to one day, in the far future, relay a message to his father when they finally met again. He wanted his father to know that he had at last discovered the true purpose for his martial arts. Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, another man leaped from a speeding boat onto a dock. His companion questioned his next move, warning him that Raphael would soon be on a rampage and asking if he was truly ready. The man stared down at a small bottle of pills in a plastic bag. A crazed look filled his eyes as he threw a handful of the pills into his mouth. He decided that nothing else mattered anymore. His path had already been chosen for him. A woman offered a final piece of advice, telling him to look after himself while issuing one last warning. She strictly forbade him from bringing any more patients from Glory, causing him to mistake her words for a final farewell. She quickly corrected him, clarifying that her rule was only about Glory. With pointed intent, she reminded him that she had never said anything about honor. The man, whose hair was marked by a white streak, simply offered a calm, knowing smile in return. A brief, quiet interlude marked the transition between scenes. It was now time for the next stage of the plan to begin. 300 meters below the South Pacific, the boss of a submarine crew was alerted to a message from Raphael of Glory. The transmission was a direct and chilling threat, stating that Raphael would find him no matter where he ran. A subordinate scoffed at the message, confident that not even Glory's legendary Pietro could reach their stolen submarine. The boss made a strange comment about whether his subordinate would like something, leaving the man confused. He clarified he was talking about the pasta, just as another crewman urgently called for his attention about a new development. The boss irritably asked what was happening now, and was informed another message had arrived from an unknown source. To their confusion, the new transmission contained a recipe for pepper Alfredo pasta. The message detailed the culinary steps, from boiling the noodles to sautéing aromatics in a pan. The boss furiously dismissed it as a sick joke as the message revealed the final, crucial step. The recipe explained that the most important part of the dish was the addition of nano pepper bombs. As panic erupted, the crew tried to locate the source of a strange, new sound. A terrified crew member realized the sound was coming from inside the boss' stomach. The boss had only a second to let out a final, desperate curse. The sound of a gunshot echoed through the control room amid the spreading chaos and gore. Someone yelled that the boss' stomach had exploded and frantically ordered the submarine to surface immediately. At that moment, a third bizarre message appeared, this one an informational text about remora fish and their ability to reach depths of 500 meters. The new leader ignored the strange message, shouting again for them to ascend. A crewman nervously remembered seeing remora attached to their hull earlier. He then made the horrifying connection that their current depth was 500 meters. The identity of the sender was finally displayed on the screen. The name that sealed their fate was Matthias. A colossal explosion radiated outwards, tearing the submarine to pieces. A final, taunting message was broadcast to the doomed crew. Matthias declared that from this moment forward, their lives were his to control. One of the students erupted in frustration, questioning the absurdity of lowly individuals like them being forced to attend such a prestigious school. Another student dryly remarked that her complaint was surprisingly logical, before curtly telling Lee Yuna to be quiet. She shot back, pointing out the hypocrisy of the person with the worst attendance record lecturing her on fulfilling student duties. Their dramatic arrival at the school gates was announced with a shout. Whispers spread through the student body as they recognized that the infamous D-rank killers had come to class. A classmate greeted the Dako brothers with admiration, acknowledging their busy D-rank mission schedule and commenting that their entrance seemed even cooler than usual. Yet, the student couldn't shake a strange feeling, wondering if their perception was skewed simply because it had been a while. They mused that the brothers, who once carried themselves like kings, seemed noticeably more subdued, attributing this shift to the only new variable in their class. The transfer student greeted the Dako brothers warmly, hoping the tiger butterfly had been well. He observed how peaceful the local schools were, attributing the quiet atmosphere to their presence, before asking where they had acquired their uniforms. He casually mentioned telling them to make themselves comfortable, then complained about the taste of tanghulu and asked for water, which another student immediately volunteered to bring for the tiger butterfly. At that moment, a teacher stepped forward, asking if all the volunteers had assembled. A student expressed surprise, realizing it had been a very long time since they had last seen Mr. Lee. However, as they looked closer, they felt that something about him was different. They noticed his hair appeared to be longer than they remembered and wondered aloud if the D-rank troublemakers were also present. Other students whispered among themselves, speculating it was a wig and debating whether to ask, but their chatter was cut short when the teacher demanded quiet for an important announcement. The teacher's eyes scanned the room, landing on a figure perched casually atop the lockers. He angrily called out the student for sitting there while he was speaking, identifying him as the transfer student he hadn't seen before, as onlookers braced for his notorious wrath against delinquents. One of the students squinted, a jolt of recognition hitting them as they struggled to place the familiar face. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they identified him as disciple Thaddeus, who innocently asked if Teacher Bro had called for him, leaving the student baffled as to why a disciple was at their school. Mr. Lee, realizing his blunder, quickly decided he would just have to invent an excuse to save face. He brushed off the incident by claiming transfer students might not know the rules, then shifted to briefing them on an important and dangerous commission had received, while others muttered about breaking the rude newcomer's legs. He warned that due to the extreme danger, he would only be taking volunteers, which prompted immediate skepticism from students who couldn't imagine anyone signing up for a death wish. Thaddeus, however, shot his hand up with immense enthusiasm, eagerly volunteering and begging Teacher Bro to let him go, causing another student to question his commitment to his disguise. Mr. Lee cautioned the volunteers not to underestimate the D-rank mission, as their opponents were not to be taken lightly, but he reassured them with his presence before leading them out. Later, Thaddeus was ecstatic, declaring it the best day ever and expressing his envy for those who undertook D-rank missions daily, and sentiment the others enthusiastically agreed with while praising the post-mission meals. One of the Dako brothers drily pointed out that the mission had concluded in just 3 minutes, making him question if their help was even needed, to which his companion weakly suggested they could learn a lot just by observing. A student worriedly asked if their teacher was spending his entire month's pay on the meal, but he dismissed the concern by ordering 10 portions of ribeye steak, daring them to either feel guilty or make him angry. He then adopted a confident air, assuring them it was perfectly fine since he had made a great deal of money in his prime and could easily cover the cost of the meat. Thaddeus playfully urged Teacher Bro to eat heartily, as if he were at home, much to the private agony of Mr. Lee who was paying, while Lee Yuna accused the Dako brothers of devouring everything. Mr. Lee rested his head on his hand, a smug and all-knowing smile playing on his lips. He began a somber speech, warning his students that their path forward would be difficult and admitting he didn't know how much longer he could watch over them. He made a solemn vow to protect them all with everything he had for as long as he lived. He finished his heartfelt address by simply asking them to place their trust in him. Then, he formally thanked them for listening so attentively to their teacher's words. His serious demeanor suddenly broke as he looked around, wondering where Songgu had disappeared to and questioning if his speech was not worth hearing. The students erupted in gratitude for the meal, with one offering to pay for his share, only to be chided by another for being rude and looking down on their incredible teacher.